Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA plus community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations. Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from the Overlook Hotel discussing the 1997 horror miniseries, The Shining. This miniseries was directed by Mick Garris with a teleplay by Stephen King based off his own novel by the same name. Fueled by the success of their previous collaboration, the 1994 TV adaptation of The Stand, King finally saw the opportunity to make a more faithful version of his novel with Mick Garris at the helm. While its popularity and praise never quite reached the hype of Kubrick's adaptation, this miniseries boasts committed performances from its cast, Emmy Award-winning makeup effects, and dedication to its source material. Nearly 30 years later, the Shining miniseries is still worth a winter watch. This miniseries was requested to us by friends of the show, Kristen Lofton, Hannah, and Diana Joe. We want to thank them all for their support and for this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of the Shining miniseries the first time you saw it?
So I'll be honest, I'm only familiar with the movie. I didn't even know this was a miniseries. I knew that when, we covered that was a miniseries, but I had never watched it. This period, I had no idea that this is what it was. I did enjoy this. There was some times that I was kind of like I don't want to say not too into it, but I was a little kind of like, you know what I mean? Just kind of there watching it. Mm-hmm. But overall, this was a pretty good experience. This is very different than the movie. I will be honest, and I will try my hardest to divorce what I remember or know about the movie from this, because trying to compare for me is not a good thing. Mm-hmm. But I think everybody did a really good job what they were supposed to do. Steven Weber, and he's a little hit or miss for me in this. Everybody else, like I said, I really, really enjoyed. I don't know. I think it's because his voice kind of sounds like he's the Honda Days guy when I know it's not. But it just sounds too nice sometimes, and I'm like, I know. He's just too nice. I don't believe you're gonna do that. But I did enjoy this. This was pretty cool. There's a lot to enjoy. There are some things that I do have gripes about, and I do have some small nags about. But other than that, I thought this was pretty cool.
I believe this episode releases the week of Christmas, so happy Honda Days to you.
For all who celebrate.
Yes, for all who celebrate. Not sponsored.
No.
Me, as far as this miniseries is concerned,
Yeah.
I had always heard of it, but only in the context of it being a lesser project compared to Kubrick's film,
Okay.
but a better adaptation.
Okay.
That was always what I heard.
Mm-hmm.
But it was one of those things where people had said kind of, it's more a matter of what you're looking for, which one you'll enjoy more.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was always intrigued. I had read most of the novel, which is where I'm currently at regarding the novel right now.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have a long recording session and I might finish this novel before we're done.
Time will tell.
It might be split up. Who knows? But I think that I was trying to do the same thing, where Kubrick's film to me is a masterpiece.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's in the top 10 or sometimes even top 5 horror films for me personally.
Okay.
And so it is very hard to not think of that when you're dealing with the same material.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that if you are able to divorce yourself from that, or if you are looking for a more accurate adaptation, then this film, this miniseries, is very decent for what it is.
Okay.
But I do think that there are a lot of things about it that you feel like you are going to get because of Kubrick's adaptation that are specifically Kubrick.
Yeah.
Like a lot of moments that are so iconic and so indelible in your mind that do not appear here because it was not in the novel.
Yeah, that was something we talked off mic before we started recording, that kind of I was saying like there, and you were telling me that that was not Stephen King's idea at all.
Yeah.
That was just Kubrick's spin on how he took it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He basically, it seems like he took the things that stood out to him and got rid of the rest and really told the story in the way that he felt was the most effective. And for the film that it was.
Yeah.
But I think that there are a lot of aspects of this miniseries that I do appreciate them taking more time with. The fleshing out of the family dynamic with the Torrances.
Yeah.
I think that is a really, really successful choice.
Okay.
I think that what they do with Jack in particular, giving him the time to actually kind of progress into what happens to him, I think that it's also pretty successful. I think that there is a lot of humanity and emotion and sincerity to this miniseries that may not have been as prevalent in Kubrick's adaptation.
Right.
Which I would imagine are more in line with what happens in the novel. Also, the delving into the history of this hotel.
Yeah.
I think that is some of the coolest stuff, where we are kind of given these little flashbacks or actual haunting sequences. And I think that is something that is also something that we talked about with 1408 of all things.
Yeah.
That were really successful for us, where it's like we're visualizing the very dark history of this place.
Yeah.
Which again, I keep going back and I'm going to stop, but Kubrick also did. But I think that my biggest issue with this miniseries is kind of the pacing. And I feel like some of the performances can be a little bit uneven. And I don't know if it's just because, I don't know if it's just how it was filmed, maybe, because there are a lot of times that it feels kind of start and stop.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to chalk that up to, as far as certain moments not vibing with the moments that just preceded it.
Yeah, I got a lot of that too.
But one thing I will say is that there are elements from the miniseries that and we talked about this off mic, recognized in Dr. Sleep.
Yes.
That were not in Kubrick's film, which only prove this fleshing out of elements of the novel that we never got before.
Yeah.
And so I think that it's a very interesting thing to do, where we're taking certain scenes from the novel that really add to the level of character and help you to identify more with these people and sympathize more with them as they go through this horrible event at the Overlook Hotel.
Yeah.
But I think that it's a lot better than I was led to believe that it is, this miniseries. And I could see, depending on how much time you have or what kind of mood you're in, maybe watching this again and making it one of those winter rewatches.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was my first watch as well. I had never seen this before. I also really, really, really love Kubrick's The Shining. But if you're looking for an adaptation of the novel, that is not what that is. As you were saying, Kubrick kind of took what he wanted and did his own thing with it. And it turned out to be a masterpiece. But, and again, I saw the film before I ever read the book. And if I had read the book first, I'd be like, what the fuck is this? Like, I would have been really annoyed because it's not a good adaptation, but it's a great film. This miniseries is a good adaptation. I mean, obviously, it has to be sanitized a little bit to air on fucking ABC in the 90s. But in that, I would love to see this done as a miniseries on like HBO or something now.
Okay.
I would be a fucking pig in shit. I would love every minute of that. But with the constraints, like the network constraints of, you know, what they are or are not allowed to do in telling this very grim and dark and scary story, I was surprised by how much I did like this because like T was saying, I always heard that it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
The only person I ever talked to that liked it is Kristen. And it's only because there's one character that Kubrick does a little dirty. And that's not what happens in the book. And that's not what happens here. And I was like, okay, we'll see. You know what I mean? But I did end up enjoying it. I think that everybody, I can't agree with you on Steven Weber. I think he does a really good job. I think that he, as Jack Torrance, has to go to a lot of places. And I think that Jack Nicholson made that role so iconic, but he did not really run a gamut of emotions. As we said when we covered it a million years ago, he kind of starts on 9 and then goes to like 10.
Yeah.
I think that Steven Weber kind of has the task of spanning all of these emotions and temperaments and stages of addiction and anger and stress and obsession. And I think that, you know, there are a couple scenes that maybe come off a little bit cheesy, but I think that everything that was asked of him, I think that he delivers. I think Rebecca De Mornay is fantastic. Even the little boy.
Yeah.
Everybody did their best. I mean, it's just, we'll talk about them when we meet them, but I think that the cast does really well. The story that's being told is more in line with the novel that I love. There are some CG moments that don't age the best. We weren't ready. But, you know, again, you got to take it. It's 1997. You know, I think that this pairing of Stephen King and Mick Garris is something that we have been accidentally exploring this year on PMTV as well. It's something that is satisfying in a way of, like we talk about with Mike Flanagan, somebody who really rises to the task of adapting the material and not kind of interpreting it through their own lens. But we do run into the problem the same time about pacing, about kind of having to trim grislier details because we are on network television.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, if you can get past that, I think that this is a long watch, but I think it's a good one. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed rereading the book to see, like, damn, they really... And Stephen King wrote it too.
Yeah.
So it's like, he's like, no, we're not fucking doing this again. You know what I mean? I'm sure there was a fair amount of spite behind his
you can
screenplay.
feel it.
Yeah.
Down to the title that appears.
Yes.
Every time. But no, I enjoyed this. It's not, I don't think it's a masterpiece. I don't think that as a horror movie on its own or miniseries or whatever you want to say, is it as strong as Kubrick's The Shining? Of course not.
There is a little bit of irony there because it's like what Kubrick didn't understand about Stephen King's book. I don't think Yes. we're on a first name basis. I don't think King understood really what made Kubrick's film great either.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's too close to it to see it.
Yeah.
And I think that even if everything else was perfect, he's gone on record to say that Kubrick just fundamentally did not understand Jack Torrance. And he also hated what he did with Wendy. So I think that even if he adhered to the rest of the book, Stephen King was not. Like, I think that it was just because the story is so personal to him.
Yeah.
That he just wasn't. Nothing was going to be good
He was
enough.
going to hate no matter.
Exactly, yeah. And T was saying before we sat down how there's been a lot of poor adaptations that he's like, this is great.
Yeah. It's like, what the hell? I just don't get it.
I think it really just is. This one really bothered him, you know? But the miniseries is pretty good.
Yeah.
And again, T had mentioned it a little bit. And I know we've already covered it before, but I just want to underline again the insane work that Mike Flanagan did in Dr. Sleep and bringing these two adaptations together. Well, really the novel and Kubrick's adaptation together into one cohesive story for Dr. Sleep and improving upon the novel of Dr. Sleep.
Yeah, dude. Like I really watching this, you remember certain moments and elements and the way that it stands out, I can't believe the task that Mike Flanagan had ahead of him and how he just knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, see, I've never read Dr. Sleep, but even finishing this, when I finished it the other night, I literally told your sister, I was like, watching this and remembering the original Shining, I was like, this makes Dr. Sleep so much better. I was like, the work that went into that was fucking...
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, I remember telling you guys the ending on the episode and you were both pretty upset.
Thank you, Mike Flanagan.
Yeah.
But of course, I did want to talk a little bit about how this miniseries came to be. I got my information from articles or interviews in the LA Times, The Morning Call, and Rue Morgue, as well as a making of featurette and the commentary track.
Okay.
So this all starts, of course, with Stephen King. After Carrie and Salem's Lot were published, he was wanting to write something else, obviously. So his sister-in-law proposed that he and his wife Tabitha get away together without their kids because they'd never done that before. So when he's like, where do we go? Tabitha proposes that they drive west into the mountains. They go and they end up around the Rocky Mountain National Park where Stephen King sees signs that say, road is not plowed after the first snowstorm. This is like, kind of triggers something in his brain and it makes him think of the Donner Party.
Mm-hmm. Which we will hear a lot about.
Yeah.
We will.
Yeah.
We will. They kind of happen upon the Stanley Hotel. And as they're entering, he sees 3 giggling nuns leaving with their habits kind of flowing behind them. And it sticks in his mind because it's kind of an eerie visual. So lots of people are at the front desk checking out, and the Kings don't know that these people are checking out for the season. They don't understand like what's happening, that this hotel's about to close.
Yeah.
So when they ask if they can get a room, the lady at the desk hesitated. And Stephen King said that if she would have said no, The Shining never would have been written. But she's like, if you have cash, because they had already sent their credit card slips down to Denver. He checks his wallet. He barely has enough for a room. They get the room.
Yeah.
It's fate.
Yeah.
So he and Tabitha have dinner in the dining room alone. He said that they're sitting at one table. All the other chairs around them are up on top of the tables. The band was contracted, so they're still playing. But he and Tabitha are the only people in this empty ass dining room.
That's kind of terrifying.
Yes.
Yeah. I'd feel a little bad too. Like, you guys can stop.
Yeah, you
let's
don't
go
have
home.
to do this.
We're good.
It's fine.
Yeah, we're good.
He said that after dinner, Tabitha went to bed and he stayed and had a couple of beers and then went wandering around the halls by himself. He said that he had really been struggling with fatherhood because his own father left when he was 2 years old and he had no memory of him. He said that he only knew what parenting looked like from TV. And now that he was a father, he was learning the hard way that being a father is not like it looks on TV.
Yeah.
So he's thinking on this and wandering the halls of the empty ass Stanley Hotel, and this story starts to come together in his mind. So he writes it, it's published, and Mick Garris reads it and loves it. Stanley Kubrick is adapting it into a film, and Garris said that he had never been more excited to see a movie in his entire life. He was able to see it a couple weeks at a screening before it came out, and he said that he did grow to love the film as a film, but as a fan of the story who was excited to see it adapted, he was crushingly disappointed.
Huh.
Those are his words.
Yeah.
Years later, Stephen King says that they're looking for a director for Sleepwalkers. They're down to 2 people. One is Mick Garris, who Stephen King personally wanted, and the other one is a guy that the studio wanted. So Stephen King relents and lets the studio go with the other guy. Mick Garris calls him a while later, and Stephen King's like, oh, I'm about to get cussed out. because he was one of the finals and
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
But Mick Garris is like, I am a huge fan, so I'm really disappointed, but I get it. I really just want to wish you and the film the best.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been so terrible for his career. Fuck you, dude. Sleepwalkers was mine, and you know it. It's crazy.
You're going to die tonight. So after this phone call where King was really impressed by the way that Mick Garris really handled, the disappointment.
Yeah.
He receives notes on his screenplay for Sleepwalkers from that chosen director. And Stephen King had said that he not like judges people, but I can't think of another way to say it, on how they accept like supernatural or sci-fi things if they're like, oh, I'm just immersed in this world and I get it, or if they're like, but how is this happening? He's like, one of those creative minds matches mine and one doesn't. So he receives notes on his own screenplay for Sleepwalkers of this chosen director being like, well, why is this happening? Maybe we should introduce a planet of the Sleepwalkers, and that's where this is all coming from. So Stephen King says that he immediately calls his agent and is like, can you please get me Mick Garris? So Mick Garris ends up directing Sleepwalkers, and this is when their working relationship is born.
And then he got a call from the other director.
Yeah. No.
You're going to die tonight. So they would go on to do the Stand miniseries together in 1994. Wait, what's that? All 4 episodes are available to every tier on our Patreon? Well, that's a hell of a deal.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Just in time for the holidays.
Yeah.
For the Honda days.
Yes.
Anyway, the Stand miniseries was very successful. And since it's Stephen King's The Stand, ABC had their door open for another collaboration with him. Stephen King said that he took Mick and Cynthia Garris out to lunch and asked him how he felt about remaking Kubrick's The Shining. He said that Garris looked like a kid in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. I will say, though, that Mick Garris has been very clear that to him, this is not a remake of Kubrick's The Shining. It was just an opportunity to properly adapt the book, not remake Kubrick's film.
Yeah, I'd say that too.
Yeah. I think, honestly, that's the only way that you can go into it as a filmmaker, because come on.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. But I just thought this was a really cool full circle moment for Mick Garris.
Yeah.
And Stephen King's The Shining aired as a 3-night event on ABC on April 27th, 28th, and May 1st of 1997. I would be a little annoyed waiting those few days in between.
Yeah, I think I would too, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I did hear Mom and Dad said that they had watched it whenever it first aired, and it was almost like when they watched the It miniseries, this like incredible television event.
I bet.
I miss stuff like that.
John Paul and I were just talking about that last night.
Mm-hmm.
But while opinions are quite polarizing and it never reached the level of the acclaim of Kubrick's film, it is an incredibly faithful adaptation, and it's time for us to check into episode 300.
Yeah.
Now, before we unmask this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's take our medicine. The miniseries begins with the title, large and in a cool blue, Stephen King's The Shining. A bright white light swells behind the title until it takes over the entire screen. When the screen returns to black, the opening credits begin. As they continue, we hear a man sobbing and pleading for someone to stop. He's bleeding and he can feel it. Another voice responds, "Really? How about this?" A loud gunshot puts an end to the first man's crying, and the second man laughs maniacally. Another prays, apologizing for the sins he's committed against thee, but someone else demands, "Give me the axe." We hear a loud thwack and the praying man screams. When the credits subside, we join Pete Watson, played by Pat Hingle, as he leads John Jack Torrance, played by Steven Weber, into a basement.
Pat Hingle, we did talk about him in Maximum Overdrive from '86.
That's right.
And Steven Weber, He was in Single White Female in 92, Leaving Las Vegas in 95. He was also in a movie that I love, Dracula Dead and Loving It from 95. And he was in 172 episodes of Wings that ran from 1990 to 1997.
Wow.
Yeah, this was during the Wings era.
Okay.
The miniseries, yeah. To Pat Hingle, Stephen King had said that he was really excited to get him to do this. He goes, I worked with him on a film called Maximum Overdrive, which is no one's idea of a perfect film. And as for Steven Weber, firstly, if you do audiobooks, his reading of it
So good.
is phenomenal.
Yeah.
But they had said, Stephen King and Mick Garris, that the quest for casting Jack Torrance was extremely difficult. Every actor that they approached, which allegedly includes Gary Sinise, the stand as well.
yeah.
They all gave the same answer. They did not want to follow Jack Nicholson. The role was Nicholson's, and there was no way that anyone else could do it. So Stephen King was pissed off. He is quoted as saying that he waited 18 years to do this, and if they couldn't find the right Jack Torrance, he'd wait another 18.
Damn.
He was big mad. And I think because a huge issue that he had with Kubrick's was Jack Nicholson's portrayal of Jack Torrance.
Okay.
Because he kind of starts.
Right.
Starts a little agitated. But they said that Steven Weber came in at the very last minute. He read for the part, auditioned with Rebecca De Mornay for Stephen King and Mick Garris. And Mick Garris said that he'd never seen Wings before, but solely Steven Weber's audition blew him away. And they said that Steven Weber was calling after the audition. He was calling his agent every single day and saying, "Am I shining yet? Am I shining yet?" Like he wanted it really bad.
Okay. I know when I was a kid, I seen a couple episodes of Wings. It used to come on USA. I don't know. I'm sure that Mr. Weber's a really nice guy.
I really do like his performance in this.
I do too.
I think that there's something to be said, I guess, for just the progression of it all.
Right.
Because we don't get that in Kubrick's version.
Right.
And so getting to see how he is with his family and how he's trying to be,
Yeah.
I think he does that really well. The madness, it's hard to top Jack Nicholson.
Of course.
It is.
But I think that there's some stuff towards the end that's pretty remarkable work.
Yeah.
What I will say too, if you're familiar with The Shining at all, it is not a spoiler to say, or like revealing the hand too early to say, that there's a progression of madness or a descent into
Right.
unhinged territory. And I thought that I think that he does a good job, but I think that it's an even better job when you learn that they shot this completely out of order. And so any given day, Steven Weber had to kind of discern, what level am I at today?
Oh, wow.
And so he's going back and forth, super advanced Jack, early Jack. Like he's just bouncing back and forth.
Okay.
So that kind of explains some of the uneven moments
Right.
Yes.
that I had said earlier.
Yeah.
They also said that he was a total cut up, that he was just a jokester. He made everyone laugh all the time.
See, he's probably too nice.
And then,
he's just too nice of a guy.
And then as soon as they called action, he was in it. Like he was locked in. But that everybody said he was a really nice guy.
Okay. Yeah. He's a nice guy. Honda Day.
Right.
Remember.
Yes.
Don't forget.
Apparently.
Yeah.
As Watson and Jack walk over to the giant boiler, Watson warns that you need to watch her because she creeps. When Jack doesn't understand, he repeats himself and adds that when you tell Ullman about it, he says that they can't afford a new one, as if they're not the best hotel in the mountains. Standing next to the boiler, Jack removes his coat, but Watson isn't done. He asserts that this whole place is going to blow Rocky Mountain high one of these days, and he just hopes that fool Ullman is here to ride the rocket.
That's pretty wild.
I know.
I'm like, so we don't like Ullman.
No.
I know we all don't like our bosses, but this is...
I hope he dies in an explosion.
It's like, holy shit, dude.
In the novel as well, I did find it interesting that the man that built the Overlook is Watson's grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
This character, the current custodian,
Right.
And they don't mention that here, but I think that is kind of interesting lore. How deep this dude's ties to this hotel are. Ties are deep.
Yeah. That is interesting now.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, honestly, on site, this boiler is way past its prime.
Yes.
It's maybe one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life, just the implications of it.
Yeah.
And I would not at all, I understand, the interview for the position of caretaker. This is not something I would want to be responsible for.
Not at fucking all. It's when we get into Watson being like, now here's what you got to do. I'm not the man for the job.
Yes. That's fair.
Let me tell you right now.
I am a writer.
Dude, I'll be honest. I've been a maintenance man before a long time ago. Even looking at that right now, I was like, I don't want to touch that. I don't know what's going on with that. There's a lot of steam. There's a lot of gauges.
But I think that not that this is a corporate situation in the film, but working for a corporate franchise, it is so like, hey, this doesn't work and we're having to accommodate by doing this, this, and this, and it makes it really hard to do our job. That's fine. Just keep doing that. We can't afford it right now. Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yes, you can. So hearing like, hey, this thing's going to fucking explode and Ullman's too cheap to buy a new one, it's like, that rings true.
Yeah,
I get it. Yeah. Jack doesn't respond, but he listens when Watson draws his attention to the pressure gauge and the drop valve. Jack asks what she's rated for, and Watson tells him 160, but they couldn't get him to come down here and stand next to it if the dial got up to 140. These numbers are important.
Yeah.
He says that it's got a safety valve, but it's been rusted shut for the last 20 years.
It's just the whole hotel that depends on it.
Yeah. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Grabbing a towel to protect his hands from the hot handle, he shows Jack what he has to do. He warns to be careful because it's hot. Watson twists the handle, releasing the steam from the boiler, and the gauge's readout comes down steadily from 110 down to 55. Watson says that Jack needs to dump it last thing every night, and Jack and his family will be all right. But he wants him to remember that there is no safety valve, so he cannot forget to do it. Jack assures him that he is not going to forget a thing like that. Watson leads the way forward, pushing open a gate adorned with cobwebs to show Jack where Ullman wants the rat trap set. He mutters that Ullman is always talking about the rats. He's crazy on the subject. But if you ask him, Ullman's crazy about a lot of subjects. Jack chuckles that it is rat country, and Watson agrees. They step into a storage area with furniture and boxes, and Watson adds that he keeps telling Ullman that step one to getting rid of the rats is getting rid of all this stuff. They're putting out a welcome mat for them, but Ullman won't do it. He's so cheap that he won't even hire a couple high school kids to come down here and do it. He sighs, lamenting that you can't fight City Hall. He just puts the traps down here the way that Ullman wants them. Life's too short to fight with the likes of him. As Jack swipes dust off the boxes, he agrees. Amen. And Watson reasons that every hotel's got rats anyway, just like every hotel's got its scandals. Jack guesses that the Overlook has had its share, huh? Watson turns to face him and admits that part of the reason they pay Ullman $60,000 a year is that he's so good at hushing those scandals up. In fact, he's great at it.
So if we're talking $1997,
oh dear,
inflated to 2025, it's $122,000 a year.
Oop.
But if we're talking 1977, when the novel was written, if it's the same dollar amount, it would be over $300,000 a year.
Damn.
And
you fucking
can't,
stingy ass.
Dude,
Yeah.
You can't take care of the rats?
No shit.
Or the boiler?
Yeah, the boiler.
We're meeting Ullman out back.
Yeah.
Watson has to at least give Ullman that much. He shares a story with Jack. Last summer, they had this lady, the wife of a big shot lawyer, only she wasn't with the lawyer when she checked in. He grins that she was with some college kid, but about the third night of their stay, the kid cuts out and the lady draws herself a nice warm tub of water. We cut to the bathroom, a memory in one of the hotel rooms. The bathtub is framed at the center and the curtain is drawn around that nice warm water Watson described. But the woman, played by Xxena Garris, isn't in the tub. She's standing in front of the mirror over the sink, wrapped in a plush white towel, staring at her reflection with her hands braced on the sink.
Xxena Garris. We talked about her in The Stand, 94. She was also in Sleepwalkers in 92, Psycho 4, The Beginning from 1990, and Critters 2, the main course from 88.
The main course.
Yeah, well, you know.
They've been working up to it.
They're hungry.
Yeah.
I love that he puts her in so much of his projects. That's really cute.
Yeah.
We creep closer and see the look of sadness on her face. Next to the key for her room, 217, the lady grabs a box of razors and takes one out. We follow her feet as she lets her towel drop to the floor, and she crosses the room over to the tub and climbs inside.
So 217,
Yes.
the room. It was 217 in the novel, 237 in Kubrick's film.
Right.
The reason they had changed it in Kubrick's film was because the hotel that they used for exterior shots, I think that the management was afraid that people wouldn't rent the room
Right.
if it remained that number, because they did have a 217.
Okay.
But this, they're free to use it. They're using it accurately. And I thought that that was interesting that it is that faithful to the novel.
Yeah. That's interesting. I don't think I ever knew why they changed it. I always wondered that. But I understand being cautious, like you have a business to run, but maybe I'm like kind of twisted, but I would think more people would want to go stay in that room, right?
Absolute same from what I remember reading, because again, this is only the exteriors in Kubrick's film. The interiors were all a set.
Right.
But I think that they had said that they expected an influx of visitors, but they would think that they would avoid that room. And so
I still think you're making more money.
I agree.
Yeah.
Even if people are steering clear.
Yeah. They're
But-
staying in the other rooms.
Yeah. Well, this was like 50 years ago. Too. I don't know. 40 something, 45. I don't know.
I wasn't there to advise them.
No.
I think the problem.
Like, guys, rent it.
Lean in.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the basement, Jack asks, and? Pantomiming the act, Watson reveals that the lady slit her wrists. He mutters, man, what a mess. Back in the bathroom, we see the lady slumped in the tub with her hand hanging limply over the edge. Blood drips from her finger and collects into a puddle on the clean white floor. But in the basement, before blowing his nose into a red handkerchief, Watson shrugs that Ullman hushed it up, though. As he inspects the contents of the handkerchief,
Yeah.
he switches the subject to this caretaker, Grady. Jack wonders, what about him? Watson quickly balls up the handkerchief and answers, nothing.
Cool.
Why did you bring it up?
Yeah, then why'd you say something?
But Jack doesn't accept this, and neither would I. And when he presses again, Watson winks that he killed himself too. No razor blades for him, though. Shotgun, both barrels. He says that Grady pulled the trigger with his toe, and he cries out 2 loud bams. Out go the lights. Jack looks uneasy, but he forces a chuckle and agrees. Yeah, out go the lights. Watson guesses that it was cabin fever, but Grady was all alone. Jack will have his wife and his boy with him. Jack agrees and starts to turn, but Watson stops him. He tells him, you're gonna want to watch them. No offense, but you're gonna want to watch them real good. It would be bad to get into some kind of jackpot situation after all the roads are closed. Jack assures Watson that he will, and Watson says that that's good. He advises Jack not to let Ullman get his goat, but Jack admits that he needs this job too badly to have that happen. Watson understands and slaps Jack good-naturedly on the arm before starting out of the room. But he stops in his tracks when Jack asks him one more question. Any ghosts? Watson's like, what? Jack reminds him that he said every hotel's got its rats and scandals. What about ghosts? Watson turns to face him, his casualness gone. He shakes his head. No ghosts. Not here. Come on, let's go.
I don't know.
No, it seems a little suspicious.
Right, sounds a little ghosty.
Are you a ghost?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, and I don't think I'm getting it confused with the film, but I thought Grady had a family in the novel. And so it was interesting that they changed it to where it isn't as close to what Jack is about to experience for the miniseries.
I wonder if it's again him being like, well, if we set it up like for the twins, you know what I mean?
Right.
If he's just like, I don't
Okay.
even really want to want to fuck with her. I mean, I don't know. Because there's no elevator of blood. There's like a lot of imagery that you associate with The Shining, whether it's faithful to the novel or not, is not found here. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's just like, look, he was alone.
Well, I mean, I guess that does make Jack's situation more unique.
Yeah.
True.
Because it would worry me if it was like, no, the other caretaker had a family too, but...
Yeah.
And I would think that they wouldn't allow that to happen again. They'd be like, okay, from now on, it's just one guy. Yeah. But Jack takes one last look at the storage area before following Watson out. Before he can get through the gate leading to the boiler, he hears a whisper. Hello? Jack turns with wide eyes, inspecting the area. But when he doesn't see anything, he follows Watson. When Watson jokes that he thought Jack got lost, Jack pulls on his coat and says no. Watson slaps a hand on Jack's shoulder and leads him out of the basement. Outside, we get a good look at the sprawling Overlook Hotel. Groundskeepers shape topiary animals. Children run, laughing and playing. People are riding horses and playing croquet in the lush green grass.
So this is where we need to talk about the Overlook Hotel in this miniseries. Because it is, in fact, the Stanley Hotel in Colorado.
Okay.
Where Stephen King wrote this novel.
Damn.
That's so fucking cool. Again, it's like these full circle moments.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what had happened was Mick Garris always wanted this as the location for the film. But whenever he became the director, the powers that be, mostly I think it was the studio and Warner Brothers, they had told him that they really wanted him to scout locations in Canada. And so they said, if you go to Canada, we'll get these tax incentives and it'll be a lot cheaper to shoot the film there. But Mick Garris basically begged them. He's like, okay, but on the way to Canada, can we stop in Colorado and check out the Stanley? And he finally got them to agree. And so he stayed the night in the Stanley Hotel with 2 of the producers and 2 executives from Warner Brothers. And the next morning, he was basically like, do we still have to go to Canada? Doesn't this place? And he's like selling it to them.
Yeah.
And they mulled it over for a minute and then they made the call and they're like, okay, we can shoot the film at the Stanley Hotel. And the fortunate thing was that the hotel was closed for the bulk of the shoot. And so they kind of had their run of the place. But there were some difficulties that were thankfully ironed out later, and we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah.
But I thought the really sweet thing about it was whenever they found out that it was absolutely going to be the Stanley Hotel, one of the producers and Mick Garris flew immediately to Bangor, Maine to meet Stephen King. And one of the first questions he asks them was, so what did you think of the Stanley? Like, is it possible? And they were able to give him the news that they were going to film it there. And he told them, I've been waiting to hear that for 18 years.
Oh.
Okay.
He said, literally, you have made my dreams come true by telling me this. And interestingly, as they said on this featurette, the first role cast in this film was the Overlook Hotel because it is such a character.
Yeah.
But they did say, I think it was in Colorado throughout, some places in Denver, but the entire miniseries was shot in Colorado. 75% of the movie taking place in the actual Stanley Hotel, but much of the hotel that we see on film, they did build. I think it was some of the long corridors, the boiler room is a set.
Okay.
Room 217 is a set, and the apartment that the Torrances eventually live in. But the ballroom, a lot of the hallways, the lobby, the kitchen, the dining room, all the actual Stanley Hotel.
Dude, that's fucking cool.
What a plan, though. Let's stay there.
Yeah,
Yes.
it worked.
And then tell me what you think.
It was brilliant.
They were talking on commentary about how they were staying, because it's a hotel, they were staying in the rooms here while they were filming. And so they would just have to come downstairs to shoot.
Oh, that's cool.
But that Steven
Yeah.
Weber had so many strange experiences in his room that he left and was staying in one of the lodge houses because he was so unnerved staying there.
It's too nice.
They go for the Honda Days guy first.
It's a celebration here.
Right.
Mick Garris had even said that he switched rooms because he just had he didn't see anything or hear anything, but he had a weird feeling in his room, and he wanted a bigger one so that he could see directly into all the corners because he was freaking himself
wow.
out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I will say that is absolutely a bucket list situation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Jules and I have made a list of all the horror locations we want to visit together, and the Stanley Hotel is like the top of the list.
Oh, yeah.
I think that we should all get to stay there at some point in our lives.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
We pan up from children sitting together on the stairs to find Jack exiting the Overlook with Stuart Ullman, played by Elliot Gould.
Elliot Gould. I know this man. I seen him in American History X in 98.
That's
yes.
Long career. He was in The Long Goodbye in 73 and Ocean's 11 in 01.
He's been, I love Ocean's 11 just for the record. He's been in so much. I know a lot of people love Friends. He's Monica and Ross's dad in Friends.
Okay.
And it's terrible because I always think I wouldn't go to the prom with you if you were Elliot Gould from The Simpsons. And that man had nothing to do with that.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
They were talking on the commentary. Mick Garris was saying that people were critiquing Elliot Gould's performance as Stuart Ullman because they said it was so stiff. And it's like, that's the character.
Yeah, I don't agree with that assessment.
No,
not at
He's
all.
very uptight, but
Yes.
like that, it doesn't come off as bad acting. It
No.
comes off as, oh, this guy's a fucking like tight ass.
Yes, yeah.
And I think that it is interesting, his casting, because I don't see, at least my understanding or his public persona as a human being,
Yeah.
this is so far removed
Yeah.
from what I know of Elliot Gould.
Yeah.
And so it is interesting to see him play kind of an asshole here.
Yeah.
Steven Weber had also said that he was so excited to work with him and that Elliot Gould was there for one day.
Really?
Because he's only in one scene.
That's true.
They start down the stairs together, and when Jack muses that it's an interesting form of the game they're playing, Ullman explains that it's called Denver croquet. It was invented by a man named Horace Derwent. As they stroll across the grounds, he continues that as with Derwent himself, everything in the game is larger than life. As a matter of fact, it's twice the size of ordinary croquet. He says that kids love it and most adults grow to love it too, but it's harder than it looks because of the size of the ball. It's funny that Derwent was like, croquet, but make it bigger. And we're like, hell yeah, dude. That's Denver croquet, bitch. Like, that's just really funny.
Yeah, not much has changed.
We're saying he invented this.
No, he adapted it.
Rules are still the same.
This is Stephen King's croquet.
Suddenly, he asks if Jack's wife fully understands what Jack is going to be taking on. And then there's the matter of his son. Jack assures Ullman that Wendy is an extraordinary woman. Ullman questions if his son is also extraordinary, and Jack reasons that they would like to think so. With the Overlook looming behind him, Ullman stops walking and turns to Jack. He assumes that Jack doesn't care much for him, and he imagines that few on his staff do. They regard him as a bit of a bastard. Jack is lost for words, but Ullman says that his staff is right. You have to be in order to run a hotel like this in the manner it deserves. He looks up at the Overlook with reverence and says that it is a great hotel. A croquet player played by Tim Perovich yells, "Good shot," before swinging his mallet and striking the ball in the grass. But Jack shifts his attention back to Ullman. He asks if it was Horace Derwent who built the hotel, in addition to inventing Denver croquet. But Ullman corrects him. Not at all. The Overlook has been here nearly since the turn of the century. Horace Derwent is the man that rescued it from extinction. After World War II, he renovated it, and he turned it into a showplace, and it's run in the black since 1975. He adds that they'd like to keep it that way. Jack broaches carefully that if Mr. Ullman has something he wants to say, he can just come out and say it. So Ullman does. Last winter, the Overlook saw a grotesque tragedy. The caretaker, but Jack interrupts. He knows. The caretaker Grady did a little home dental work with a shotgun. Ullman realizes that Watson's been talking, but he confirms that what he said about Grady is true, and he admits that he's made a mistake. Grady was a drunk. At this, Jack lowers his gaze and sighs. He reasons that he guesses he should have known, but wasn't Ullman told that Jack and the bottle have parted company? Ullman counters that alcoholics never really part company with the bottle, correct? They just go to their meetings and hope nothing pushes them over the edge. He warns that in the winter, the Overlook is full of edges.
Chef's kiss.
Great line.
That line. I did want to say, we don't really know Ullman's knowing or relationship with Grady. And so I thought it was really fucking callous for Jack to say that during a job interview.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, dude.
Despite his own strenuous objections, the hotel board already hired Jack, and he tells Jack that he's a beneficiary of their politically correct times. Jack sighs and rolls his eyes, but Ullman isn't through. He laments the board's decision to put an alcoholic, less than a year away from his last drink, in charge of one of the greatest resort hotels in America. He asks if he can be frank, and Jack replies, "Why stop now?" It's like, you're not already being frank?
Yeah.
Without missing a beat, Ullman admits that it makes him sick. He turns and starts to walk back toward the hotel. Jack follows, stammering that he can't believe he's hearing this, but Ullman interrupts. He implores Jack to look at it from his standpoint. He's told that when Jack drinks, he becomes emotionally unstable. Jack tries to counter that he's no longer drinking, but Ullman steamrolls him. He asks if Jack was teaching at that prep school in Vermont. That was his last job. He beat up a student quite badly, and wasn't that less than 5 months ago, after he'd quit drinking?
I understand. Again, Ullman, he's got to stick up his ass.
Mm-hmm.
He is very, very thorough and particular about all things about this hotel.
Yeah.
But that's exactly what his job is.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And you understand his trepidation when it comes to Jack and his history.
Mm-hmm.
But you also understand Jack trying to go on the straight and narrow path.
And he is.
And do his very best to not repeat the past.
Yeah.
People can change and people can be rehabilitated. From Ullman's point of view, I can also see that Jack does not look good on paper.
Right.
Especially if he's like, no, alcohol was the problem. And it's like, oh, well, you beat the shit out of your student after you stopped drinking, though. So is it alcohol or is it you?
Well, but let's hear what the student did. Because this is fucking wild.
Well,
I thought.
My note was, Jack puts his hands on the youth.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we find out, and I was like, all right.
As shame shadows Jack's features, we drift back to the past. In a parking lot, we pan down the length of Jack's car, parked in its assigned space. In voiceover, he mentions George Hatfield, who had been cut from the debating team at Stovington. He took it personally. We find George Hatfield, played by Thomas Herrera, squatting on the other side of Jack's car and plunging a knife into his tire. He grins as the air hisses out loudly. But Jack comes around the corner, demanding to know what the hell he's doing. He pushes George down onto the blacktop and pummels his face. We get a quick cut of the croquet mallet smacking the ball as Jack's fists draw blood from George's stunned face. When Jack finally gets control of himself, George scampers away and the school bell rings.
That's beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not framed in a way that's like he got a question wrong in class and then Jack just went insane.
Right.
Yeah.
He slashed his tires. Zach Braff beat up that kid on Punk'd and we still love him on Scrubs.
That's right.
So, I mean, everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, and then too, to see that,
Yeah.
he's actively slashing your tires.
Yes.
Because he got cut from the debate team.
That wasn't much of a debate. He didn't, I mean, what the
5 months later, standing outside the Overlook with Ullman, his eyes lowered, Jack explains that was the last of the storms. Until then, he wasn't going to those meetings Ullman mentioned. He was on what the old-timers call the dry drunk, and a bad one. It took him losing his teaching job to bring him to AA, but since then, Ullman interrupts, his features pinched and his voice dry. Everything's been rosy. But Jack counters, no, not rosy, bearable. Ullman warns that Jack isn't going to find any AA meetings out here once the snow starts to fly. But Jack protests that he will. There are 3 800 number meetings here during the week. He'll also be talking to a sponsor on the phone, and he'll have the big book and his family. He says that Wendy and Danny are the most important thing, and he'll have his play. He's trying to write a play.
So he's already done his research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Stephen King had said that he AA is a big help and a big tool for Jack Torrance, but it's not mentioned in the book at all because when he wrote the book, he did not know that AA existed.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
He says that this winter, he won't only be taking care of the Overlook, but he'll be taking care of himself and his family, and he won't be doing any of it for Ullman. Ullman admits that he actually finds that rather comforting. He turns and walks away, leaving Jack to muse. I thought that you would. Croquet balls clatter against each other as we leave the Overlook and descend on the Poplar Apartments. Inside, Danny Torrance, played by Cortland Meade, asks his mother, Winifred Wendy Torrance, played by Rebecca De Mornay, if he can go outside.
Cortland Meade. He was in The Little Rascals in 94.
Really?
He was also in Karina in 94. And he did 127 episodes of Recess.
Wow.
That's
Dude,
right.
I used to love Recess. They said that he was 8 when they started filming and turned 9 during filming, which is funny because he's playing a 7-year-old, and in the book he's 5.
Did anyone else think he looked like Little Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
Dude, I can see.
Yeah.
I can see that.
I couldn't stop thinking it.
And Rebecca De Mornay, she was in Identity.
She was.
Yeah, we talked about her there. She was also in The Hand That Rocks the Cradle from 92 and Backdraft from 91.
Stephen King had said this was another big issue that he had with Kubrick's Shining was the way that he treated Wendy in the film. He said that he wrote Wendy as kind of a version of his own wife. She was supposed to be strong and be her husband's equal. Besides, I guess, the role of the Overlook Hotel, Rebecca De Mornay was the first person cast for the miniseries.
Oh.
She said that she was doing interviews with entertainment journalists at a hotel when she was approached by a publicist who said that Stephen King was here and he really wanted to meet her. So she went into a meeting room and Stephen King comes in with Mick Garris. He says that he's a huge fan of hers and he wants her to be in his next movie. Rebecca De Mornay is like, okay, sure. But she's thinking it's like this hollow, let's do lunch kind of a thing. But 2 years later, she sent the script. And Stephen King has always publicly said that she was his first choice to play Wendy Torrance.
She does great.
She does.
Yeah, she does.
And I think she takes on so much in this film. When we talk about running the gamut of emotions,
Yes.
she goes through a lot.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I am missing from here, I'll be honest, was the cigarette ash. I never seen it, and I was waiting because that gave me anxiety when we seen
Yes,
it.
Right.
Yes. Wendy looks up from the kitchen counter, flowers streaking her face and dusting her hands when she claps them together. She asks if Danny will stay in the front yard where she can see him, and he says that he will. She grins and goes to her son, asking if he's waiting for Dad, and Danny says that he is. But his attention shifts to the easel in the living room with the sketch of a bowl of fruit on it. He asks, "What you drawing?" Wendy tells him, "Fruit." "What you making?" "Chicken pie for dinner." Danny is like, can you leave out the peas? And Wendy says that she will. He starts to walk to the door, but Wendy stops him. She asks if his dad got the job. Danny says that he did. Him and the man he talked to didn't like each other, but he got the job. She asks if he's sure, and when Danny says that he is, she celebrates with a yay! She looks down at the paper plane in his hand and offers to fix it for him, but Danny tells her that it's okay. His dad will fix it when he gets home. Danny tells him that she's got some tape if he changes his mind, and Danny's like, okay, but he turns toward the door and tells her, draw good fruit. When she tells him to stay out front where she can see him, he assures her that he will. And once he leaves out the door, Wendy returns to the kitchen.
This is another thing that kind of surprised me a little bit, is kind of Wendy being aware of a superpower ability.
Yeah.
This, well, we'll learn later, has a name.
Yeah.
But I remember, at least in Kubrick's adaptation, it was kind of more a secret.
Right.
I remember him being in the bathroom and knowing that Jack was going to call, right? And then That's when Wendy finds out about the job, not her being, hey, use that power to tell me.
Yeah.
Did he get the job?
And not only embracing it, but trusting it too. 'Cause
Yeah.
when he's sure, she's like, yes, like, thank God. Like, she believes him. She doesn't know how he knows, but she trusts that he does know.
I do like that in this over the movie. I am glad that it's, like you said, tea out in the open, that she does listen to Danny, and it's more of a, so what's going on? Instead of it being like, stop, because when your dad gets here, whatever.
And again, that's something that's explored in Dr. Sleep through Abra and her mom.
That's right.
Where she's asking questions about her grandmother.
Yeah. As promised, Danny goes outside playing with his paper plane and sits down in the swing hanging from the tree in front of the apartments. Inside, Wendy sketches and chuckles at her son's words, draw good fruit, before leaning back in her chair and sighing sadly. Danny is still sitting in the swing and playing with his plane. When he hears a vehicle, he perks up but deflates when it's just a colorful truck and not his father.
I was a little disturbed that in this playtime, the plane is going through a lot. One of the wings or engines is failing, and he's calling into the tower. It's like, hey, dude.
You got to up the drama, man.
I guess so. But with all of the powers that Danny has, it's like, is this happening somewhere?
It's like, let's just play safe. Okay.
Yeah,
Just in case. He returns to his plane, and Wendy watches him from the window as we float back into her memory. Wendy is in her robe in the bathroom. She steps out happily, but when she hears Jack's voice boom, "Look at this mess," she turns with worry. Danny cries out that he's sorry. He didn't mean to. He was just trying to fix up his desk for a surprise. Wendy dashes down the stairs in slow motion as Jack yells that he went off to use the phone, and this is what he comes back to. He bellows, "Answer me, you damn pup. I'll fix you." There is smacking and clattering when Jack cries out for Danny to get over here and take his medicine. Danny wails, and when Wendy rounds the corner, she finds her son crying, cowering in the corner of Jack's office and holding his arm. She demands to know what Jack did. He apologizes. It's just since that George Hatfield thing, he can't seem to. But Wendy has found the liquor bottle on Jack's desk. She takes it, saying breathlessly that she can't believe him. She asks again what he did to Danny. Her own voice echoes in her memory as Wendy watches Danny through the window. But we return to the past when a fidgety Jack stands in the doorway of his son's bedroom. He asks, "Are you awake, Doc?" We pan down to find Danny sleeping soundly in his bed with his stuffed animal and a white cast around his broken arm. Jack buries his face in his hand. In their bed that night, Wendy cries quietly. She wipes the tears from her face and declares to her husband that she is never going to another emergency ward, and she's never going to lie for him again either. She reminds him that he said he didn't need the meetings and that he could stop on his own. Lying on his back and staring at the ceiling, Jack admits that he was wrong. He says that he never in all Danny's life did anything like that to him before. Wendy says that that's the only reason she is still in this bed with him, still in this house with him, still in this life with him. But if anything like this ever happens again, she is packing her bags and leaving with Danny. Jack assures her that she won't need to. Wendy asks what he means, and Jack says that he will leave, one way or the other. He rolls over away from Wendy, leaving her to question what he's talking about. But Jack is talking about not being able to stand himself like this. Wendy is right. It's got to end, one way or the other. So this is terrible and very dark and obviously represented in Kubrick's version and in the novel. But I think that it gives a lot of reasoning behind Wendy's character and her motivations and maybe both skepticism and hopefulness. But like this thing of, yeah, we're on a new page and we're trying to start over. But this thing did happen.
Yeah.
And probably that like innate fear that something like this could happen again, because it is fucking awful.
It is. I like what she's saying because it, like you're saying, it is her being like, I'm trying, dude. And it is that her being like, the only reason I'm here is because you stopped.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, damn, you, again, I do like this, Wendy. You're like, I feel for you because hearing you say that is real shit. Hey, dude, you are trying, so I'm going to try. But let's not forget what the fuck happened.
This is also kind of outing Jack for lying to Ullman, too. I mean, not that it's any of Ullman's fucking business, really, but it hasn't been 5 months.
No.
George Hatfield was 5 months ago, and that drove him to drink, and that's when he broke Danny's arm.
Yeah.
And I do feel this one way or another is very troubling, but also very real, what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this scene is pretty crucial.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. We go back to present day where Wendy watches Danny playing in the front of the building. She goes into Jack's office and finds a bottle in his desk, Colorado iced tea. Wendy unscrews the lid and takes a sniff. When she's not satisfied, she raises the bottle to her lips and tastes it. When it's really nothing but tea, she can't help but laugh a little and sigh.
Yo, that was a big ass bottle of tea. It's like those Arizona teas that are gigantic cans for like 25 cents.
Yeah.
those are good.
Dude, and that CEO's like, if you change the price, I'll kill you.
Yeah,
like, he fucking means it. So maybe this is what's going on here.
Yeah.
That's where it came from.
Yeah. And again, it's so sad because she can't even just trust a label.
Yeah.
Stephen King had said that the suspicion that Wendy has about Jack's drinking is from Stephen King's own experience with his wife being married to an alcoholic, him.
Okay.
He said that he wrote The Shining as, this is a direct quote from him, a raving, active drunk that hadn't discovered the wonderful world of drugs yet. But he made it clear that at the time of the miniseries, he was completely clean. Mm-hmm. But it is interesting. And we were talking off mic. T had brought this up too about how personal this is, about how much of Stephen King is in Jack Torrance. And that's probably why he's like, look, dude, y'all, you can fuck around with other books, but not this one. Like the fact that he's writing the character that's based on him, that character's wife, based on his own wife, reflecting of how she must be feeling being married to him. Mm-hmm. Like it is very deep.
Yeah.
And there is a lot of speculation that I've read where some critics think that Kubrick puts the onus more on Jack in his film, which is also a little too close to home and too personal for Stephen King to have wanted to see at the time too. I
can see that. I think that even in the novel, Jack is not blameless. I think the book is just as much about his own demons as it is the whatever the hell's going on in the Overlook.
Right.
Like the darkness is feeding off of each other. So I mean, I don't know. It could be, or it could just be that he's like, look, this is my baby, and you didn't fucking get it. I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like the miniseries kind of puts it. The Overlook is a very powerful place.
It is.
And I think it is so powerful that it might, in a small way, maybe absolve Jack of some of the stuff that
They share the blame for sure.
It's like 75-25.
Yeah.
It's waking up something that is in him.
Right.
And if it weren't already in him, it wouldn't be able to exploit it. So it's both.
Okay.
It's a duet. But Wendy looks over the contents of his desk, the wooden plate that reads "One Day at a Time," the typewriter, the stack of papers from the play he's writing. Wendy takes the papers and settles down in Jack's chair to read them. In the front yard, Danny is still entertaining himself with his paper plane. But he stops when he hears someone call his name. Danny looks up and asks, "What do you want? I'm here." He looks around with wide eyes, but when the voice whispers his name again, Danny's eyes roll back to whites. One hand grips the rope suspending the swing, and the other goes limp, dropping his plane as his body goes slack. He shudders as he hears the echo of a croquet mallet against the ball and the celebratory cry, "Good shot!" The voice whispers to him again, "Danny," before finally calling him louder, "Danny!" Danny lifts his lolling head and opens his eyes to find Tony, played by Will Horniff, floating in midair and dressed like George Costanza a little.
I was going to say, 90s fashion icon George Costanza?
Will Horniff, he was in Born to Be Wild in 95 and The Sandlot in 93.
Hey!
Yeah.
He drifts in front of a yellow sign warning, slow, children. Danny's like, hi, Tony, what do you want? So this floating figure is not a surprise for him to see.
Right.
So that's interesting. Tony watches Danny through the circle lenses of his glasses before turning to the sign behind him. He waves his arm over it and the words on the sign warp and become a black skull and crossbones. Danny tells Tony that he's scaring him, and Tony apologizes. I know, Doc. I'm sorry, but I have to. He waves his arm over the sign again, and it becomes completely black. We press in on this darkness to find a haze of falling snow. Through the snow, we see the faint outline of the sprawling Overlook Hotel. Tony warns, stay away, Danny. Stay away. Danny's eyes are rolled back again as he leans back on the swing, still clutching onto the rope. We see what he's being shown. We glide down a hallway in the Overlook Hotel as Al Jolson croons, toot toot tootsie. We linger on a fire hose coiled up on a shelf on the wall. But suddenly, the hose animates and turns to us, snapping sharp metallic teeth. Danny is bathed in a bright light on the swing, his head lolling back and his plane dropped below his feet. He groans in weak protest. No, Tony, no. But we are in the Overlook hallway again, gliding past the closed wood doors. A deep and distorted voice cries out, come out and take your medicine. Come out here, you damn little pup. It warns that he's only making it worse for himself. I'll find you, and when I do, by God, you'll take your medicine now. We reach the end of the hall and turn to find the shadow of a man approaching, clutching a croquet mallet. On the swing, Danny's eyes fly open, and he screams, no! But when he looks around, fully back to himself, the Overlook is forgotten, and Tony is gone.
This sequence was very successful for me.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this transition through the sign into the darkness of the surrounding space of the Overlook.
Yeah.
The shot of the Overlook in the snow, this horrible premonition of what is to come.
Mm-hmm.
And also this visual representation of a spotlight being Danny's shine.
Yeah.
That is good. Yeah.
I thought that was really neat. The hose.
Okay.
I see why Kubrick left some things out.
We'll get there.
We'll
Yeah.
get there. But all in all, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, I did like that as well. There is sometimes that I think what I did find funny, but I guess I don't know if I want to say that I like it a little more, but when they do have these visions or whatever, we're just straight worked out.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it's something that happens later, but when we see Danny do this a couple of times, he is like fully
He's gone.
Yeah. Instead of it being in a different way.
A rumbling engine sounds, and when the car rolls up this time, it is Jack behind the wheel. Danny jumps off the swing and rushes excitedly to his father. He peers in through the passenger window as Jack puts the car in park and asks how his son is doing. But when Danny's eyes drop to the groceries in the passenger seat, his smile drops and his face twists in terror. He doesn't see groceries at all. He sees a bloody croquet mallet. He stares at it fearfully, not answering Jack when he asks if he's okay. He's still standing like that, his small hands gripping the door, staring at the seat in front of him. When Jack walks over and stands behind him, asking if he's all right, it's suddenly just a bag of groceries again. Danny turns and assures his father that he's okay. Jack picks him up and throws him into the air, and Danny cries out happily and giggles, but Wendy has come outside and warns from behind him. Don't drop him, Jack. Jack sets Danny down and kisses Wendy deeply. Danny comments in disgust. Kissin'. And Jack agrees. That's what he's been missing. He tells Danny to go get the groceries, and when he asks if he can get it by himself all the way up the stairs, Danny assures him that he can. When he walks toward the apartments carrying the brown grocery bag, Jack hails his son, Doc Torrance, the world's strongest man.
I personally have never seen a more horrified kid in my life.
No.
So,
Are you okay? Yeah, no.
yeah,
I'm good.
dude, it's fine. Oh, yeah, okay, cool. And then just breeze right past that. That's unbelievable.
He's like, I don't have time for whatever you're going through right now.
I got the job.
And one bag of groceries is enough?
Apparently.
Yeah, that's wild. If only, right?
Yes. No.
Jack and Wendy smile after Danny before turning to each other. Wendy is certain, you got it. Jack agrees that he was a lock, but she knew that, didn't she? Wendy says that she didn't know that, and neither did Jack. As Danny struggles to get the door open and slip inside, she reminds Jack that a strong enough call from Ullman could have reversed the board's decision, regardless of Jack's old drinking buddy, Al. Jack asks if Wendy got all that from Little Kreskin, referring to Danny, but Wendy says no, and what Danny has didn't come from outer space. Maybe she has a little of it too. Maybe they both do.
So Kreskin was a mentalist.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack, it seems like he's like saying this as almost like a throwaway, like he's not really buying into it completely.
Yeah.
And Wendy, on the other hand, seems to have more of faith in the possibility that there's something more than what it appears.
Yeah.
But this little back and forth I was not really a fan of, because in the novel, I recall it's more of a string of thoughts through another character speculating the possibilities of these things.
Okay.
And so it just seems like, I don't know, trying to present this information through dialogue just doesn't really work for me.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what? I might also have a little taste of that.
I get that. I think the way that it was written, I took it as because he was like, oh, well, you knew because of Danny. And her being like, well, maybe I have a little bit of it too. I could have known on my own.
Don't like it.
You're just shaking your head?
I don't like it.
Jack puts his arm around Wendy, and as they walk up to the apartment building, he asserts that Danny did know that he got the job, didn't he? Wendy confirms this. He said that Jack and Ullman didn't like each other, but that he did get the job. Jack scoffs that Ullman is one vicious son of a... But Wendy covers his mouth.
I'm just talking about Ullman.
And I can dig it. She points out that when Jack's job starts, he'll never even have to see Ullman. And Jack thanks God for small favors. We cut to Jack's car parked at a curb as he uses the payphone next to it. Once he punches in a number, a phone rings inside of a large house. Inside, Al Shockley, played by Jan Van Sickle, answers it and accepts the charges. He asks Jack how it went with Ullman, and while Jack said that he made it very clear that he didn't approve of hiring an alcoholic for what he feels is the world's greatest hotel, he still got the job, and he wanted to call and thank Al.
The links that they go to show the class divide between Al and Jack.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you'll have to speak up, Jack. I'm talking on my solid gold phone because he is.
Yes.
He actually is.
Al reminds him of what they say at the AA meetings. Jack shouldn't thank him. He should thank his higher power. But Jack reasons that in this case, his higher power is the board of directors and Al himself, so he thanks him again. And if he can't finish his play snowed in all winter, he doesn't know if he'll ever be able to. Al assures Jack that he will be able to finish it, but he has a serious question for him. Did he tell Ullman that he had a slip before he left Vermont? Jack pauses. In his memory, Jack is looking down at Danny, cowering in the corner of his office and cradling his broken arm. As Danny looks up at him, Jack asks, "You okay, Doc?" But back on the phone, Jack finally admits that he did not tell Ullman about his slip. Al decides that that might not be so good. He reminds Jack again of something else they say in the meetings: honesty in all our affairs.
I understand what Al is saying, but why the fuck would I mention that to Ullman during a job interview?
Yeah.
When he's already...
When he's already made it very clear that he does not trust me. He holds, my addiction against me. Yeah, no, no.
There's a little distaste.
Yeah.
And again, and Jack kind of makes the point in a little bit, some people don't ever have to worry about things like this. Mm-hmm. But for regular ass people, we don't have the luxury of being like, all right, here's the thing. I know I look real bad on paper, so I'm gonna just lay it out on the table. It's like, no, you have to be judicious about what you share and what you say, because I need this fucking job to support my family.
Yeah. Why put another hurdle in my way?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jack shifts uncomfortably before telling Al that sometimes honesty is a luxury. He really needs this job. And anyway, Ullman never really came out and asked him. Al backs off. He asks if Jack is making his meetings, and Jack says that he is, every night. He breaks off the call, excusing that he's got milk and a quart of ice cream here that's already starting to get warm. Al understands. He tells Jack to have a great winter up there and tells his friend that if he ever needs to talk about their mutual problem, he's got his number. Jack agrees that he does. He thanks Al again for everything and hangs up the phone. As soon as the call is disconnected, he mutters to himself sourly, "Yeah, easy for you, isn't it, checkbook kid?" Which, like, I get the frustration.
Mm-hmm.
But Jack has this simmering, like, resentment for Al and for Wendy and while it is understandable, it's like, that's poison, dude. Like, it's really bad.
Yeah.
Like, you got to work that out.
100%. But then in the same way that we talked about Ullman and understanding his perspective, Al really is just trying to help him.
He is.
He is.
He just, from his perspective, he can't understand why Jack honestly made the right decision by not being fully transparent.
Yeah.
But to me, I think that is just a really good example of writing well-rounded characters, even in minor roles, to where they're not just these caricatures of just like, oh, well, Al's this rich asshole, Ullman is this tight-ass idiot.
Yeah.
You know, that it really is, you can see the perspective from both sides.
Right.
And kind of understand where both people are coming from.
Yeah.
Including Jack.
Yeah.
Jack steps out of the phone booth and realizes that he's outside of a tavern. The neon signs in the window show a depiction of a martini and the promise of ice-cold beer. Jack walks up to the window and peers inside beneath the sign. Just as he does, a man spins around on his stool, putting his back to the bar. He fixes Jack with a bright smile, lifts his glass of beer to him, and takes a drink. Jack nods at the man, his inner turmoil forecast on his face. But still, Jack resists the temptation. He turns and walks back to his car.
I don't know you. Why the hell did you turn around and look at me like that?
It was like, come on in, Jack.
It was too perfect.
Yeah.
We find him behind the wheel of his car on October 8th, driving through the countryside and finally on the mountain roads up to the Overlook Hotel as a hopeful score plays. But the score dies away when the car behind Jack's begins to honk at him. Jack shoots a glance back, telling the driver to get off his butt, but Danny speaks up from the back seat. He tells his father that it's okay. Let him sit on it and rotate. Wendy is like, Daniel Torrance!
Well, that's wild.
She asks where he heard that, and Danny snitches immediately. Elmer Martin at daycare. Wendy warns him not to say it anymore. When Danny asks why, Wendy tells him that it's not nice, and Jack shoots her a look. Like, he looks annoyed with her.
It's not nice.
It's not.
not.
As soon as the car behind him is able, he passes Jack, honking his horn obnoxiously and yelling for him to get off the road. Jack presents 3 fingers and tells the driver to read between the lines, but he's long gone. The rest of the cars behind Jack take the opportunity to pass him as well. And that did make me laugh.
It's like, maybe you're the problem.
Yeah, how slow are you driving, dude?
Their car's fucked up.
Yeah, but then you can't get mad.
Yeah, no.
When they all did it, I was like, oh, that guy wasn't.
Yeah.
When something under the hood begins to clatter, Wendy says that it's the fuel pump. Jack assures her that it'll make it another 3 miles, so she just needs to relax. Wendy fires back. Look who's talking. But when Jack lowers his hand to her thigh, she grins and removes it, telling him, get away, fly. Danny calls out to his mom as they go by a sign reading entering Sidewinder Pass. When he asks, she reads it for him, and Jack adds that this is as far as the snowplows go in the wintertime. The road is closed from here all the way to Buckland, Utah. Danny understands that that's why the Overlook is just a summertime hotel, right? And Jack agrees. Wendy asks if the pantry is fully stocked, and Jack says, of course it is. Why? Wendy just explains that she doesn't want them to end up like the Donner Party. Leaning over the seat so that he's between them, Danny questions, who are the Donners and what kind of party did they have? Wendy can't help but laugh. Jack reasons that it was a kind of dinner party. Danny giggles that the Donners had a dinner. It was a Donner dinner. Jack grins that that's exactly what it was. This shot is almost identical to
Kubrick's.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little surprised.
This and a lot of the overhead of this curved road.
Yeah.
Part of it I think is like a little acknowledgement and homage maybe.
Right, because he said he does love the film.
Yeah, because you can't get away from it.
Yeah.
Garris loves the film.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
I was happy that he was a little more chill here instead of, again, I know I'm trying not to, but because that was the thing that was like, well, he's already aggravated. Whatever, but here, him being chill and them just being a family, I was like, okay, cool. This helps their dynamic.
Mm-hmm. And it makes the contrast
Yeah.
much bigger.
When they pass another sign, Danny asks what it says, and Jack answers this time. The sign says that they stop and take a look at where they're going to spend the winter. He pulls the car over next to a blue sign that reads, Scenic Lookout. The Torrance family gets out of the car and steps onto the wooden platform overlooking the mountains and the forest. Jack points at the heart of it, the clearing where the Overlook Hotel presides. He tells Wendy, there it is. She looks at it before kissing her husband and resting her head on his chest.
Talk about an overlook.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
I will say, because I think they get a little distracted, like necking or whatever, but the slats and that railing are like double child size.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God. Yes.
I'm
We're not going
afraid
anywhere. No.
as a full-grown adult.
I did notice that too. I was like, man, that railing is not safe.
It was stressing me the
Yeah.
fuck out. But Danny is staring at the hotel, his breathing intensifying as his eyes grow wide. He hears overlapping whispers. Red rum. Join us, Danny. Come out, you damn pup. As a dark cloud amasses over the hotel, Tony calls out to Danny repeatedly. Danny's head snaps up when Tony finally yells, Hey, Doc! Tony is floating just beyond the wooden railing of the lookout. He warns Danny that it's dangerous, and he wants him to stay away from there. Danny points out that Tony knows that he can't. A loud scream echoes, and Danny flinches as the plank beneath his feet gives way and he slips.
It was bound to happen.
Yeah.
But, dude, I'm sorry. I'm a little pissed off at Tony right now. It's like, I'm a fucking kid. What do you expect me to do? Tell my parents, Dad, you can't take the job. My imaginary friend was talking to me, telling me.
And I do get that, but at the same time, it's like, if Wendy believes you, why are you not saying anything?
Maybe also that's,
well,
yeah.
I think that Danny, and I think he says it, that he feels, he knows what this job means. He knows that they're fucked without this job because Jack got fired from his teaching position.
But that's scary shit.
No,
It is.
yeah.
Very
but he's
much.
like, if he doesn't get this job, we're screwed.
Yeah.
I think that's maybe why it kind of works better for me in Kubrick's film, that it is almost, at least my memory of it, someone will tell me I'm wrong, but if it's more of a secret that is kind of shared between Danny and another character.
Okay.
That we'll meet in just a minute.
Right.
As opposed to Wendy being all in on it, understanding that he can even predict things that are happening in the moment. I think that this makes it a little more easier to understand why he wouldn't say anything. This is my secret thing that I've kept.
Right.
That I haven't really told you about that you think are more maybe medical or physical episodes.
Right. Okay.
That's totally fair. I think that so much of The Shining is an allegory, and it just makes me feel like Danny having all this information or being shown these things, but still feeling responsible enough to be like, I cannot tell them because we are struggling so badly. And if he doesn't get this job, I don't know where we're going to live or what's going to happen. It is kind of, mirrors the responsibility a kid would feel toward, discord in their parents' marriage, or hearing their parents worry about money or, things like that, where kids do hear things or and take it upon themselves. And so I feel like that's kind of what Danny's doing.
Yeah.
But Jack grabs Danny and pulls him back from the railing, chuckling that he's a little too close to the edge there. He almost fucking fell off of the lookout.
Yeah, dude.
I'm like, we are not treating this with the... Danny almost died.
He's like, kissing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Danny. That's what you're missing is your son.
But Wendy goes to her son and asks sincerely if he's all right. Danny says that he's fine. Let's go. They start to walk back to the car and Wendy and Jack follow him holding hands. They get back inside and continue their ride to the Overlook Hotel. While Jack and Wendy sit happily in the front seat, Danny has both hands pressed against his window in the back, looking worriedly through the glass.
The least observant parents.
Yeah.
He was just sitting up in the seat talking and laughing with them, and now he's having an existential crisis in the front seat. And nobody's, they're just like, can't wait to get to the hotel.
Which room is going to be ours?
A tense score plays as we look up at the overlook from various angles, lingering on its high windows and the topiary animals on its green lawn. Jack pulls into the parking lot and parks next to a truck. Danny sits stressed in the back seat, but Wendy commends Jack for being right about the fuel pump and hung right in there. Jack says that he guesses he was, but for the last 5 miles, he did have his doubts. Danny points out the trimmed hedge animals and asks what they are. Jack teaches his son that it's called a topiary. They're animals made out of hedges. Wendy and Danny get out of the car and Wendy asks, aren't they cool? Danny stares at them and his face is twisted in disgust despite his words. They sure are. Wendy lowers herself next to Danny and asks if he's sure he's all right. Jack answers for him. He's fine. He thanks God that Ullman is gone. It's the cook, Halloran, that's supposed to meet them and show them around. They stand together, looking at the hotel, and Jack shares with Danny that it was those topiary that made Uncle Al think of him for the job. He used to work for a landscaping company when he was in college. He says that he used to trim this lady's topiary. He fixes his gaze on Wendy, remarking that, in fact, he used to trim that lady's topiary once a week, sometimes twice. Wendy laughs and tells him again, "Get away, fly." But Danny wonders if she had nice hedges, and Jack sighs. Well, they were. Wendy just laughs harder, leaving Danny to wonder what he said. Chill out,
yeah,
guys.
Dude.
Is this about your wife or somebody else?
Yeah.
What the fuck's going on?
He's having fun with it is all I know.
The adults dismiss this as they walk up to the hotel. They pass through a playground that Wendy boasts Danny will have all to himself. He won't have to wait in line to go down that slide. Jack reasons that that's not bad, huh? Danny agrees that it's cool. Jack proposes that they come back for their bags later. He wants to find this guy, Halloran. They walk up to the massive hotel, passing topiary that now seems a little sinister to Danny. When a bird flies by, he jumps and turns toward it. Jack jokes, asking if Danny thought the animals were coming to get him. But Danny says of course not. They're just hedges. Jack tells him that he's correct. Give the man a cigar and a blowtorch to light it with. Danny grins up at him as they walk through the front doors of the Overlook Hotel. In the spacious lobby, we linger on the decor and trail down a trembling and tinkling chandelier as the Torrances enter through the front. Immediately, a woman whispers Danny's name, and he cranes his neck, looking in the direction in horror. But Jack has begun his history lesson. The hotel was built in 1909, according to the guidebooks they give the guests. Wendy gushes that that's incredible, and with no one else here. She asks Jack if he's sure that there is someone here. But all three of them jump when Richard Dick Halloran, played by Melvin Van Peebles, comes into the room, one of the suitcases in his arms banging on the door.
Melvin Van Peebles, he wrote, directed, and starred in Sweet Sweetback's Badass Song in 71, Jaws the Revenge in 87, Posse from 93, and Panther from 95. This man's career.
Absolutely.
Holy shit.
And I do want to say we've gotten as far as Dick Halloran.
Mm-hmm.
Scatman Crothers, Carl Lumley, Melvin Van Peebles, and Chris Chalk. All every time that I've seen Halloran on screen, it's incredible.
Yeah, Dick's always standing.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the character.
Are you?
He is.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you?
There is nothing wrong with me. I just want for episode 300 to have 5% decorum, please. That's all.
It was until you made it dirty.
Yeah, that was weird.
He was just giving
Nobody
it up
has
for
ever
Dick.
said standing.
He's standing tall.
He was erect.
Oh,
Yes.
see, this is where I was just trying to applaud all incredible performances.
Yes, give it up for
Yes,
Dick.
yes.
You had
So he
something to say? I hope.
He presumes that they must be the Torrances. Jack says that they are. He introduces them all by their first names and takes the suitcases from Dick. Dick shakes hands with Wendy, and when she calls him Mr. Halloran, he pleads with her to call him Dick. But his attention is immediately drawn down to Danny. Danny puts out his hand, telling Dick that he's pleased to meet him. Dick shakes his hand and kneels down. He tells Danny to level with him. Is he really going to spend the entire winter here? Danny says that he is, but Dick says no. Danny's going to come down to St. Pete with him and learn to make the best Creole shrimp on earth. That is when he's not studying college girls in their bikinis.
So the first, he does lean down twice because of the edit, but we'll get past that. I thought that this could be maybe like a small, almost half warning to Danny.
Okay.
Like, you shouldn't
No, you're
be
coming with
here.
me.
Yeah.
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 I want to learn how to make the best Creole shrimp on earth, though.
Yeah.
It's like, Danny, you fool. Go with the man. Watson comes in behind him with more suitcases, and Jack takes them from him, introducing him to Wendy as the regular custodian. Wendy shakes his hand, and Danny puts out his. Dick has stepped back, though, and watches with some worry, while Watson puts his cowboy hat on Danny's head, wondering if he's a buckaroo or a tenderfoot. Danny admits that he guesses he's a tenderfoot because they're from Vermont.
I really respect Danny's honesty. So I gotta level with you, Mr. Watson. I've never worked a farm in my life.
He's like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't mean to give you the wrong impression.
Yeah, you gotta cut me some slack. I do appreciate you letting me wear your hat, though.
Wendy giggles and Jack agrees. The tenderest feet you ever saw. Watson puts his hat back on his own head. He guarantees Danny that he'll be a buckaroo by springtime, and then he'll be ready for a hat like this. But he might want one a little bit smaller, huh? Dick continues to watch uneasily. Watson blows his nose into his red handkerchief and excuses himself. He grabs the gold luggage cart with the intent of taking their stuff down to the cars, but Dick stops him. He'll take the stuff down, and Watson can show them the kitchen. Watson counters that the kitchen is Dick's territory, and Dick dismisses that he's seen it a zillion times. Besides, he needs some fresh air. When he tells Watson to just give him the keys, he hands them over. Dick starts to wheel the cart toward the doors while Watson leads Wendy and Jack toward the kitchen. When Dick asks Danny, "You want to give me a hand, Doc?" Danny looks to Wendy, reasoning, "If my mommy says I can." Wendy zips up Danny's sweater to protect him against the cold, but Jack is wondering how Dick knew that they called Danny Doc. Dick is like, "Oh, I heard it when you came in. I was in the back." He says the acoustics here are funny, but he'll see that soon for himself. And Jack just accepts this.
He does. Well, his explanation kind of fell down the stairs. You didn't have to tell him you were in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, shit. Also, the acoustics. That's the only thing that makes sense now.
Dick looks down at Danny, and we hear his voice without his lips moving. "Well, Doc, are you going to give me a hand, or are you just going to stand there?" Danny stares up at Dick, and despite the look of worry that crosses over his face, he takes his hand when it's offered. Watson, Wendy, and Jack go one way, and Dick and Danny leave out the front door. And in every iteration of this story, I cannot believe that they let this man take Danny away when they've known him for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the vibe that Halloran gives off because he just seems like the nicest guy in the world.
He really does, but a lot of people do to get what they want.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like I love Halloran. And I love Dick. But I'm just saying, that's what I was about to say, and I stopped myself and I said it anyway. But I'm just saying, as a parent,
I don't know why.
as a parent, it is appalling that they're just like, yeah, Danny, go ahead. That's fine. Go out with this man to his car.
Yes.
Also
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Well, if you're thinking about it too, in that case, they stood there and looked at each other for about 10, 15 seconds without moving.
Yeah.
And then they laughed. So I was like, what the fuck was that?
And Danny looked uneasy.
Dude, that happens a few times and nobody's like, why the fuck are they just looking at each other like that?
Yeah.
Nobody ever.
In the parking lot, Dick muses that Danny shines on harder than anyone he's ever met in his life. And come this January, he's going to be 60 years old. Mick Garris said that Melvin Van Peebles really was 60 years old and that he would get up early every single morning and go jogging around the property, and that he was a ladies' man, that he was funny, that like he was just everything.
Well, he's dressing nice as fuck right
the
here.
whole movie.
Yeah.
Call him Ranch because he be dressing.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't miss.
90s fashion icon, Dick Halloran?
But Danny doesn't understand. Shine on. Dick says that it's a knack after all. He just always called it the shine because his gram called it that. She had it too, and she had it strong. He says that when he was young like Danny, he used to sit in the kitchen with her and they'd have long talks without ever opening their mouths. Dick opens the back of Watson's vehicle and starts to place the suitcases inside. Danny wonders if he's the only one with it that Dick's ever met. When Dick says no, Danny asks if there are lots of people with it. Dick says that there's not, but you do run across them from time to time, like folks with 6 fingers on their hand, or eyes that aren't quite the same color or don't match up. Most folks that shine only shine a little, but he can feel it coming off of Danny like heat. Danny recoils at this, but Dick laughs that he bet Danny just about glows in the damn dark. Danny grins.
I did want to say for a moment, because I think it's actually a Cadillac, but I was like, is that a Plymouth Fury?
No, that's what I told your sister. When he goes to his car, I was like, please be Christine, please be Christine.
Yes.
And it's a 59 Caddy.
Okay.
And it's beautiful.
It is.
Oh my God. But I had the same thought.
Something cool, speaking of cars, the Torrance's Beetle, the license plate has the number 19 on it.
Okay.
Oh.
So I think it's a reference to the Dark Tower.
All
yeah,
things
yeah.
19.
Okay.
Dick goes to the shiny red checks notes 59 Caddy,
Yes.
parked next to them, and drops the rest of the suitcases into the back seat. He boasts to Danny that his Bessie came off the assembly line in 1959, and there's not a speck of rust on her. He asks, "Isn't she sweet?" And he adds in his mind, "Sweet as honey from the bee." Danny peers up at him and repeats it out loud. "Sweet as honey from the bee." Dick turns to look at Danny slowly, and Danny asserts, "That's what you said." Dick tells him that that's right. Suddenly, he tells Danny to give him a blast. When Danny doesn't understand, he explains. He wants Danny to think at him as hard as he can because he wants to see what he's got. It can be anything Danny wants, just as long as it's hard. So Danny closes his eyes and concentrates. His voice echoes in a loud cry. "Hi, Dick!" Dick jumps back in surprise as one of the taillights on his convertible busts spraying red glass. Danny is frightened, and he points out that Dick's nose is bleeding. He asks if he's okay. As Dick dabs away the blood from his nostril with his handkerchief, he assures Danny that he's fine. But Danny profusely apologizes for breaking a piece of Dick's car. He pleads with him not to tell his dad because his daddy might get mad. But Dick says that he's not going to tell his daddy anything. This is just between the two of them.
It's like, so the retail on that taillight is about maybe $150.
Yeah.
But he looks at the busted taillight, musing. "You did that." Danny says that he did. It happens sometimes when he thinks really hard. He shares that one time he was at a basketball game with his dad at his school and he got excited. We slip into the past where Danny sits next to his father in the stands watching the basketball game. Jack chomps on popcorn and Danny cheers, as excited as he described. But when the basketball player, played by Ken Solomon, launches himself into the air to dunk the ball, the glass backboard suddenly shatters. Glass rains down on the court and the excited fans sink back down into their seats, confused. Jack eyes his son, but says nothing. Back in the parking lot, Dick realizes that Danny isn't a pistol. He's an all-out atomic bomb. He asks Danny if he went as hard as he could. He didn't, did he? Danny admits that he didn't. At the last second, he got scared and held back. But Dick tells him it's a good thing he did. He probably would have torn Dick's poor head clean off.
Jeez.
Meanwhile, Watson is leading Wendy and Jack into the deep freezer in the kitchen. Wendy marvels that they could feed an army with the food inside. When she spots frozen meat with a bright red bow on it, she asks what it is. Watson says it's something special that Dick left them for their Christmas dinner. And in one of the smaller freezers, there's a capon for Thanksgiving. He says that they can get to the smaller freezers through the pantry. Wendy asks how many smaller freezers there are, and Watson chuckles that there's 3. The 3 of them step out of the freezer and into the kitchen, and Wendy and Jack watch as Watson fastens the lock at the top and bottom of the freezer doors. Once they're slid into place, Jack asks him if that's necessary, but Watson advises that you can't trust latches in the Overlook. Even heavy doors like these have a way of coming open. He shrugs. Drafts, I guess.
You know the history of this hotel.
Mm-hmm.
You're just going to excuse it away as simply drafts.
Yeah.
That locks in the hotel, which is a very important part of a hotel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are coming undone quite frequently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that even when he was asked directly about ghosts by Jack, he was like, "Nuh-uh."
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe it's just easier to be like, "Yeah, dude, this hotel's like fucking windy, man." Like I don't know.
Jack's like, this hotel is doing what to my wife?
It's breezy.
Oh, okay.
God damn it. He leads them through the kitchen, detailing the 3 stoves and 6 ovens, counting the microwave and the Dutch ovens. Wendy jokes, yeah, with the TV dinner in every one of them, because TV dinners are what she does best. She looks around, adding that she's going to have to leave a trail of breadcrumbs every time she comes in here. Watson allows that it's big, but it's still just a kitchen. Most of the stuff she won't even have to touch. He's like, and don't leave crumbs. We do have a rat problem.
We don't want to aggravate that.
Yeah.
He points out the pantry, the vegetable bin, the root cellar behind the trap door that's full of potatoes, the meat slicer, the food processor, the sinks, the dishwashers. But when he sees a piece of paper laid out on the counter, he goes to read it. He laughs that Dick left them a complete list of everything edible. He asks if she can read Dick's handwriting, and she does. 120 pounds of hamburger, 16 gallons of red-eye chili, and so forth. Lots of meat and lots of vegetables. Wendy laughs and shakes her head, reminding Watson that there's only 3 of them. But Watson reminds her that the roads here are going to be closed between late October and late April, and all the phone lines are above ground. They all blow over in the winter. He says that they've got a CB and they need to make damn sure it's working good. That's their big out in an emergency.
I got to be honest. I know, of course, that it's just going to be the 3 of them in this hotel.
Mm-hmm.
But when he sells it this way, that would make me almost want to reconsider.
Yeah. It's like, are we going to have a good time or are we screwed?
Yeah.
It's like, what's going on?
It's really scary. And like the stakes are like, that's it. Like,
And it's not like 2-3 months.
No.
October to April.
That's a while.
yeah.
A while.
And I don't know if I'm underestimating or overestimating, but like 6 months, 120 pounds of hamburger. I don't know if that's enough for just me.
That's not the only meat.
It better not be.
Eating burgers every day.
Yeah, dude. A pound of patty or whatever.
Burgers every day. Wendy starts to look uneasy, and Watson drives the point home that she's going to have to depend on herself. The Forest Service and the National Guards might get a chopper out here for an emergency, but with the crosswinds blowing off the Paiute Mountains to the west of them and the San Marcos Mountains to the south, they can't even count on that. He adds that they don't want to end up like the Donners, now do they?
Why are we bringing that up again?
That would
I
scare
know.
me. That would scare me. That we were just like
Yeah.
on the way up here, we were laughing about the Donners because that's appropriate.
Suddenly it's not so funny.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
no.
not at all. Not at all. Wendy has slipped her arm around Jack and is looking at Watson uneasily. They both chuckle humorlessly at this, and Wendy assures Watson that she does not. Jack tells the custodian not to scare the lady, but Watson insists that it's good to be a little scared sometimes. They know the Vermont winters, but up here it's different. Compared to Vermont, it's the dark side of the moon. He shuffles past them, intent on showing them the dining room because he thinks they're going to like it. Wendy and Jack follow Watson out of the room, but we linger behind in the kitchen, where once they're gone, the door slowly closes on its own with the resounding thud.
Ominous.
Yeah.
Watson's like, you can ignore that.
Yeah.
It's Wendy. Like I already
Right.
said, drafts.
Yeah.
You guys don't listen or what?
There's more of the hotel to see.
Yeah.
Right.
Sitting on the swings at the playground in front of the overlook, Dick shares that his Graham called it shining on. The Bible calls it having visions, and scientists call it precognition. But no matter what you call it, it's all the same thing. Danny offers seeing the future, but Dick corrects him. It's one possible future because the things you shine on don't always come to pass. Standing up, he says that at least that's how it is for him. He kneels in front of Danny so that they're eye level, and he implores Danny to listen to him. He's had some bad dreams here himself and some bad feelings. Maybe half a dozen times he's seen things, and while they're not real, they're not nice either. Danny asks what they are, but Dick refuses to go into detail. He said that once it had to do with the damn hedge animals, though, and he did see something in one of the rooms. He pleads with Danny not to go in that room and to steer clear. Danny wants to know which room it is, and Dick's like, never mind. But Danny knows. 217. It's 217, isn't it? Dick reasons. Maybe and maybe not, but Danny needs to promise that he won't go in. Danny promises.
But if you already know that Danny knows, like he's going to read your mind or he's going to like find out.
That's honestly, that's a very troubling thing. You can't keep anything from this kid.
No.
But I mean, honestly, maybe it is good to know and to tell him because it's like, this is the most dangerous room in the hotel.
Yeah.
And he mentioned something about the hedge animals. Steer clear. Don't never mind.
Yeah.
I can see both sides of wanting to give him all the information so that he can know that it's dangerous, but also not wanting to entice him. He's going to be here all fucking winter.
Right.
Yeah.
He's a little kid. Maybe he's like, oh, let's see what's behind the door, whatever.
Oh, you mean like Chief Wiggum's Forbidden Closet of Mystery?
Exactly. It just makes you want it more.
One thing I will say is every single adaptation or iteration of these two characters, I love so much their dynamic, this almost mentor and almost, I guess, protege in a way of guiding him through these powers.
Yeah.
I love that dynamic every single time. And I think that's why I appreciate it so much more when nobody else really talks about it
I
except
get that.
for Halloran and Danny.
I
Right.
get that. And Danny feeling seen and like
Yes.
putting words and understanding to this thing that he feels. It is really important.
Not Wendy using him like a magic 8-ball.
Oh, come on.
Outlook doubtful, Mom. It doesn't look...
Try again later.
I'm watching cartoons.
Taking a seat back on the swing next to Danny, Dick surmises that the Overlook is a funny place, and it's probably not the best place for a kid that's got The Shining. Roll credits. He says that Danny's dad needs the job, though, and Danny agrees that he really does. Dick assures Danny that he'll be all right if he can just keep a good head on his shoulders. What he means by that mostly is just remembering that anything he sees here can't hurt him. He asks Danny if he understands. Danny proposes, like pictures in a book. Dick tells him that that's right. People with The Shining see things like pictures in a book, and sometimes those pictures can be scary. Danny shares that his dad has a book with Bluebeard in it, and it had a picture of a man with the lady's head cut off. He says that his mom got mad at his dad for reading it to Danny. He says that he liked the story, but the picture did give him nightmares. Dick drives home that it was just a picture, though, right? And Danny agrees. Just a picture. Dick advises that if Danny were to see something scary here, he just needs to look the other way and count to 10. When he looks back, it'll be gone. Danny repeats this to prove to Dick that he's got it. Dick gets off the swing and lifts Danny off of his, and the two walk hand in hand back to the hotel. In the dining room, Watson, Wendy, and Jack walk between tables, all with their chairs neatly stacked on top. Watson brings their attention to the gorgeous view of the mountains out of the large windows lining the wall. He details that the dining room seats 200, but it used to seat almost twice that many when Horace Derwent ran the place. Watson starts to describe him as this rich fella, but Jack interrupts. He already knows who Derwent was. Watson presses forward then, letting Jack know that if he's a drinking man, he hopes he brought his own supplies because this place has been picked clean. The employees had their end-of-season party last night. Wendy eyes Jack as he drags a napkin across his lips and declares, "I don't drink." Watson decides that maybe that's just as well. Now that they've reached the end of the tour, he thinks it's time to go find the buckaroo.
This is absolutely all for the best.
Mm-hmm.
I did think it was kind of like maybe Wendy wants to know about Derwent. Like you just
Yeah.
we've got
the
that
fuck
covered.
up. Thinking now, it's like it's time to go find the buckaroo. Actually, he was a tenderfoot.
Yeah.
He made that very clear.
Danny and Dick are making their way to the front door when Dick stops Danny. He tells him to listen. If there's trouble, he needs to give a loud holler like the one that broke his taillight, and he might even be able to hear him all the way down in Florida. And if he does hear it, he'll come on the run. He puts his hand on Danny's shoulder and says sincerely that that is a promise, and Sarah Halloran's little boy Dick always keeps a promise. With that settled, he takes Danny's hand and the two go inside. We linger behind, though, and watch as the bench on the porch begins to rock on its own, swinging enthusiastically back and forth. Later, Watson walks out the front doors of the Overlook Hotel and pauses at the top of the stairs. He muses that he better get going because Rollins isn't getting any closer with him standing here. Dick steps out next, followed by the Torrances. Watson shakes Jack's hand and tells him to take care, to watch the boiler and dump it every night because it creeps. Jack says that he will. Watson guarantees Danny one more time that he's going to be a buckaroo come spring, and he tips his cowboy hat to Wendy, wishing her good luck. He gives Dick a hug and advises him to be nice to those folks down in St. Pete because he's going to be one of them before he knows it. He adds that he showed them the kitchen, and if Dick will show them the rest, he's out of here. He says that this place seems to make his arthritis worse every year, especially this time of year. Dick shakes his hand, and they vow to see each other again on May 15th.
I did feel like Watson and Dick were friends. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
They did feel like old co-workers, and it's like, okay, it's another year. You know,
Yeah.
We'll see you next year, or next season, or whatever.
They know the routine.
Yeah.
Watson starts down the stairs, but stops and turns to Dick with a cackle. Hey, maybe Ullman will die this winter.
God damn.
He really means it, man.
Yeah.
Dick counters that maybe he won't, but his mama always used to say it's happy thoughts that keep us young. Watson agrees and finally takes his leave, asserting that he'll be a pallbearer. Dick returns to the porch with the Torrance family, musing that Watson's really got a case on that boiler. Jack agrees. Dick asks if they'd like to see more of the place. If he wants to get to Denver before dark, he doesn't have much time, but he'd be happy to show them. Wendy and Jack would love to, and so Dick leads the three of them back inside. But Wendy stops Danny before entering. She asks her son what he and Dick talked about. Danny answers quickly, "Nuttin', honey, just stuff." Wendy doesn't say anything else, and when Danny goes inside, she follows.
Is that Bugs Bunny? Is that what that is?
I don't know.
It makes sense because that's why they call him Doc.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's adorable.
Yeah, it is. In the lobby, Dick pauses at a sign set up with Stuart Ullman's face on it and a glittery silver message for everyone to have a great winter. He says he's got some business to tend to as he takes a marker out of his pocket. He draws a swirly mustache on Ullman's upper lip. When Jack asks if he can use it, Dick tells him, "You're the writer." Jack takes the marker and draws devil horns sticking out of Ullman's hair. Wendy jokes that that's a fine example they're setting for her son, respect for authority. But Dick amends that. Credit where credit is due. Danny is smiling, but when he steps up to the defaced picture, his smile drops. As Dick invites them to come deeper into the hotel, we watch from Danny's POV as Ullman's face warps into another man's, whose lips twitch upward into a sinister grin.
Can this boy get a break?
No, dude, no.
Literally, when they walked in earlier and it was like, hello, Danny. It's like, dude, we just got here.
Dick's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him to just look away and count to 10. And when he looks back, it'll be gone. Danny does as he's told, his lips mouthing the numbers silently. And when he opens his eyes, it's Ullman once again, smirking and oblivious to the mustache and devil horns added to his visage. Jack calls to his son from the elevator, and Danny eyes the picture suspiciously as he walks away and joins them inside. All clustered together, Dick tells Danny not to worry. It's safe as houses. But Jack says, isn't that what they said about the Titanic? Without reply, Dick slides the elevator door shut. Why the fuck would you say this while we're still on the elevator?
I do not know. I don't like how this goes with anyone, honestly. In the elevator with this kid here.
Everyone's disappointed.
Yeah.
Danny looks around uneasily as they start to ascend, and Jack tells him not to worry. This baby's made thousands of trips. Wendy is like, yeah, but there's always that last one. Jack scoffs as the elevator squeaks, and Wendy tells him that he can laugh all he wants. She's sure it's safe, but this is the last time the three of them are ever going to be in it at the same time. What if it stopped when they were on it this winter? Jack dismisses her with, that is just... But Dick interrupts. Sensible. He tells Jack that he can never take a chance up here, not in the Overlook. Danny's like, okay.
He's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't understand why you would do that.
But even hearing that, it's like, what are you not telling me?
Yes.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
No, that's pretty sinister.
Yeah.
But that is a really good point to raise because, dude, if it is in the middle of the winter and that were to happen,
it's over. It's done.
they're going to find your skeletons.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a Donner Party and then we're all going to starve to death after we all eat each other. I don't know.
I was trying to work out how that's even possible. But you take a bite out of me.
Yeah. We'll all take turns. They get out at the third floor and Dick announces that they're going to the presidential suite. Danny wonders what's so sweet about it, but Dick boasts that 4 presidents have stayed there. Wilson, Harding, FDR, and Nixon. He adds, though, that even Ullman doesn't brag too much about Nixon. But Danny's eyes have lifted to the fire hose coiled in the basket on the wall, the same hose he saw in his vision when he was visited by Tony. Dick notices this, and Jack is like, you don't think it's going to bite you, do you, Doc? Danny says, of course not. Dick changes the subject, offering his opinion that this is the best view of the Rockies that the hotel's got. It might even be the best view of the Rockies anybody's got. They step inside the presidential suite, and Jack and Wendy are impressed. But in the doorway, Danny freezes, hearing the echoing voice of a sobbing man pleading, no, please don't. Dropping his voice, Dick tells Jack that Ullman wanted him to remind him about the roof, but Jack already knows. Ullman wants him to reshingle it. Dick says that little sucker Ullman is going to get all the for free out of Jack that he can. Everyone has their back to Danny, who hears another voice in his mind. How about this? A shotgun cocks and blasts. Staring and trembling, Danny sees blood splattered on the wall. When a voice demands, give me the axe. His eyes drop to an axe, its blade buried in a chair cushion. A woman screams. Danny squeezes his eyes shut and counts to 10, and when he opens them, everything is back to normal.
Are there any good memories in this hotel?
Yeah, I know.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think there are. Jack finally turns to his son and says that for a moment he thought they'd lost him, but Danny smiles and assures him that he's right here. He joins his parents and Dick at the window, and we see their gorgeous view of the Rockies and the gathering storm clouds from the presidential suite.
I know Jack doesn't fully believe whatever Danny's, got going on with the shine, But if he looks like that, we've been here. He's being a trooper. Like, can we say something?
Yeah.
Just be like, hey, Mom, Dad doesn't whatever. Check it out.
It's too much already.
Yeah, we haven't even been here that long. That's what, 3 visions or 3 whatever?
Yeah, but in Danny's defense, every time he's done what Dick has said to do, it goes away.
Well, goddamn,
So
I'm going to be counting the whole time we're
Yeah.
here.
It's nothing he can't handle so far.
Okay, fair.
So far.
Yeah.
So far. The elevator dings in another hallway, and Dick announces the second floor. A lamp flickers in the foreground, but it stops when the Torrances and Dick get off of the elevator. As they walk together, Dick shares that the elevator is the easiest way to get to the service area, but they'll take the stairs back down. When Wendy sighs that that'll be a relief, he smiles that he thought she'd like that. He pivots his attention down to Danny and tells him that the guest rooms are off limits. All guest rooms. Jack tells Dick that Ullman already made that clear, and Danny promises that he won't go in the guest rooms or those sweet places either, which is adorable. Dick decides that that's good. He leads the family away to go downstairs and see the caretaker's apartment, which he says isn't as nice as the presidential suite, but it ain't bad either. He walks ahead with Wendy, and when Danny lingers, his smile dropping as he looks up at one of the room doors, Jack hurries his son along. We press in on the door to read the number on the gold plate, 217. Suddenly, a bright light shines through the peephole. That ain't good.
No.
I did like that, though.
Yeah. Dick opens the door to the caretaker's apartment and lets the family inside. Wendy sighs that it's great. It's like a cabin in Michigan they used to have when she was little. She sits down in the rocking chair in front of the fireplace, remembering that the summers were great, but when the winter came, it was magic. When she asks Jack, "Isn't it great?" he agrees absently, but he moves down the hall. He finds a small room with sparse covered furniture and decides that this is where he'll write. He can just move a desk in here. Dick points out that there's no windows, and Jack agrees. No distractions. With a faux British accent, Dick leads them into the master bedroom. Jack is immediately pulled to the bed, which he decides is big enough for plenty of movement. Wendy is like, "Jack?" She looks over at Dick, embarrassed, and that's when she realizes, where's Danny?
What is Jack doing?
Right when you leave?
Yeah, it's happening.
Yeah.
Like, what? You're a grown-ass man.
It was crazy.
They walk through the apartment calling him, and when he says, "I'm in here," they follow his voice to find him lying on the top bunk in one of the bedrooms. Comfortable with his arms behind his head, he boasts that he's going to take this room and sleep on the top bunk. His parents decide that that's okay with them, and Wendy pulls her son into a hug. When Danny muses that this place is so cool, she agrees with him. She hugs Dick next and thanks him for everything. Dick says that it's his pleasure. They're good people, and with God's help, they'll have a good winter here, but he's got to go. He asks if Danny wants to see him off, and Danny does. He hops off the top bunk, and when he hurries after Dick, Wendy and Jack share a kiss. The Torrances walk Dick out of the front doors, and Wendy promises to take care of the kitchen. Dick knows that she will. He tells her to enjoy the turkey and the capon. When he shakes Danny's hand, he looks at him intensely as he speaks without moving his lips. He reminds Danny that they're just pictures in a book and to call if he needs him. A big, loud shout. Danny says that he will. Out loud, Dick tells Danny to winter well, and Danny smiles. Okay. The family watches Dick as he takes his leave.
Very important moment between Danny and Halloran. But again, it's like we were saying earlier, Wendy's like, I guess they're having a staring contest or something. It was like a full 15 seconds.
Yes.
They're like, it's probably fine.
Yeah. Maybe it's a game they made up when they were at the car. I don't know.
It is a little weird.
It is.
He gets into his convertible, starts it, and leaves the parking lot. The score is menacing as we look up at the building, the topiary, and Dick stops his car long enough to beg God to keep them safe. That little boy most of all. Please. Dick Halloran drives away from the Overlook Hotel. The Torrance family stands on its steps, dwarfed by the giant building, alone now for the winter. On October 20th, Jack Torrance is up on the roof, re-shingling it like Ullman told him to. With the ladder propped up, he sits at the very top, ripping old shingles off and tossing them to the side. He uses a hammer to loosen the boards on a broken piece of roof. He rips away insulation and somehow does not see the giant nest inside teeming with wasps. He sticks his hand into it blindly, only to scream when he realizes what he's done.
This is on some Homer Simpson shit, dude.
Yeah.
It is!
I didn't even know how to react when I saw this happen.
I thought his hand was going to be the beehive. Like it's inside.
Like a glove.
Yeah.
In his panic, he slides down the roof, knocking shingles that fluttered down the formidable height. But he's able to catch himself before falling. He screams for Wendy, but he receives no answer. After a glance to the parking lot, he sees that the truck is gone. When he looks down at his hand, there's still a writhing wasp clinging to it. He implores it to go on and get a life. When it still doesn't fly away, he groans and shakes his hand before wiping it against his clothes. He climbs down the ladder, warning, "You guys are going to like this." Jack goes into the shed where he quickly finds a can of wasp spray. He plucks it up and heads back outside, musing, "I guess you'll take your medicine now, my nasty little friends." Later, he's sitting on the porch writing when Wendy and Danny pull up in the truck. Danny hops out excitedly and shows him the funny car model his mom got him. She said that Jack will help him put it together when he finishes his first reader because he's good at stuff like that. Danny hands the kit over to his father as he realizes the nest sitting on the table. Running his finger along the now empty nest, he asks if it's for bees. Jack corrects him with a grin. Wasps. He goes to get the grocery bags from Wendy, who says that it was better this time. The truck only stalled twice and no one honked at her. And so this is the hotel's truck.
Mm-hmm.
So that's fucked up too.
Yeah. What the hell?
It's Ullman, man.
When she says that she's got 2 more bags in the truck, Jack whines. With all the stuff Dick left them in the kitchen? But Wendy points out that there's no fresh vegetables. And come winter, they're not going to be doing much shopping down in Sidewinder. Her eyes drop to Danny, who is still playing with the wasp's nest, and she suddenly cries out for him to stop. Danny jumps back, startled, but Jack assures his wife that it's okay. He slaughtered all the wasps with a bug bomb, but he, on the other hand, sustained several hits. He shows Wendy the stings on his hand, and when she asserts that he should get to a doctor because it's swollen, he says no. He's not allergic, it just hurts. He tells Danny that the nest is his if he wants it. Danny picks it up and says, "Of course I want it." He asks Wendy if he can keep it in his room, and while Wendy isn't sure that it's safe, Jack guarantees her that all the wasps are dead. Wendy laughs that it's the ugliest thing in the world, so of course her son would want it in his room. Danny heads inside with the car kit and the wasp nest as Jack and Wendy go down to the truck to get the rest of the groceries. But before they grab them, Jack has a heavy question for his wife. He asks her, "Are you happy? Tell me the truth." Wendy smiles and throws her arms around Jack. She tells him that this is the happiest she's been since Danny was born. The two share a long kiss, and Jack snatches the groceries from the truck bed. As they walk up to the hotel, Wendy muses that it's so beautiful. Jack agrees. It's 73 degrees at noon, but the snow is still going to come, as hard as that is to believe. He says that Wendy is happy then. He wonders if Danny is happy too. Wendy points out that Jack is the one that has the long conversations with him before bed, but Jack says that those are mostly about what he wants to be when he grows up, or who'd win in a fight between Spider-Man and Batman. He's totally quiet about the Overlook. As they step inside, Wendy ventures that maybe it's because there's nothing wrong. He hasn't had any, Jack supplies, fits? But Wendy says that she hates it when he says that. They're not fits. Jack says that she's right and he's sorry. How about fugues? Wendy doesn't reply, but the two walk through the lobby and into the kitchen. Once they're gone, the antique cash register chimes on its own and sends up the alert. No sale.
What about Three-Eyed Raven? Can we what are we calling it?
That might be the least offensive,
Right.
I think.
In the kitchen, they set the bags down, and as Wendy quietly starts to unpack them, Jack starts talking. The fits, fugues, trances, whatever you want to call them, they were happening more when things weren't going so well between him and Wendy, and now they're better. This brings a smile to Wendy's face, and she agrees that they are. She asks if he's sure that ugly thing he gave Danny is safe, and Jack cups her face in his hands. He says that it's a wasp nest, and it's as safe can be. They kiss lovingly before embracing each other.
I thought we were going to cut the Danny fighting for his life immediately. But, I mean, it's a good sign with what we saw outside on the porch. Nothing was happening, or it seemed dormant.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I also really appreciate these family moments that we're having. You have between Jack and Danny, between Wendy and Jack. And it's like, all right, they're trying to make it work.
Yeah.
That night, in their apartment, the clacking from Jack's typewriter echoes through the space. We glide over their belongings and Danny's scattered toys throughout the apartment, listening to Wendy helping Danny read. We float down the hall, peeking into Jack's office for a moment where he sits typing at his desk, before we finally find Wendy and Danny across the hall, lying on their stomachs on the floor in Danny's room, looking at his book. Danny pauses and struggles to sound out the word, and when Wendy reads it for him, never, he asks her to not always tell him he can get it. Wendy apologizes because she knows that he can get it himself. When Wendy tells him that he's doing so fantastic, he grins proudly, but she breaks the news that it's bedtime. She closes the book, and when Danny pleads to read just a couple more pages, she says no. Danny doesn't understand why he has to go to bed so early, and Wendy admits truthfully that it's because she needs the rest. She tells him to go and brush his teeth, but Danny rushes away, asserting that first he needs to go kiss Daddy. Jack continues typing away while Danny stands in the doorway to his office, and it's not until Danny calls out to him that he looks up and notices him. Danny laments that he has to go to bed now, and Jack calls him over for his goodnight kiss. He grimaces and says that Danny better go brush his teeth. He can smell chocolate milk on his breath. Danny assures him that that's where he's going right now, but he looks over at the typewriter and wonders, "How's your play?" Jack says that the play is good. It's excellent. He asks how reading went with Mommy, and Danny says that it's good, but she never gives him time to sound out the words. Jack promises to have a talk with her about it, and Danny decides that that's good because she really needs it. Jack chuckles and sends Danny on his way.
That was surprising.
He's like, that bitch is way out of line, dude.
It's like the evals after a semester. Doesn't let you guess. Doesn't let you sound it out.
As promised, Danny goes straight into the bathroom. He's getting ready to brush his teeth when suddenly his reflection in the mirror disappears and Tony's takes its place. He tells Danny earnestly that they have to talk. He tells him to go lock the door first, and when Danny questions why, Tony snaps at him to just go do it, quick. Danny does as he's told and reaches up to slide the lock into place. Meanwhile, Wendy visits Jack in his office. Jack stops typing and returns her hey, but when Wendy reports that Danny is picking up new words so quick that it's spooky, Jack replies that Danny told him Wendy doesn't give him enough time to sound them out. Wendy chuckles that he's right. She just hates to see him struggle. It's almost like he thinks someone's going to shoot him if he screws up a word of the little puppy. She says that Danny is so smart, but he's too hard on himself. Jack nods in agreement, and when Wendy asks why he needs to learn to read so badly, Jack's like, I don't know.
I do not like that. He's a 7-year-old kid. Of course he's going to want to learn how to read.
Yeah.
There's really no reason behind her saying that other than something that really isn't explored all that much in the miniseries.
It's not, because in the novel, Danny's only 5. Mm-hmm. And when Tony is showing him visions of stuff, he is like, there's signs and there's words, and Danny can't understand them because he can't read. And so that's why he's so obsessed with learning how to read, because he wants to understand everything that Tony is showing him. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like maybe it's a little bit implied, because I think that they the desperate yearning to be able to read from Danny comes across, because even the signs on the way up here, he's like, what does that say? What does that say? What does that say? But I don't know if it's fully implied or anything that's why he really wants to know all the things that Danny or that Tony is showing him.
Okay.
And Jack clearly, like, he He's like, I don't know. Like, he doesn't care. He's working.
No, but at the same time, he was a man of his word, and he's trying to check in as far as the reading goes.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, he's playing both sides, and I don't know.
Yeah, he's like, this wasn't a conversation.
Yeah. You need to stop. Let the boy read.
Taking the hint, Wendy leaves the room, and Jack sits back up in his chair and sighs before returning to his work. Wendy goes to the bathroom door, worried that Danny fell asleep in there. When he doesn't answer her, she tries the door and finds it locked. Annoyed, she bangs on it, declaring that it's late and she's too tired to play games. She continues banging on the door and calling Danny's name. Annoyed, Jack stands up from his desk, muttering that he can't even hear himself think, let alone write. Wendy tells Jack that Danny won't open the door, and they both tell him to. Jack guarantees that if he has to break this lock, Danny's going to bed with the hot butt. But it suddenly hits Wendy. She thinks he's having one of his attacks. Jack groans, and at Wendy's panicked insistence, he's able to force the door open. It swings inward with a bang, and they find Danny sitting on the toilet lid. Toothpaste and drool leak from his slack mouth, and his eyes are rolled to whites. Jack cleans his face, and they both encourage Danny to come back to them. But pitching his voice low and gruff, Danny croaks, "Good shot. Great party, isn't it? Good shot. Now give me the axe." Crying, Wendy pleads with Danny, asking what's wrong with him. Jack demands that he wake up now. At this, Danny's eyes shoot open, and he immediately asks where Tony is. Tony was here. Gripping Danny's shoulders, Jack insists that there is no Tony. They've already been over this. But Danny says that he was here. He was in the mirror. Jack says that Danny was just having a fainting spell, but Wendy implores Jack to listen to their son. Danny asserts again that Tony was here, and Jack bellows, yelling that there is no Tony here except for Danny's stuffed dog. There is no imaginary pal that comes and shows him the future. He shakes Danny's shoulders, demanding that he stop with that crap. But in his jostling, he knocks Danny's head into the back of the toilet, and Danny cries out in pain. Scared and hurt, he wails. Wendy scoops him up and carries him away, telling Jack to keep his hands off of him. Alone now, Jack turns off the running faucet and takes a long look at himself in the mirror. He asks his reflection, "What are you doing? What the hell do you think you're doing?" He turns to leave.
This is night 1.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think when did they show up? The 8th? The 3rd? They've been there for a little bit. It's the 20th now of October.
This is night 12.
Yeah, I was going to say, okay, so maybe a little. Yeah.
But still, that's a little too fast. We have 6 months of this.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
And I think the other thing as well is I don't know that I really care for some of the way that this is written, the way that it goes. There is no imaginary pal that's showing you the future.
Yeah.
It's a little heavy-handed.
But again, when you were getting the job or when you got it, you asked your wife and she said, yes, he knew you got the job and you and dude didn't like each other. They're like, why would it be like, that's bullshit and you're lying? You've seen yourself.
Also, good shot.
Yeah.
You were there to hear that.
Yeah.
Is that not peculiar to you?
Yeah.
At all?
Yeah.
Yeah. Later that night, after a lingering shot of the topiaries in front of the hotel, Jack walks sheepishly into Danny's room. Wendy stands next to Danny, who lies in his top bunk. In a small voice, Danny asks his dad if he's bad, like when he messed up the papers. Wendy looks to her husband, who assures Danny that he's not bad, and Jack isn't mad at him, not one bit. He just got scared because he dismisses it. He doesn't know what he thought. Instead, he asks Danny why he locked the door. Danny says that Tony told him to. He knows that Jack doesn't believe in him, but Jack admits that sometimes he does believe in Tony, and sometimes he sounds mad because Tony scares him. Danny confesses that sometimes Tony scares him too. Jack asks why Tony told him to lock the door, but Danny can't remember. Jack places a loving hand on his son's shoulder and says, "Sweet dreams, sweet repose." And Danny finishes, "To all the bed and all the clothes." He smiles at his parents, and Wendy gives him a kiss, telling him to sleep tight before leaving the room. Jack gives Danny a kiss too and turns to follow Wendy, but Danny's voice stops him. You're not really mad at me, are you? Jack says sincerely that he's not. Danny asks, not a bit? Jack walks back over to him and promises, not a bit. He tells Danny that he loves him, but Danny has another question. You'd never hurt Mommy and me, would you, Daddy? Jack says no, of course not. Danny offers, because you're different now. You have your meetings now. Jack agrees that that's true. He has his meetings in Sidewinder and on the CB. He turns to leave again, but it's coming back to Danny now. He thinks that Tony told him about a game. Jack asks what sort of game. Danny tells him, Denver croquet. It's like regular croquet, except it's bigger. Crossing his arms, Jack nods that that's right. Danny continues that Tony told him the mallets are dangerous and he should stay away from them. But mid-sentence, Danny slips into sleep. Jack steps forward and asks who told him about Denver croquet. It was Dick Halloran, wasn't it? But Danny's out. Once he realizes he's not getting any more answers from his son, Jack turns to leave. But before he reaches the door, Danny speaks up, his eyes still closed and his voice slurred with sleep. You didn't leave it in Boulder, Daddy. It's in your wallet. It's been in your wallet all the time, behind your driver's license. Jack looks at Danny thoughtfully before turning off the light and finally leaving the room. Danny continues to sleep.
I don't know if it was just me, but when Danny's telling him you wouldn't hurt us, and he's like, you're different now, and he's like, yeah, and Sidewinder and the CB, I kind of felt like he was just saying it, not like, I'm gonna utilize that, or you know what I mean? Yes, it doesn't. I am better. I took it as him just being like, yeah, those things are there.
Or maybe he's reminding himself too.
Okay.
Because once he was able to calm down, he was able to articulate like, yeah, I act mad because I'm scared and I do believe what you're saying, but it scares me. Mm-hmm. But in the moment, he's fucking shaking him and screaming at him. So maybe he is like, no, I am different now. I do have my meetings now. Like we don't need to go back there. We don't need to do that.
Okay.
The whole Denver croquet thing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, he falls back into this attempted rationalizing.
Yeah.
It must have been Dick Halloran that told you this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the living room, Wendy asks if Danny is asleep, but Jack is too busy looking in his wallet. He presents Wendy with what he finds in there, a picture of him and Wendy cradling baby Danny. He says that he took that picture when Danny was 6 months old. He asks if she remembers it, and Wendy says she does, but she thought he lost it. Jack says he thought so too, but it was behind his driver's license the whole time. And Danny knew.
So then maybe let's hear what he has to say in the morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm surprised he wasn't like, why the fuck is Danny sliding pictures behind my driver's license?
Did Dick put this there?
Did Dick Halloran tell you where it was? It's the dead of night outside the Overlook Hotel, and inside, the clock strikes midnight. As its chimes echo through the hotel, the chandelier begins to move, twinkling on its own. The dim lights of the lamps in the lobby flare brighter, and a fire erupts in the fireplace. We glide through the lobby as a whispering cacophony echoes, and we press in on a set of swinging doors where a glowing red light shines in, coloring the lobby crimson, and technically making the Shining miniseries 1997 a giallo film.
Wow.
I'm not enjoying my stay.
Sorry, it's true. The doors suddenly open and we enter past a malfunctioning jukebox and the tables set up, ready for occupants. We linger on the fireplace where flames roar to life on their own. A button depresses on the jukebox, making a selection, and I Can't Get Started by Vernon Duke begins to play. We pull back from the jukebox as the bluesy track rings out and a taxidermy dog sits, forever snarling. But in the bedroom of their apartment, Jack and Wendy lie in bed, oblivious to any of this. Wendy says that if this happens again, they need to take Danny to the doctor. There's supposed to be a good one in Sidewinder. She says that he's a GP and not a pediatrician, but the ladies at the supermarket said that kids love him. Jack counters that if this happens again, he's sending Wendy and Danny to go stay with Wendy's mother. He starts that he knows how Wendy feels about her, but Wendy snaps that he has no idea how she feels about her. But Jack says that there's just nowhere else. And this is more fleshed out in the novel as well. The animosity and like between Wendy and her mother, they do not speak.
Okay.
And being with Jack when they were younger made her realize, because he was like, how many times are you going to keep going back for more? Because her mom is so cruel to her.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like, she's like, no, I'm not fucking, like, I'll get a job in Sidewinder and we'll find a place there. Like, I'm not going back to my mom.
Okay.
The hotel as well is having the time of its life, springing to life.
Yeah.
Very early as far as how long they're meant to stay here this season.
Yeah.
I was very surprised that it's already going.
Yeah.
And going.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it is.
Wendy turns away from Jack, twisting the wedding ring on her finger, and in the settling silence, Jack proclaims that he didn't mean to shake him, and he didn't mean to shout. He was just scared. But Wendy asks, you know what scares me? Your anger. She says it's like having a live wire in the house. Jack turns to her and calls her name, but Wendy continues that she doesn't want this to be an angry place. God knows they've had enough of those in the family, and she doesn't mean just since they've gotten married, but also with Jack's father and her own mother. Jack places a hand on her shoulder as she sniffles. He says that he's sorry. How many ways can he say it? He kisses Wendy's lips, and calmed a little now, Wendy admits that she was scared too. They start to kiss, and when Jack tells her that he loves her, she questions, do you? He says yes, and she says that she loves him too before pulling him close. They start to kiss passionately. But in Danny's room, a wasp twitches on the headboard of his bed. Danny's eyes flutter open, and half asleep, he reaches out for it, but discovers the wasps on his hand and arm. Danny starts to scream and kicks his blankets off of him. They're in his bed and on his pajamas. Wendy and Jack hear Danny in their room, and Wendy moans, "What is it now?" They jump out of their bed and come running. Danny is still screaming, and the wasps are buzzing around his room. Jack comes in and switches on the light to reveal the nest, teeming with wasps once again. Jack cries out when he sees them swarming his son. He snatches Danny from the bed and flees with him, leaving Wendy to remind him that he said it was safe. Wendy slams the door behind him and follows Jack and Danny into their bedroom. They said that there were real wasps, but since you can't direct wasps, they did have to augment it with CG.
Okay.
Yeah.
In all honesty, I feel like they do a really good job.
Yeah.
I agree.
I never questioned any of these wasps.
No, not at all.
No, it looks really good. And Boyd Shermis was the Viz effects director. And on the wasps, they did a really great job.
Yes.
Jack sets Danny on the bed, the stings already beginning to swell on his arms. Danny sobs, and when Jack asks if it hurts bad, he wails that he said the wasps were dead. Jack says that he knows he did. He tells Danny to stay with his mom and he'll be right back. Jack scurries away, and Wendy settles her sobbing son into the blankets. Jack has gone back down into the kitchen, where he throws open a cupboard and grabs a large storage container. He turns and leaves the room, oblivious to the cupboard doors slowly creaking back closed on their own. In Danny's room, Jack slams the container down over the nest on Danny's nightstand. He grabs a rolled up magazine and starts to slap at the wasps inhabiting his son's bed. When he turns to leave the room, he notices one on his hand. He implores it to sting him, wondering why it won't sting him now. He blows it off his hand and stomps on it when it hits the floor.
That was crazy.
I was like, yeah, the wasp is like, are you okay, dude?
I don't want to sting you anymore.
Yeah, no.
It's just, I think you're enjoying
You wanted
this.
too much.
Yeah.
He takes one last look at the contained nest. Wasps crawl over each other, taking over its surface and even landing on the inside of the container. He breathes, "Oh my God," before leaving and closing the door behind him. Jack stops and takes a camera off the desk in the living room before returning to his bedroom. When he asks how they are, Wendy snaps that they're stung. That's how they are. All right.
Yeah, it's bad enough.
Yeah.
It already happened. There's nothing I can do about that now.
No, the stings have been stung.
Jack tells Danny to hold his arm out, and while Danny does as he's told, he asks what Jack is going to do. Snapping pictures of the inflamed stings, Jack vows that he's going to put a hurting on the people that made that bug bomb. He snaps a picture of the sting on Wendy's calf, reasoning that he thinks about $5,000 a sting should do it. So we're going by Tony Todd rules.
Yeah.
I don't know how likely it is that this is going to go through.
And it's really funny to me because him saying this, it sounds so outlandish, and I would think that Wendy would be like, Jesus Christ, Jack.
Yeah.
Or something like, what the fuck are you even talking about? But she's like, no, let's sue that company.
Yeah, it is, because it was the same thing when he went in there. I was like a slip and fall, dude. I was
Yeah.
like, that's crazy.
Yeah, but they really did get hurt.
Yeah, but
They did, but I would think, it seems like she wouldn't believe him.
Right.
Yeah. He swears that he followed the directions on the label. He even carried the nest under his shirt. Even Danny was carrying it around. He notices that Danny has fallen asleep, and he lowers his voice, reasoning that they must have just been stunned. He pleads, "Why do I have to screw up everything?" But Wendy reassures him that he doesn't. She sighs. The bug bomb must have been defective. Jack agrees that it had to have been. There's no other explanation. Wendy asks him to just get rid of the nest. She doesn't want it in here with them. Jack rises to his feet, saying that he will right now. And when Wendy says that tomorrow she wants to make an appointment with that doctor to see Danny, he agrees. First thing. He leaves and goes back to Danny's bedroom, where the wasp's buzzing is loud despite the container. He snaps a picture of it before grabbing a flat piece of wood with Danny's toys on it. He just throws the toys onto the floor and holds the wood flat to slide the nest onto, which I get the urgency, but like I also know how particular some kids are about their stuff. I know that like Jackson would have been really fucking bummed out.
Yeah, but my room's full of wasps, I think. Priorities.
Okay for something.
When I get my room back, I'd like my things the way that they were pre-wasp.
Really? Blue cow next to white bear? Get a grip, Dad.
But Jack inches the container slowly and catches it safely on the piece of wood. From Danny's room, he goes back down through the kitchen and out the delivery door. Met with a 30-degree chill, Jack shudders and places the container down on a pallet. He taunts, "Freeze, you bastards," before heading back inside. In the bedroom, Wendy rubs Danny's hair while he sleeps. We linger on the animal heads mounted on the walls downstairs before gliding past the tables in the dining room, with the chairs still stacked neatly on the tops. As Jack makes his way down the hall to his apartment, in unison, the chairs all start to slide off of their tables. They clatter to the ground all at once, startling both Jack in the hall and Wendy in her bed. She jumps up and runs right into Jack as he enters the bedroom. He assures her that it was just something falling, probably something in the kitchen because he went through there like a whirlwind. She asks if he's sure, and he says that he's sure as sure can be. But Wendy reminds him that's what he said about the wasp's nest.
You don't have to throw that in my face.
I know. Come on.
That's really upsetting.
I thought it was defective.
I guess. I did
We
my
were all on
best.
the same page.
Yeah, you're right. You were just on my side.
Yeah.
We're going to make $5,000.
Yeah, per sting.
Per
sting.
sting.
Mhm.
When Jack doesn't reply, she hugs him. He strokes her hair and promises her that everything's going to be fine. Wendy sighs, "From your lips to God's ear, Jack." And Jack kind of rolls his eyes.
Yeah, I didn't.
Don't know either.
Yeah.
You're lucky she's hugging you.
Yeah.
The chairs in the dining room remain on the floor, while outside, the swing set creaks. The swings sway back and forth on their own as a strange whispering begins. At the sound of a loud thwack, the croquet ball rolls across the grass on its own, and a disembodied voice commends. "Good shot, Dixon." The dark score mounts as storm clouds pass over the looming Overlook Hotel. It cuts to black, and the credits roll. Thus ends episode 1.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 2 opens the same way as the first, with the title, Stephen King's The Shining, engulfed by a shining white light. We peer up at the sky through tree branches and green leaves as the opening credits roll. Finally, we settled down in front of Sidewinder Congregational Church, its door painted a vibrant red, and its sign boasting Sunday worship at 9 and 11 a.m., fellowship studies Thursday at 7 p.m., and AA meetings at 3 p.m., Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Inside, we watch from behind the rafters as members of the AA meeting stand up one by one and introduce themselves, earning a collective greeting from everyone else. Mitch, played by David Zambrano, stands up and introduces himself, admitting that he's an alcoholic. The rest of the group replies together. Hi, Mitch. Hartwell, played by Mick Garris, introduces himself as an alcoholic with the fondness for tranquilizers. Hi, Hartwell. And while he's standing, the words directed by Mick Garris are in the center of the screen. He says that this was purely coincidence and not intentional. Yeah. He's, according to him, because I was like, come on, dude. Finally, Jack stands and shares that he's an alcoholic from Vermont, and this is his first meeting in Sidewinder. He is greeted the same as everyone else, and he takes his seat.
I have to admit I'm a little torn on this scene because on one hand, it's like it's really good to see Jack making the attempt and going to these AA meetings. On the other hand, I really like Kubrick's almost immediate isolation of the Torrance family from anybody else.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn because it's almost like you guys had a lot of opportunity to get out of here and you didn't.
That's
like,
true.
And that kind of makes it worse.
Okay.
That's
because
fair.
we're still getting groceries. We're going to the doctor. We're going to AA meetings. Like, we're in town all the time. And still, we let ourselves, maybe, we'll see later, get snowed in when we know that it's coming. You know, it's like, it makes it crueler with, we had so many chances of should we just leave and we didn't take them.
Okay.
But then it also makes you think less of the characters because it's like, why the fuck aren't you paying attention and listening to anything that's happening?
I mean, yeah. But again, it's that struggle with desperation.
That's another novel by Stephen King.
And a great one. But you know what I mean? Of like, I need this job and I know that I'm putting myself and my family in danger, but we're not going to survive without this job. It's you know,
there's pros and cons.
There's a lot. Yeah.
I kind of feel the same. I think that it works for each one because the isolation, I like that too because it's almost like you were never given a chance.
Yeah.
Right.
And here you were given many chances.
A lot. Yeah. But at the village medical clinic, Danny sits by himself trying to read from a book. In the next room, Wendy sits down with Dr. Daniel Edwards, played by an uncredited Michael O'Neill.
Michael O'Neill, I know him from Transformers in 07. He was also in Seabiscuit in 03 and Dreamcatcher in 03 as well.
Hey!
I just rewatched Dreamcatcher because it's the season for it.
Yeah.
And to see him again, I was like, dude, that was wild.
I'm dying to cover that one.
Oh, that would be so much fun.
Does it hold up?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it in a long time.
It didn't for me. But the cast is great.
Yes, yeah.
Now I'm even more. But he reports that Danny is nice, smart, and as far as he can tell, well. Wendy is visibly relieved to hear this, and while Dr. Edwards says that he'll have other people look at the results, as far as his own first impressions go, they should all be so lucky. Wendy sighs and finally settles back into her chair. She smiles that he has no idea how relieved she is to hear that. But Dr. Edwards reasons that with them being snowed in at the Overlook all winter, he thinks he does. He advises that they wait for the blood work before they throw any confetti, but to address her biggest concern, there are no signs of epilepsy. Wendy nods, but Dr. Edwards guesses that she probably already knew that, considering he had the flash test done in Vermont, as well as the Deaver series, and they were both negative. Wendy says that she just wasn't sure. Dr. Edwards ventures that Danny's been working really hard on his reading, maybe even overachieving. Wendy confirms this, and the doctor chuckles. She says that she's got the drive of a graduate student in the body of a 7-year-old, and his so-called imaginary friend. He trails off. Wendy supplies that the friend's name is Tony, the same name as Danny's stuffed dog. Dr. Edwards guesses that the invisible Tony really was a friend until they moved out here from Vermont. Wendy says that that's true. Dr. Edwards allows that this may be presumptuous, but he thinks there's been a fair degree of stress in her marriage lately. Wendy's smile fades, and the doctor continues that he gleaned this from the way Danny talked about his dad and the way his eyes follow his mother across the room. Wendy's eyes dart into the open door of the next room, where Danny sits on the table, still shirtless with his back to her. Dr. Edwards offers that Tony's been helping Danny with his stress, maybe even with loneliness. Wendy leans forward with her voice low and shares that Danny also believes that Tony can show him the future. And sometimes, well, but Dr. Edwards interrupts. How did Danny break his arm? Wendy looks up at him, her expression pained. She lowers her eyes and immediately starts to cry. She sniffles, wiping away her tears, and admits that Danny didn't break his arm. His father did. He didn't mean to hurt him, but he was drunk. Dr. Edwards prods. And now? Wendy shares that Jack isn't with her today because he's at an AA meeting. He's trying to go to as many as he can before the snow falls, and he has to use the phone in the CB. When Dr. Edwards asks how long he's been sober, Wendy sighs that it's been about 5 months. And when the doctor asks if Jack ever hit her, Wendy answers immediately, no, never. He asks, what about now with Danny? Wendy locks eyes with him and says that things are fine now with the both of them. The doctor wonders if things are fine with her too, and Wendy admits that they could be better, but they're going in the right direction. She assures Dr. Edwards that her husband is a wonderful man and she loves him very much. He offers, so your family is mending. Wendy says that she thinks it is, and they're all just ready to move on. Dr. Edwards says that Danny is a very perceptive kid. He knew that things were wrong with his parents when he needed Tony to help him get through it. And now he knows that things are better, so Tony can take a hike. Wendy understands. He thinks that Danny's trying to make Tony unpleasant so that he can get rid of him. The doctor nods that that's one strategy imaginative children use. Consulting his watch, he says that he's not trying to rush her, but his next appointment started 10 minutes ago. Wendy quickly stands with an apology. As she puts on her purse, she asks about the stings. Dr. Edwards assures her that there's no problem. Wendy thanks him and takes her leave.
Do you think that's sincere on behalf of Wendy, or is it more wishful thinking what she's telling the doctor?
I kind of think it's sincere because she told him, I'm not going to stand for this again, and I'm not going to lie for you again. Mm-hmm. And when asked this time, she's like, no, yeah, he did it. Like, I think she's staying true to her word, and she probably has. Obviously, she's sniffing bottles of tea and you know.
Yeah.
She obviously has her reservations, but I think she does believe
that he is
in the good in him and that he is trying.
He did go to a meeting.
True.
Yeah.
I thought when he was asking her and he's asking about how Danny broke his arm and then how everything's going, then he's like, well, what about you? I'm like, Doc, if you fucking hit on me right now, dude, or
he's the
slam
one
your
to
head
call
into
Dr.
the desk.
Feelgood.
Yeah, no.
None of that.
Yeah, no.
They call him Dr. Love.
Call him Dr. Sleep.
Yeah.
With me.
I thought he was going to be like, no, I do have to report this.
Honestly.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's just like, well, if everything's good now. Like, that kind of surprised me a little bit.
Yeah.
Later, at the playground in front of the Overlook Hotel, Wendy pushes an excited Danny on the swing. But down in the basement, steam is rising from the groaning boiler. We pan over it to find Jack, armed with a towel in his hand as he grips the handle and turns it like he was taught. The boiler hisses loudly, and Jack keeps a watchful eye on the gauge before leaving it alone. His work here finished, he turns and walks deeper into the basement, pausing to flick a spiderweb-covered light switch. It does nothing. Instead, Jack finds an abandoned flashlight and uses it to illuminate the way. He ventures into the storage area where he stood with Watson and surveys it with the beam of his light. When he notices several traps on the floor standing empty, he muses, "Smart rats." He wipes away the carpet of dust covering the stack of old newspapers, its headline boasting, "Johnson promises orderly transition."
So, the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The light begins to flicker, but after a few smacks from Jack, it's working properly again. In one of the boxes, he finds a dusty and forgotten photo album. The front reads, "My memory book." Jack wonders whose memory book it is, and the score grows tense as he takes a seat and flips the book open, shaking the cobwebs free from his hand.
I know this is where bad things happen.
Oh, yeah.
I get it. It looks creepy down here. I hate to say I would also want to explore
I
down
would
here.
I know.
too. I would want to read the
Yeah,
scrapbook.
I kinda
Absolutely.
would.
And I don't care who it belonged to. This is
Oh
going to
God,
be
no.
Yeah.
so interesting.
The nosiness knows no bounds. If it's anything like this, I want to look at all the pictures. I want to read the articles. Like
Yeah.
Fingers crossed there's some microfiche or something.
please. And this has got to count as a research scene.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
For sure.
Inside, he finds a printed invitation. Horace M. Derwent requests the pleasure of your company at a masked ball to celebrate the grand reopening of the Overlook Hotel. Dance to the sounds of the Gage Creed Orchestra. Dinner at 8. Unmasking at midnight. Revels until ?
The Gage Creed Orchestra?
Correct.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Is there any reason for it?
Not that I mean, it can't be. Like, it can't be.
No, right?
Yeah, I would assume not.
I feel like it's just got to be a like Pet Cemetery Easter egg.
All
I don't
right.
know what else it could be.
Yeah.
Big band music swells as Jack looks over the invitation with a small smile. We are suddenly transported to the past, where in a black and white memory, vintage cars pull up and drop off their guests in front of the decorated Overlook. In the Mood by Joe Garland plays as glitzy and glamorous partygoers get out of the cars and have their pictures snapped again and again as they climb the stairs to enter the hotel.
Big fan of that.
Yes, yes.
It looked so cool. The costumes, the black and white filter, fantastic.
Yeah.
The music dies away when we return to Jack in the basement. He flips the page to find a newspaper clipping of a man, a smiling woman, and a grinning bellhop. The headline reads, Posh Mountain Resort debuts 1947 with stellar guest register. Jack lets the light linger on each of the faces before flipping the page again. It's a group photo of everyone standing clustered together and facing the camera. On the next page, it's a picture of the unsmiling man from the first photo, who we can now identify as Horace M. Derwent, played by John Durbin. He stares at us coldly in his black and white photo, and the headline above him reads, Millionaire calls it a day in Colorado. On the next page, there's an extensive article written titled, Former Grand Hotel Slipping into Decay.
This made me laugh because it's like, why would we keep that one?
Yeah.
Like, that's us. Really?
Why did they come to our concert just to boo us? They're like, look, if I got to tell it, I got to tell it all. Jack glides a light over one of the photos, which shows the grand front doors of the Overlook in disrepair, with its glass smashed to bits. Jack shakes his head and is like, oh my God, look at that. He flips the page again to an article from the Rocky Mountain News. Vegas group buys Rocky Resort. Overlook to become Key Club. Suddenly, a loud crash booms and causes Jack to jump to his feet, frightened. The photo album crashes to the floor, just for a split second displaying the headline, Gangland Murder at Colorado Resort. Jack presses a hand to his hammering heart and shines his light around the basement.
Memories. It's like, really?
Yeah. I don't know why we kept that.
I don't know either. That's why I'm starting to think that maybe this book is simply supernatural.
Okay.
It definitely could be.
Yeah.
It would be interesting. I'm thinking kind of a moment with the all work and no play reveal and Kubrick's The Shining. If like Wendy gets her hands on this or something and it's completely empty.
Yeah.
Like that would be
Yeah,
would be pretty
yeah.
cool. Jack calls out fearfully, asking who's there, but the only face the light catches belongs to a taxidermy bear. A man's voice floats over to Jack. Oh God, please no. Jack turns to run, but in his haste, he hits his shin on a rocking horse. He grabs his leg and yelps in pain, and when he asks again if anybody's there, we hear that sinister voice demand again, give me the axe. After a harsh thud, someone screams.
Such a human reaction to just take off. Because it's getting really scary.
Hell
Yes!
yeah.
Jack continues to shine the light around the room, illuminating a sinister-looking statue gazing back at him, but no people. Still, a sobbing voice pleads, "Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee." A discordant piano rings out in the score as Jack wonders, are you the guy that knocked the chairs off the table? Of course, he doesn't receive a response, but he finally looks down at the photo album and reads the grim headline about the gangland murder. Mick Garris said that he called Stephen King his third unit director because he went out and shot all the stills for the scrapbook.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. In the black and white past, once again, two waiters in white jackets, played by J.P. Romano and Mickey Giacomazzi, wheel a room service cart down the hallway. Two bodyguards, played by Dan Bradley and Lou Carlucci, stand outside of the suite at the end of the hall. They stop the waiters, and one of the bodyguards takes a bite of food for himself as a waiter opens one of the silver cloches and reveals harmless soup. But suddenly, one of the waiters pulls out a gun and shoots one of the bodyguards in the chest. Before the other can react, the second waiter has racked his shotgun and fired. Both bodyguards flop lifelessly to either side of the door. The first waiter pulls an axe from beneath the cart's tablecloth, and they exchange grins as they enter the presidential suite. Looking at the newspaper clippings, we can hear the echoes of the men callously calling, "Room service."
Now that's
Yeah.
too much.
When Jack's eyes settle on the word shotgunned, we hear the blast, the man pleading no. The thuds come next as Jack lingers on words, murdered, gangland, mutilated. A photo of the police investigating the scene, of a bloody axe. The shattering of glass echoes and Jack jumps up, startled. He drops the photo album to the floor where it shuts on its own. It was giving it.
That's, yeah. I will say, because we're getting into some more like supernatural stuff, but before we do, I am a massive fan of stuff like this, where we are digging into this history and the way that it's done almost in like a little bit of a montage style of like,
Okay.
I'm finding these articles, this is what happened. Finding another article, here's what happened.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Jack flees to the gates in front of the room, but stops and swings his light around the area, wondering, is anyone here? When he gets no response, Jack finally stops pressing his luck and leaves the basement. Outside, snow begins to fall, dusting the towering overlook in its grounds. As it builds up into a thicker layer, Danny watches from the window, his face tense with worry.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Winter's here, man.
Yes, it is. It's not coming anymore.
No.
No, it's here. They were saying on the commentary how much they struggled with the snow. They said that they went over their snow budget by $100,000.
Damn.
They used snow machines, snow blankets, fake snow, snow foam, cotton batting, plastic chips, CG snow. Yeah. And
Yeah.
it was insanely expensive, and Mick Garris still wasn't happy with all of it.
I had read, I think it was in Rue Morgue, but they had said that they had filmed with all of these things, and Mick Garris, as you had said, was really dissatisfied. But again, when it comes to the budget, it's like, we've got what we got. We got to go with it.
Yeah.
But it was literally the day after they filmed with all of this shitty fake snow that it actually did snow. And it rarely did, because the Stanley Hotel was built in what they called a snow shadow. And so it would kind of snow around, but never really at the hotel.
Wow.
And for some reason, just kind of fate, they were very lucky that they did capture the snow. And so what they did was all the footage of the shit that Mick Garris did not like, they threw it out and they reshot it. And so what we see here, there might be some CG snow that we get because it's very clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like there might be.
Yes. But the actual grounds and everything, that stuff is real snow.
That's crazy to think. The perfect place we need it to be snowy.
Yeah.
Never snows.
Why? It's like, it feels like a cruel joke.
Yeah.
It ended up looking good, though.
It does.
It does.
I mean, except, there's
well,
a little.
the CG.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But a voice whispers, "Danny Torrance, come join us." Another, a woman, "Danny, come join us, Danny." Finally, Danny can't take it anymore. He turns away from the window and screams at them to just shut up. Wendy rushes into the room to tell Danny excitedly that it's snowing, but when she catches sight of him, she looks concerned. I don't know how she didn't hear his outburst.
Yeah.
But
I don't know either, but we'll get past it. She did.
she did, because after Danny tells her unconvincingly that he's fine, she smiles and asks if he's looked out the window. Did he see what was going on out there? Danny smiles back, and Wendy lifts him up to see the snow outside. She asks if he wants to build a snowman, and his worries forgotten, Danny says that he does, but he wants Daddy to come too. They rush off to go get him. All snug in their winter clothes, the Torrances burst from the front doors of the Overlook, cheering and excited. They dogpile into the snow and roll around, laughing. Later, the snow is so deep that the Overlook Hotel sign is half buried. Only the roofs of the 2 cars in the parking lot are visible in the stark whiteness. Jack is shoveling the front stairs. But warm in his room, Danny is playing with his army men on a chessboard when he hears a woman's soft voice. Danny. He looks around, wondering if it's his mom. But when he walks into the next room, he finds Wendy napping in her bed. And when he calls her, she continues to snooze.
You've only been shining on your entire life.
Yeah.
Why would you think it's your mom now?
He's hoping.
Yeah, I feel like you were mad just a minute ago. You told him to shut up. You yelled at him.
Yeah.
Now you're just like, yeah, what do you want?
Yes,
Where's that
Mom?
coming from?
This must be a different person.
Yeah.
When the voice that is definitely not Wendy speaks again, she invites Danny to come play. We watch from a stair hole
Hey.
as a very small Danny Torrance steps out of the caretaker's apartment and goes venturing into the hotel. He finds himself in the second floor hallway with the neatly folded fire hose, the one that he walked through with Dick and his parents and saw in the vision that Tony gave him. He walks with trepidation right up to the door of room 217. The tense music mounts as Danny lifts his hand. He moves it to the doorknob slowly, and after the voice coaxes him again, he grips it. As soon as he does, Tony appears in the hallway behind him. His hands clasped patiently in front of him, he asks, "What are you doing here, Doc?" What are you doing here, Doc?
I know. He knows better.
Yeah, you were warned.
Yeah.
In a shaking voice, Danny says that he's showing it he's not afraid. But Tony counters that he is afraid and he should be. Halloran said that, but Danny interrupts. Dick said that nothing here could hurt him. They're just like pictures in a book. But Tony warns that if Danny gives them the chance to become more than that, they could. Danny is adamant that he could go in there if he wants to. He tells Tony to go away and leave him alone.
Dick didn't tell him that part.
Yeah, no.
It's like, but you could make them real.
Yeah.
Wait.
He squeezes his eyes shut tightly, and when he opens them, he is alone in the hallway, and Tony is gone. Inside room 217, we press in toward the door, where Danny stands on the other side. The voice beckons him to come in. But Danny has dashed down the hall to grab a chair. He doesn't see the shadows moving beneath the door when he pushes the chair up to it. He climbs on the chair to try to look through the peephole. The bright light shining through dims, but Danny is still too short to look through it. As he cranes upward, trying to see, water begins to creep beneath the door of room 217, encroaching on the chair legs. But Danny quickly gives up and climbs back down. The water isn't there, but we watch Danny drag the chair away by peering at him through the peephole inside of the room, and we hear a ghostly sigh.
The water under the door was pretty cool.
It was.
It was.
So this is the bathwater from...
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Danny goes into Ullman's office and stops to look at the CB radio, but a voice whispers to him, "Over there, in the corner." When he goes, he finds a glass case housing all of the master keys for the hotel. He easily opens the door and takes the key marked with a big 2 for the second floor, and he holds it in his hand for a considering moment. We find Danny in the second floor hallway again, and we watch him from behind the coiled fire hose that he glances up at fearfully. He finally tears his eyes away from it to look up at the door to room 217. Armed with the key, he brings it close to the lock, but he stops when he sees that the bottom of the door is leaking water. He watches with disgust as it soaks into the carpet, but the woman's voice speaks up again. Yes, Danny. Go in, Danny. Look. See. The key clatters against the lock as Danny starts to slide it in, but he jumps when Tony appears behind him again, calling his name with urgency. Danny turns to face him and Tony begs him to get out of here. He can't let them touch his mind, ever. Tony asks if he understands, but Danny just starts to run away. He stops in his tracks when he looks up at the fire hose, and he turns back and calls for Tony, but Tony is gone. When Danny turns back to the fire hose, it hasn't moved.
I know he's curious, and I guess he's trying to prove to himself they're just pictures.
Mm-hmm.
But this is scary. You did have a vision of that fire hose. You did I feel like you know enough, or you've seen enough to know that this is probably not a good idea.
He does, but he's got that deniability of like, oh, well, sometimes Tony shows me shit that doesn't even happen.
Yeah, but he seems really urgent this time.
I know. Yeah.
Danny reminds himself, nothing here can hurt me. It's just like pictures in a book if I don't let them touch my mind. But suddenly, the fire hose uncoils and launches itself to the floor. Danny screams for Tony, asking for his help. He gets no response from his old friend, but when he looks down at the hose, it begins to leak dark blood.
Is it interesting to anyone else that through his visions, at least of the water hose and one that we'll see later, in his mind's eye, things are much worse than they actually are whenever we get to the hotel? Like the water hose it had teeth, it was snarling at him.
Yeah.
Now it's just leaking some blood. There's something else.
Hold on.
You know, as it happens.
As water
As all
hoses
fire-
do, yeah.
Just calm down, everybody.
Leaking a little blood. Get over it.
But then the other one is much worse, where we see a certain person that looks way more terrifying
Yeah.
than they
Yeah.
actually do. So,
That's interesting.
it is. I don't know why.
Danny squeezes his eyes shut and counts quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When he opens them, the hose is still on the floor, but the blood is gone. He chastises himself. It's just a hose, stupid. And the hose took that personally. It recoils like a snake and launches forward aggressively. Danny runs. Watching down the stair hole again, we watch him run back into the caretaker's apartment, too afraid to even close the door behind him. But it slowly creaks closed on its own.
He's going to see that if he goes up there. I know Danny doesn't want to put it back, but...
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Outside, icicles drip from the hotel's roof and its nameplate is crusted with frost. But inside, Danny is hurrying to return the master key to the office. When someone calls his name harshly, Danny whips around to find his father standing there. Jack demands, "What are you doing?" Danny replies, "Nothing, Daddy," and Jack repeats this sourly. He steps forward, closing the gap between them slightly, and his voice is cold when he tells Danny that this is Mr. Ullman's office. He asks again, "What are you doing in Mr. Ullman's office?" When Danny doesn't answer, Jack wants to know if he's been playing with the radio. When Danny says he hasn't, Jack warns that he hopes not, because if the phone lines go down, this is the only way they have to call for help.
I understand why they keep bringing up this CB radio and reminding everyone that this is our only line of communication out of this hotel. But I also didn't forget that you just said that maybe 30 minutes ago in this story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's T. That was last night. This
Right.
is another night.
ABC is like telling them every night.
You got to remember.
We can't forget. Jack switches the radio on, turning its red light green. The weatherman's voice immediately advises that roads west of Boulder are treacherous with slushy patches of dark ice. Jack switches it back off and looks at Danny with cartoonish suspicion. He wonders now what Danny's got behind his back. Danny says again, "Nothing, Daddy." Jack's grin is dark when he walks over to his son, mocking, "Nuttin', honey." Towering over his son, he tells Danny to show him. With nothing else to do, Danny pulls the key from behind his back and presents it to his father. Jack clenches it in his fist and counts off Danny's crimes angrily. Not supposed to be in here. Not supposed to have this. Not supposed to go into any of the guest rooms. He raises his voice into a shout, but he drops it again, chuckling dryly that he's got to hand it to Doc. Danny watches as Jack settles behind the desk and muses that when Danny gets around to breaking the rules, he doesn't waste any time. But Danny pleads his case. He didn't go into any of the rooms. He was going to, but he changed his mind. Jack doesn't answer, and when Danny calls out to him, Jack shushes his son. He tells him to just be quiet a minute because he has to think.
I don't know if I'm alone here. I don't like any of this. And the reason I don't is because I understand we have this progression of what's going on with Jack in the hotel, but maybe what Nate had said earlier about this being shot out of order might explain why Jack seems at least 75% insane already. And then we dial it back for a little while again, for quite a while, until it's needed again. It feels like the progression is all wrong.
I do want to say that I know I said earlier that his character doesn't work for me, but maybe that's why.
Okay.
Because it does. Here it is like, I don't understand what's going on. You're already like, you know what I mean? Like you're saying, you're aggravated a lot. And I'm just like, what?
It's too much too soon.
Yeah.
And then we don't do it again for a while.
Yeah.
That's fair. I feel like I think that there's almost like a push-pull with Jack for like the beginning part of them being at the Overlook, because it's like he'll be kind of drawn in and then he'll get control of himself again. And then next time he's drawn in a little bit further and then he'll like, it feels like a push-pull. And I was going to say, if he's been down in the cellar looking at all these, news stories and stuff, he's like kind of enraptured. But when he left there, he was like, whoa, like Scooby-Doo running out of there.
Yeah.
So maybe
That's what I'm saying.
He was fine.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
And I know even in this episode, as well as episode 11, The Shining, we talked about Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
And how it was like he was insane immediately.
Yeah, he was already mad.
Yeah. But I think with him, it was like we're starting kind of at 50% before we even get to the hotel.
Right.
And then it does. He gets only increasingly more insane.
He does. Yeah.
And it works. Because of that, it does feel a little more gradual, although he has started off in a deficit. But this, it just feels weird.
It does. And maybe that is something that before I know, I was like, well, he was already mad. But I mean, it does, thinking about it and watching this, it does work a little better.
Jack pulls out a bottle of aspirin and chews them dry. And this is something he does a lot in the book. And Stephen King said that he used to do it too.
Oh, wow.
And that you kind of become addicted to that taste of the chewed up aspirin.
Yeah.
But yeah. Danny asks if he has a headache, and Jack says that he does. It's the worst one he's had since it's the worst one in a while. But he decides that that's not what's important. The real question is, what should we do about a little boy who cannot keep to the rules? He stands up, standing tall over Danny when he booms. How are we going to make you remember? Looking up fearfully at his father, Danny asks sincerely, are you going to hurt me, Daddy? Like before? This breaks Jack's anger in a sigh. His features soften and he says, no, I would never hurt you. He kneels before his son, promising that he will never hurt him again, but he just can't break the rules. Danny protests again that he didn't go in the rooms, but Jack shushes him. He tells him not to make it worse by lying. That would set me off.
Yeah.
Because I didn't fucking go in. I didn't fucking do shit. They have to be men here, and men follow the rules. That means no fooling with the CB, no going where you were told not to go, the basement, the guest rooms, or this office. He asks Danny, you got it? Danny swears again that he did not go in the rooms, but Jack asserts, men follow the rules. He asks, okay? And with a sigh, Danny finally resigns. Okay, Daddy. That night, Wendy and Danny sit in his top bunk with his book in her lap. She tells him goodnight and that his dad will be in to kiss him before he goes to bed. She guesses that he's working on his play, but Danny says that he isn't. He's down in the cellar looking at the old papers again. He says that it's spooky down there. Wendy asks if he's been down in the cellar. She doesn't want him to go down there because there's rats and God knows what else. But Danny says that he hasn't been down there. He knows that he's not supposed to. It's a rule, and men follow the rules. But he just knows. Wendy nods with understanding and asks, sometimes you can see what he sees, can't you? Danny nods. He says that he just looks at the papers now. He likes them, but he's not writing his play anymore. Wendy's eyes go wide, her voice unsteady. She insists that he is writing the play. That's why they're here. He knows how important that play is to his father. But Danny counters, not anymore. Now he wants to write a book about the Overlook, and he knows that Uncle Al won't like it, but he doesn't care. Wendy thinks for a moment before wondering if Danny thinks it would be better if they left the Overlook now before the snow got any deeper. She implores him gently to tell her the truth. What does he think? What does he see? Danny thinks for a moment before deciding that they have to stay. It's Daddy's job. He has to take care of the Overlook, and he has to take care of them. But Wendy asks if he's all right. Danny reasons that he's trying to be. He says, he loves us and I love him. He asks if Wendy does too. Sometimes he thinks that she doesn't, but she does, doesn't she? Wendy strokes her son's hair and assures him that of course she does, but this isn't about loving. After a pause, she asks him, is his daddy drinking again? Danny says that he's not, but he does think about it sometimes. He thinks, gosh, I could sure use a cold one. But he's not drinking.
You're putting way too much on this kid's shoulders.
I know. Yeah. Wendy sighs that that's good, and she coaxes a smile from Danny before hopping off the bed. She gives him a kiss, and when Danny reminds her to kiss Tony the dog, she does. She mentions that they haven't heard much about the other Tony these days, have they? He doesn't come around much? Danny is like, no, he must have stayed in Boulder. He rationalizes that he's not a real friend anyway. He's a make-believe friend. Wendy says that that's what the doctor said, but she isn't so sure. Suddenly, Danny hears his name whispered, and we press in on his face as he looks past his mother with horror. There, on the cowboy-themed wallpaper, the word materializes in a stark red. Red rum. It bleeds down the wall. Wendy follows his gaze and asks him what's wrong. Did he see something spooky in the corner? But Danny composes himself and intones, made you look, dirty crook, stole your mother's pocketbook. Wendy laughs sarcastically and tells the funny guy to lay down because it's time to go to sleep.
Why are there tears in your eyes?
Yeah.
He's clearly putting on a front.
Yeah.
Clearly. Why is your hair gone white?
So this is different.
Yes. Yeah.
She kisses him again and starts to leave, but Danny stops her. Wendy turns to him with red rum still smeared bloody on the wall behind her. Danny asks her, what's red rum? Wendy is like, red drum? But when Danny corrects her, not drum, rum. She admits that she doesn't know, but it sounds like something a pirate might drink. She asks why, and Danny dismisses that it was just something he saw on TV. With that settled, Wendy promises again to send his dad in before he falls asleep. The two say goodnight, and as soon as Wendy closes the door, Danny's smile drops. Distorted voices mount, but Danny squeezes his eyes shut and quickly counts to 10 in a frantic whisper. When he closes his eyes, the word is no longer written on the wall. But the whispering continues, and when Danny looks over at the window, red rum materializes in frost on the glass. He looks back to the wall, and it appears, written bloody again against the wallpaper. With nothing else to do, Danny lies down on his pillow.
To the window. To the wall?
That's right.
Till the blood drips down the wall?
Yeah.
Precisely.
Okay, just making sure.
Stephen King said that in his mind, he wanted Danny to see something written in blood on the wall and ask his mother about it. He was thinking the word murder, but he knows that if any kid asks their mom what murder means, it's going to be a red flag and the mom would be on alert.
Yeah.
So he thought maybe Danny could see the word in a mirror. So he didn't realize that murder backwards was red rum until he sat down and wrote it to see what it would look like backwards. And he said it gave him chills. So that's what...
Well, with Jack,
Yeah.
it's perfect.
It really is. Jack is bringing a box from the cellar into the lobby, but he slams it down on the ground when he sees that Danny has left his toys and a half-full glass of chocolate milk on the table. He grumbles to himself, angry with Danny, wondering how many times he's got to tell him. He shoves the toys in his pockets, and when he spots the drink balanced on the arm of the couch, he sets it on the table with the makeshift coaster underneath, deciding that they're going to have a little talk. Jack finally settles down on the couch and doesn't see when Wendy saunters into the room behind him. She walks to the front desk in a silky white robe, and when she turns, we see that it's open, revealing her nightie underneath. She cheekily rings the bell on the desk and poses as she calls to him. "Front, please." But Jack looks up at her, his eyes cold. Instead of reacting to her, he says, "You know, your son's been playing down here again." He says he's got a pocket full of action figures to prove it. Wendy's smile fades, and when Jack picks up the glass of chocolate milk and asks if she sees it, she starts to walk over to him, confirming that she does. Jack tells her that this glass was balanced half full on the arm of the sofa that probably would go for more than he made in all his years of teaching. Wendy gently breaks it to Jack that their son is 7 years old, and sometimes 7-year-olds forget the rules. Jack replies bitterly, "Well, then one of us had better remind him, don't you think?" Wendy sighs and takes the glass from Jack, volunteering to do it herself. Jack says that's good and settles back down onto the couch. Wendy sits next to him, pointing out that it's starting to thaw. The radio said it might be the last one for quite a while. She muses that it sounds like the whole world is melting. Jack agrees that it is beautiful. It's like they're in a cave behind a waterfall. He finally softens when the two share a smile, and after a beat, Wendy asks if he's coming to bed. The flames crackling in the fireplace behind him, Jack says that he will in a little while.
What are you doing, dude?
I was in here doing my research when John Paul was watching this, and he goes, "What the fuck is this guy doing?"
I don't understand that. Come on, man. I know, look, the box is interesting, whatever you found in there.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Well,
I'm sorry.
I was going to say, but there's another one
All right.
should probably go through.
This is wild.
Rummage around.
Is there more script?
No, I thought we could just talk about that for a while.
You put a break in there.
Yeah.
It's scheduled.
Wendy teases that she's got something for him that he's not going to find in any of those boxes if he wants it. Jack is like, later maybe. Wendy's like, later maybe? She asks, what is this later? Jack says that he's trying to do the job he was hired for, but Wendy counters that for the last couple weeks, all he's been interested in are those boxes, other than making sure she and Danny don't wrinkle a drape or leave a smudge somewhere. She pulls her robe off of her shoulders and leans in, reasoning that maybe she could use some caretaking too. Jack goes, "What do you mean?"
Yeah. Oh, dude. Fuck those ghosts.
So Wendy puts it plainly, "Aren't you attracted to me anymore?" She says that he always used to be, except... When she turns away, Jack finishes the thought for her. "Except when I was drinking." She agrees, and when Jack counters that he's not drinking, she agrees with that too. She says that not everything that comes out of her mouth about that is an accusation. Jack wonders what this is all about then. Wendy rubs her husband's shoulder and shares that Danny's been asleep for almost an hour now, and she wants to go to bed with Jack. Sleep is the last thing she's interested in. She says that if she has to be any more blunt than that, they're in a lot of trouble. Jack grins, but his eyes drop back down to the papers on the table before he promises that he'll be up in a few minutes. Wendy's had enough. She gets up and belts her robe, pointing out that he's not drinking anymore, but all his old drinking habits are back. And if that's what this place is doing to him, then coming here was a really bad idea. Jack asserts that this place isn't doing anything to him. He's just interested in the papers he found in the cellar. He's been collating them. Wendy eyes Jack and takes a long pause before she says that Danny told her he stopped writing his play. Is that true? Danny's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
That was a private conversation.
Well, she's using him like a remote viewer. Like, that's not fair.
Yeah, no.
But she says that Jack always said that next to her and Danny, that play was the most important thing in his life. Jack stands and demands to know if Danny's been up in his office. Has he been fooling around with his papers? His voice mounting, he adds, damn nosy little pup.
I gotta be honest. Some things probably work way better on the page than they do in a film or a miniseries.
Yeah.
This damned little pup, I cannot stand.
It said too much.
Yes.
And and that's for me part of maybe why I'm also not buying him. It's like, come on.
And I do understand he can't be like, that little fucker.
Yeah.
It's ABC.
Right.
But at the same time.
And it is in the book.
And I know it is.
Yeah, but
you can tell. This is where, again, I feel like Kubrick made some very wise choices that some things just do not translate.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wendy tells Jack to listen to himself. This isn't him talking. That's his father. Jack wonders how Wendy could even know what his father sounds like. He died 6 years before Jack met her. But Wendy knows because she listens to Jack. She tells him to look at himself. He's not shaving anymore. He's rubbing his mouth like he used to in Vermont and chewing on aspirin like when he'd get hangovers. Jack shouts that he gets headaches. He gets bad headaches. Very bad. It's the stress. He sits back down and Wendy asks flatly, is stress the reason you don't want to make love to me anymore? Jack hangs his head and doesn't answer. Wendy turns her back on her husband and sighs. Hugging herself, she says that the thaw is supposed to hold tonight and tomorrow. With the snowmobile, they can make it down to Route 50, and then it's only 23 miles to Sidewinder. Turning back to Jack, she asserts that they should do it. This place isn't doing any of them any good. She shares that sometimes Danny comes downstairs looking white as a sheet. Pressing his fingers into the corner of his eye, Jack counters that Danny has no business being up in the guest room floor.
That's what you got from that?
With an edge to her voice, Wendy says that that's not what she's talking about. Danny doesn't go in there. He said that Jack talked to him about that. Sometimes he comes in from outside looking the same way, pale and haunted somehow. She sits down across from Jack and shares that she thinks Danny is seeing things here. She thinks that he's not saying anything about it because he's scared that if Jack loses his job, but Jack interrupts. Does she know who else is scared about what will happen to them if he loses this job? Jack is. He has visions of them ending up in California picking lettuce and grapes alongside the illegals in Mexico.
Yeah.
I hope that's the hotel.
I put Jesus.
Yeah.
Because if that's Jack Torrance, then fuck him forever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the hotel.
It's made him racist?
Yes. Yeah. He's on Ambien.
Okay.
He claps his hands, declaring how nice it is for Danny that he won't have to go to high school to learn a second language. I was fucking like wincing.
Yeah, I didn't expect this.
No! Wendy says that that's ridiculous. Jack fires back, spoken like a true golden girl who always had $20 in her jeans courtesy of her loving, possessive mother. He stands, his voice raising with him, asking if she wants to go home and tell her mother about what happened here. That basically speaking, her husband lost his last chance because sometimes her son sees things. Wendy yells that is so unfair and he knows it. Jack bellows that the situation is unfair, but if Wendy will just help him the way Danny has been, then they can get through this. Wendy says in a flat voice that she hates this place now. She asks what happened to them. They didn't have much back in Boulder, but they were pretty happy. She asks him if he remembers. With the crackling fire as her only reply, she decides that they have to leave this place. She doesn't know how she knows that, but she does. Jack sits on the coffee table in front of her and takes her hands, imploring that she listen to him. He knows how he bitched things up for himself. The booze, his temper, George Hatfield. He swallows. In breaking Danny's arm. Wendy drops her eyes and Jack continues that when he heard Danny screaming and he saw the way that he was holding his arm, he starts to sob, admitting that all he wanted to do was grab him by the wrist and turn him around, give him a swat on the butt. That's all. Wendy's face softens with sympathy as Jack sniffles and wipes his eyes. He reasons that they can come out of this in one of two ways. A recommendation that will get him a new teaching job, plus the first draft of a possibly publishable book. Wendy allows herself a small smile, and Jack provides the second option. Or we could be walking around shopping centers with a sign that says we'll work for food. He allows that is an exaggeration, but not by much. Wendy shakes her head, but she's still smiling. Jack proposes that there are compensations too. He goes back to the couch and takes a book from one of the boxes. He says that the story that is in these boxes, the one between the lines, she wouldn't be able to believe it. He details that even just the names in the registration books, Jean Harlow, Joey Gallo, Lana Turner, Johnny Stompanato, Robert Vesco. He says that sometimes he feels like they're all still here. An eerie score begins as Jack grins that it's like they never really checked out. It's like he can almost see them.
Is that not troubling? Or?
Yeah, don't say that.
No.
Yeah, don't say that.
Then we're definitely going to leave for Sidewinder, right?
Yeah. Wendy says that she knows that's what scares her, but Jack asserts that it feels like he was meant to be here. Like somehow his whole life has led up to this. This is more concerning talk.
Yeah. If you were just talking about this as a project alone,
Yeah.
that's fine. But when you're
This
like,
is my
I
destiny.
think I see him too. It's like, hey.
What? He goes back to Wendy and takes her hands. He promises that it's just for the winter. He pleads with her and Danny to bear with him and they won't be sorry. He leans in and kisses Wendy. When she smiles and concedes, "All right, Jack," the kissing intensifies. She whispers to him, "Kissin', kissin'," and Jack agrees that that's what he's been missing. He asks if she still wants to go up to bed, and when she asks, "What do you think?" Jack takes his wife by the hand, and we watch as they walk toward the apartment. Wendy tells her husband that she loves him, and when he says that he loves her too, they wrap their arms around each other and walk around the corner, out of sight. On the commentary, Mick Garris said that this was one of the hardest things he ever directed, this scene between Jack and Wendy. He said that this was the last thing they shot at the hotel, and because of the shooting schedule, they had to do the entire 9-page scene in one day.
Oh, wow.
When it's typical to do 2 pages per day. They did 9.
Damn.
And so it was just this exhausting process. He said, and it's so dense with dialogue that he's trying to keep it visually interesting. They're standing up, they're moving, they're walking away from each other, they're turning away, they're turning to face each other, they're sitting down, they're standing up. Like, he said he did the best he could, but that it was just very, very difficult.
I think it came out very successful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And their performances as well. I think it really rose to the occasion.
Definitely. Because I feel like you can easily see how a scene like this would drag, but it really doesn't.
No.
And you still see these bits of Jack that are still there.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not completely gone just yet, which again makes the scene in Ullman's office all the more confusing.
Yeah.
But he softened there too.
Yeah, but he was like, "What are you doing, Danny?"
At first.
Like, what? You sound like a hotel.
Yeah, he softened to just chastise him again right after.
No, he did.
Yeah, and then he found the chocolate milk and he's like, maybe somebody needs to beat his ass.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
It's like, what the hell is going on?
We're jumping Danny, right?
It's like, no, we're not.
In the morning, the ice is melting off of the overlook. Water runs down and icicles break off and crash to the ground. Jack is stomping through the snow in his snowshoes with the broom in his hand. He makes his way to a playhouse in the playground area, announcing, "Fee, fi, fo, fum." He pushes the window open, warning that the giant has come to eat them up in their beds. But he drops the act and mutters, kiss her AAA rating goodbye. We get a shot of the snow-crusted topiary as he takes the broom and sweeps the snow off of one corner of the playhouse before walking over to the swings for a little recreation.
That's enough for today.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, you got 6 months.
True. He plops down into one of the swings and begins to sing, dropping his voice into an Elvis impression as he croons Heartbreak Hotel. He stops, though, when he sees that one of the topiary animals is completely green, as if it had shaken off the frost. He settles himself, admitting that gave him a start, but worry creeps into his face when he looks back over to the playhouse. There's now a croquet mallet leaned up against it. Jack trudges over and picks it up. He holds it. He inspects it. When he hears a thudding, he glances over his shoulder to find that another topiary has lost its snow. When he hears a low growling, he turns to see another one, a cat with an inquisitive cock to its head, completely green and free from snow. Jack turns back around and assures himself that he is not seeing this. He rests his hands on his thighs and leans over, deciding that he just needs a meeting, just some AA. He mutters quickly, "God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change." And what? He hears more movement behind him, and more topiary animals are bare. They seem to be facing Jack. The swings are swinging back and forth wildly. The seesaws are rising and falling, rising and falling. The windows to the playhouse open, and two voices call out to him. "Hello, Jack. Hi, Jack. Come on in." Jack turns to flee, struggling to run in his snowshoes, and when he catches sight of another green topiary, he falls in front of the swing set. The gliding seat smacks him right in the face. This was like insult. Insult to injury. Gotta need to do all that.
No.
Wow.
I will say what we see in this sequence, the way that they're using these topiary animals and shooting them.
Yeah.
What I had been warned my whole life about these topiary animals as far as how they look in the miniseries.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's not true. It looks, they're using them wisely.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks fine.
Right now.
It does.
Yeah.
Yes. Jack jumps to his feet at the sound of growling and looks around frantically. The topiary animals have turned to him, lions bearing their green leafy teeth. Jack realizes as he clutches the mallet, ready to attack, that they don't move while you're watching them. Maybe they can't. He keeps his eyes on the green animals as he trudges back toward the hotel. He falls again, and when he looks up, two green lions are standing right in front of him. He begs them to get back. He gets to his feet and runs again, falls again. He cries out, struggling to make his way to the front of the hotel as the topiary animals stand tall, menacing, growling. Jack finally stands and turns toward them with a yell, but all of the animals are back in their original positions, crusted with snow and ice. In his hand, he holds not a croquet mallet, but his broom. The playhouse is covered in snow. Jack fights a sob and forces a laugh, deciding that he's just tired. He's tired, very tired. He takes an aspirin out of his coat and chews some, asserting with finality as he turns back to the overlook that nothing happened.
Tired? A nap's not going to fix that.
No.
I don't.
Wait, you guys aren't chased by topiary animals
Yeah.
whenever you're tired?
I'm sleepy.
That's how I know I need to get to catch up. I have to say, I was pretty impressed by this sequence.
It's good. It's creepy.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Night falls around the overlook as rain comes down, misting in the sky. We press in on the hotel before inspecting one of the frosted topiary up close. We see the swing set, still, standing in the snow. We see the front door of the Overlook Hotel, adorned with the Santa Claus craft and the words, "Welcome to our humble home, Jack, Wendy, Danny." In the caretaker's apartment, we glide past their Christmas tree, past the staticky TV, where the anchor woman, played by Bertha Lynn, declares that Santa isn't going to have a problem finding landing zones later this week. It'll cloud up after midnight, and they should expect another 4 inches of snow before tomorrow. She predicts 12 to 14 inches of fresh snow and high winds that will combine to create blizzard conditions from Greeley all the way to Sidewinder.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know that anybody who lives anywhere with like seasons sound like an ignorant Texan, but that would just be so beautiful to behold. 12 inches of snow?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then we're stuck inside the Overlook Hotel.
We're not.
Well,
the
we know.
Overlook. Well, we wouldn't be in the Overlook
No.
Hotel.
We'll get a sled.
Right?
That is something I talk about with Jules all the time because the snow in Moscow is so beautiful.
Yeah.
But comparing it to the heat that we get in Texas, it's just like wanting to trade constantly. But you don't think about
Exactly.
you only see it's rose-colored glasses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then later when they're like, they'll put chains on your truck. I'm like, oh, I don't want to deal with chains on my truck. I don't want to do all
What
that.
a wild solution.
That does not sound appealing to me.
It's like, do I got to wear leathers?
Yeah, what is this? I gotta change my whole wardrobe.
We pan past the lit fireplace and the Torrance family's stockings hung with care to find Wendy painting and watching this report. But in the office, Jack is clutching his copy of Alcoholics Anonymous. He dramatically intones, "Brethren, join the sober Sams of Alcoholics Anonymous and be saved." He proclaims that they will be washed and clean. Say hallelujah. All you got to do is stay away from that drink. He shrugs that it's just one day at a time. Drink your coffee and smoke your little cigarette, but believe. Suddenly, a voice comes in through the CB and stops Jack in his tracks. "Jackie, shut up that drivel."
The voice is right because I don't know what the hell that was.
Please shut up.
Please shut up.
A laugh escapes Jack's lips as he realizes, "Daddy?" He asks him to pardon him for asking such a stupid question, but aren't you dead? The voice of Mark James Torrance, played by an uncredited Miguel Ferrer, answers him through the CB. Death doesn't mean much in the Overlook. Don't you know that?
Miguel Ferrer, we talked about him on the stand, PMTV.
We did. The second you hear him speak, you're
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Mick Garris had said that he and Miguel Ferrer became friends on the set of The Stand and that he came to do this as a favor and because he really loved Stephen King's work.
Okay.
And he's just great and you don't even see him.
No.
Jack covers his face and begins to sob as his father's voice adds that he's as stupid as ever, isn't he? He demands that Jack answer him, and Jack does in a choked sob. Yes, he guesses so. He admits that most of the time these days he's felt pretty stupid. Mark says that he's foolish and weak, still just a pup. But he's always had a soft spot for his son, and he still does. So Jack needs to listen and listen closely. A certain person, a certain small person, is where he doesn't belong again. I was like, God damn it, Danny.
Yeah, I know.
Jack's reddened face transforms from sorrow to seething rage. He trembles as blood drips from his nose. On the commentary, Mick Garris said that the blood coming out of Steven Weber's nostril was real and completely his own.
Really?
That he had gotten himself so worked up in this scene that his nose started bleeding.
Oh, shit.
That's good.
Okay.
Give him a little.
Yeah,
Give him
yeah.
a little. As predicted, Danny is in the second floor hallway, eyeing the fire hose nervously as he walks past it. But finally, he comes to a stop in front of one of the rooms.
Do you know how funny that was hearing this and then seeing how pissed off Jack got? And then it cuts immediately to Danny doing some hood rat shit. I know I'm not supposed to be up here. I got to know what's behind the door.
And I don't. You really need to know.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
don't
really?
understand. Why do you keep doing that?
Don't know.
Danny pulls the second floor master key out of his pocket and slides it into the lock. He absently wipes his mouth like his father as he unlocks the door. And finally, he pushes it open. Danny steps inside and the door swings shut on its own behind him, the keys still dangling from the lock. And as it closes, we see the room number stamped into the shiny gold plate, 217. In the office, Mark Torrance's voice asserts that they have both betrayed Jack and they have to be punished. Jack falls to his knees in front of the CB radio and asks weakly what his daddy is talking about. Mark declares that they're doing what they always have. They're holding him back, dragging him down. He asks where Jackie's little whelp is now. He's trespassing. He's a pup, a trespassing little pup. Jack closes his eyes and trembles as his father gives him his orders. Cane him, Jackie. Make him take his medicine. You have to. Jack screams no, but his father rebuts calmly. Yes. Jack picks up the croquet mallet and rises to his feet as he decides that his father is dead and he doesn't have to listen to him. He swings the mallet down on the radio again and again, sending sparks flying as he crushes it. He screams at his father to shut up and be dead. Shut up and stay dead. Jack doesn't stop swinging until the radio is completely destroyed. He drops the mallet, and as it clatters to the ground, Jack covers his face and sobs. He asks, "What's happening to me?"
The hotel really got your number.
Yeah.
It is so unfortunate.
Yeah.
It worked.
It did.
And it did. But in room 217, Danny walks through with wide, exploring eyes. When a voice offers, "Come join us, Danny," he answers quietly, "No." The score swells as he walks through the living room and the dining area. He makes his way to the light switch and flicks it on. The bedroom is illuminated and the whispers accumulate, beckoning to him. "Come join us, Danny. Come here. Look and see. Come on in. See, Danny." Danny presses his hands to his ears, reminding himself that nothing in here can hurt him. It's just like pictures in a book. When he removes his hands from his ears, the whispers are gone. And in the new silence of the hotel room, Danny begins to sing Old MacDonald Had a Farm to himself. But he pauses as he approaches the bathroom door. We see Danny's silhouette through the frosted glass as he pushes the door open. We follow him as he steps inside, singing to himself. But he stops singing when he sees through the sheer curtain pulled around the tub that there is someone sitting in there, in the water. Danny closes his eyes and counts quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When he opens them, the curtain is still drawn, but there is no one behind it. He tells himself that there is nothing there. He repeats this like a mantra as he approaches the curtain. He still hears water dripping when he grips it and rips it aside. But there is someone there, a woman. The woman in room 217, her blonde hair wet and lank, her skin decomposed, sloughed off pieces floating in the dirty bathwater. She opens her eyes and fixes Danny with her cold gaze, revealing them to be pale and ghostly within her mottled face. She lifts her head as she finishes Danny's song for him. A little boy here and a little boy there. She grins. Here a boy, there a boy, everywhere a boy, boy. Staring at him, she says, "Hello, Danny. I've been waiting for you. We've all been waiting for you." Danny takes in a ragged gasp of air and screams. He bolts from the room just as the woman begins to rise from the tub.
Maybe my understanding of what could be shown on ABC at 7 p.m. in 1997 is a little different.
Yeah.
This shocked the hell out of me.
Yeah.
I was not anticipating seeing this level of a ghoul.
Yeah.
And it looks fantastic.
Oh,
Yes, it does.
Seeing this, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
I like a lot.
The score grows chaotic as Danny tries to open the door, but it won't budge. The woman steps out of the bathroom, leaving a pool of water around her rotting feet. Danny continues to struggle with the door, but we follow her feet as she strides along the carpet, singing again. Here a boy, there a boy, everywhere a boy, boy. She continues closer, and we pan up her green, sinewy legs. Danny counts to 10 again, frantically, begging, "Not there, not there, not there." Finally, the door opens and Danny bursts from room 217 back into the hallway. He stands there for a second, catching his breath, and he reminds himself, just like pictures in a book. That was, but he... He yelps when the woman's hands reach out into the hallway and yank Danny back into room 217.
That's too much.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but this is Danny's fault.
Absolutely. You're standing in an open door.
I'm not trying to victim blame.
Yeah.
Why would you think that the hallway is a boundary? Like it's safe.
That was scary.
It was. Get out of there.
Yeah.
Cynthia Garris appeared briefly on the commentary, and she said that was someone yanking Danny back into the room. That's why he fucking shoots back. But I know we want to talk about this makeup.
Yes, please.
She had said that she was very excited to play the woman in room 217, but she asked for the makeup to not be super heavy and intense. So Bill Corso, the chief makeup artist, who also worked with them on the stand, was trying to think of something light and easy and fast. He came up with using saran wrap. It was easy to take on and off, and it would give her skin this shriveled, slimy, wrinkled look like she'd been in the water. They airbrushed Cynthia Garris's body and adhered the saran wrap to it with water-resistant glue. Then they ripped and painted the saran wrap, and that was it. He said that for Mother Abigail's face, just face in the stand, it took 6 hours. And for Cynthia Garris's face and whole body, he said it took an hour and a half. And she was like, well, it was a little more than that. But comparatively, it was a very quick job, and it looks fucking amazing.
That's honestly hard to believe.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
I would never guess. I would think it would be that 6 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she said that the contacts that she has were made for Ruby D also in the stand. The contacts she's wearing in this.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting. But something that caught my eye because I found it to be so utterly disgusting were those floaties in the water.
Yeah.
When Danny first pulls that curtain back. They said that they dropped into the water some paint and some shaving cream just to see what it would look like. That's all that is.
Again, that's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Okay.
I was extremely impressed.
Oh, yeah.
In their apartment, Wendy is napping in her chair by the window, her painting out of focus behind her. But in the office, Jack is looking around at Ullman's books and photographs before his eyes fall to the case containing the keys.
I might be wrong, but was that Ullman and Bob Dole?
I wasn't sure who the hell.
What the fuck?
I was very puzzled.
Jack's eyes go wide when he sees that the master key for the second floor is missing. He turns and finds the CB radio smashed to bits and puts it together. Danny.
How does that make any sense?
I know.
Even if you're puzzled and you've been out of it or whatever, you personally saw hedge animals come to life.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. We're pretending that didn't happen.
Well, then we're screwed. I don't
He
know.
just needed a nap.
Yes,
Yeah, he was tired. Do you not listen?
I should. I'm sorry. I need a nap.
Yeah. He picks up the croquet mallet and warns Danny that he better not be where Jack thinks he is. Armed with the mallet, he steps out of the office and shouts up the stairs that Danny better just come out and not make it any worse for himself. He bellows for him to come down here, the damn pup. He better get down here double time because he's losing his patience. His shouting has woken Wendy, and we press in on her as she jumps out of her chair. Jack screams at his son to get down here and take his medicine. It's his last chance. We see the door to room 217 standing open, the keys still dangling from the lock, and in the unfocused background, wet footprints mar the carpet. When Danny doesn't answer his father, Jack starts up the stairs, deciding if that's the way you want it. But Wendy stops him and asks what he's doing. Panting, Jack tells Wendy that her son broke the CB. He smashed it with this croquet mallet, and one of the keys is gone. He says that Danny is up on the second floor right now. God knows what he's going to find up there. What Danny has gotten into or broken. He's shouting now, and when he doesn't answer Wendy calling his name, she joins him on the stairs. Jack bellows, reminding his wife that he is the caretaker here. He's responsible. Wendy yanks the croquet mallet out of Jack's hand and asks for them to just talk quietly like adults. Jack wipes his mouth with the back of his hand as Wendy asks if he's sure that the CB is actually broken. Jack asks, "Does the Pope wear a tall hat?" I don't think that's appropriate, right?
Yeah, no.
She's like, "What are you talking about?"
No shit.
He screams for Danny to get his butt down here, but Wendy focuses his attention on her again. What makes him so sure that Danny did it? Jack asks if she's saying that she did it, and of course Wendy didn't. Jack says that it wasn't him because he was in the basement all afternoon, and it sure wasn't the rats. He screams for Danny again, and Wendy implores him to remember his temper, no matter what Danny's done. But Jack counters coldly to let him worry about that. He starts up the stairs, and Wendy protests as she follows him, but they both stop when they find Danny standing at the top of the stairs, dazed and staring, clutching the railing. He has deep, dark bruises on his neck. Wendy drops the mallet and rushes to her son, calling Jack a bastard. Jack starts to say that he never, but Wendy is already holding her son, begging him to tell her what happened. Jack kneels down and places a hand on Danny's shoulder, but Wendy smacks it away. She hisses at Jack not to touch him. If he so much as lays a finger on Danny again, she will wait until he's asleep and she will kill him. Jack starts, "Wendy, I swear to God." But Wendy is tired of listening to Jack swear to God. She's tired of his promises to change his spots. She assumes that Jack saw his precious radio broken and he went and found Danny. She sobs. Breaking his arm wasn't enough this time, was it? This time, breaking his arm wasn't enough. Jack swears that he didn't see Danny all afternoon, but Wendy scoops up her catatonic son and hurries down the stairs. Jack follows, pleading with Danny. He's like, "I'm getting crucified here, son."
Yeah.
He is, though. And I understand there's a lot of history.
Yeah.
I also was kind of puzzled that Wendy is acknowledging the fact that Danny did break the radio.
Yeah.
That's true.
This is all weird.
Yeah. Because how? No.
I know.
He begs Danny to tell her what happened. Wendy screams at him to get away, but Jack begs him to tell them both what happened. They rush off the stairs, leaving the croquet mallet abandoned. Wendy carries Danny into the caretaker's apartment, where she tries to make a phone call that, of course, doesn't go through. She looks down at Danny before hugging him close and tight. She sits down in her rocking chair with him. Danny lays his head on his mother's chest, still silent and staring as she rocks them both. She starts to sing him Jingle Bells and asks if he wants to sing with her. She asks him to help her sing. She starts up again, but she stops when Jack walks into the room. He goes over to the phone and picks up the receiver, but Wendy tells him to not even bother. It was working this morning, but now it's out. It's the first thing she tried. Jack hangs up the phone and turns to look at his wife. He looks out the window and sighs, running his hands through his hair. He says quietly that a storm is coming. Finally, he addresses Wendy. He admits that he doesn't know what's going on here, but he did not touch Danny. Wendy says that, as someone recently said, it wasn't her, and it sure as hell wasn't the rats. Jack kneels in front of Wendy, and she holds Danny closer, protectively. When Jack places a reassuring hand on his son's back, Wendy flinches, but Jack realizes that Danny's shirt is wet. He asks Danny why it's wet. Of course, Danny doesn't answer, but Jack notices something on his son's slack face and points it out to Wendy. She wipes it away and smells it. It's lipstick. Jack counters that it's not his shade. He eyes his wife as he stands up. We see the woman in room 217, her horrible face splotched and mottled as she pleads with Danny not to go yet. They'll have tea. Suddenly, Danny takes in a ragged, shuddering breath and jumps out of Wendy's arms. He runs to Jack and throws his arms around his father, looking back at Wendy and suddenly accusing, "It was her! It was her! It was her!"
What? Your mom?
How or why? Why would you?
I know. What?
You know.
Just say, don't say her and look at your mother.
Yeah, because he did.
Wendy blinks at him, confused, but Danny has buried his sobbing face into his father's stomach. Jack is like, Wendy? She stands up, pleading her case. She was in here sketching. She fell asleep and she woke up because of Jack shouting. She would never. Jack interrupts that he knows she would never, but it's not nice to be accused, is it?
Oof. He's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He picks up Danny and holds him. When they walk out of the apartment, Wendy follows. Down in the kitchen, they treat Danny to some hot chocolate and whipped cream. Danny sips and sighs that he loves this stuff. Once he sets the mug down, Jack carefully broaches. So where did the lipstick come from, Doc? How'd you get the bruises? He asks if Danny got them on the second floor. Danny breathes heavily, promising his father that he didn't want to go to the second floor. He wanted to keep his promise. He drops his voice to a whisper when he says that it was like something was making him. Jack says that he knows and they'll worry about the key later, but right now he wants Danny to tell his mommy and him what happened up there. Danny says simply, "The lady got lipstick on me when she kissed me." Wendy asks what lady he's talking about. Fear creeping into his voice, Danny says that it was the 217 lady. She was choking him and he couldn't breathe. He closes his eyes before asserting that they have to get out of here. Jack is like, what are you talking about?
Just annoyed. He's not even listening.
No.
Danny says that this place is bad. Everything bad that happened here is still here. It wants them, all of them, but most of all, it wants Danny. Wendy asks what it wants Danny for, and Danny explains it's because of the shining. That's what Dick calls it. He looks up at his father and shares that the hotel has it too. It's getting stronger, and it's getting realer. His breath shuddering, he says that Dick told him that the things here couldn't hurt him. They were like pictures in a book, and Danny could make them gone if he wanted to. His parents stare as he continues that he could at first, but they're coming out. They're coming out of the book. Jack is like, all right.
That's enough hot chocolate for you.
Yeah.
Takes him to bed.
He says that he's not following what Danny's saying. Is he saying that he was strangled by a ghost? Danny says that there are ghosts here, and Jack knows there is, but there's other things too. Wendy's eyes dart around the room as Danny focuses on his father. It wants to get him too and make him do the bad thing again. But with an edge to his voice, Jack tells his son to look at him and to listen to him. He hasn't had a drink since in a very long time. And even if he wanted one, he couldn't get one because there's no booze here. There's not even cooking sherry. Wendy eyes him when he says this, and Danny says that he knows, but if they don't go soon, they might not be able to go at all. Dick said that the Overlook couldn't hurt them, but he was wrong. Wendy and Jack take this in as the snow falls harder outside.
You noticed that wasn't there? The cooking cherry?
Oh, that's
Oh,
Yeah.
I never even thought of that.
Yeah.
Me
He's
neither.
like, trust me.
There's nothing here. Meanwhile, the gauge on the steaming boiler reads 140, but Jack is still in the kitchen listening to his son. Danny shares that the first bad thing he saw was when Dick took them into the presidential suite. He saw gushy stuff on the walls, blood and stuff. Wendy sighs deeply and turns to look at Jack. Jack steps away from Danny and tells him to drink up. As Danny sips his hot chocolate, Wendy asks Jack if he knows what Danny's talking about, and Jack has to admit that he does. According to the papers down in the cellar, a big-time gangster was killed here like 30 years ago, along with a couple of his bodyguards. Wendy is like, people were killed here and you didn't tell me? And Jack replies that it was a long time ago and he didn't think it would matter.
That is very annoying to me. It's a fucking like 100-year-old hotel.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you, every hotel you've ever stayed in, somebody was
Someone's
killed there.
died,
Probably.
yeah.
Every grocery store, really everywhere we've ever been.
Yeah.
And so for her to be that mad, it's not like they moved into a new house and they have to live here forever.
Right.
That's kind of fair. Yeah.
And he has been talking about this box full of papers that nobody else wants to read.
I was going to say he's just learned about it, but he is learning about it.
True.
So
I would be curious.
Yeah.
Like, what?
But to take it like you didn't tell me? That's wild.
Yeah.
He's like, haven't we been through enough tonight?
But Danny speaks up again. Dick has seen some stuff too. Once it was something bad in room 217. He guesses it was the lady that's in there. And once he saw something down by the hedges, but he wouldn't tell Danny what. Wendy eyes her husband. Did he see anything down there? Jack is immediately like, no, nothing.
All right, so now I'm back on Wendy's side.
Yeah.
He abruptly starts to walk away. Wendy asks where he's going, and Jack tells her, room 217. What did you think? I was going out for pizza? Wendy pleads with him not to. What if there is someone up there? Not a ghost, but someone real. And this is when I'm like, I know we've talked a lot about how my mind jumps to supernatural first.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, dude, it didn't even occur to me that there actually could be a woman staying in this. Like, that is terrifying.
Yeah.
Like a real human woman staying in the
Honestly.
hotel.
Yeah.
For how large it is, did they clear it out before?
That's
Yeah,
true.
that-
Were they sure?
Yeah.
I feel like that's such like the logical first thing to think, but it's like, oh no, it's a fucking ghost. Jack reasons that it's best and safer to cover all their bases. If there is someone real in this hotel, they need to know. When he starts to turn away, Wendy grabs his arm and begs him not to leave them alone. Jack wrenches his arm free and yells at her to let him do his job. His eyes flit up to Danny, watching all of this from where he sits on the counter. Wendy asks if he's really willing to risk all of their lives for his job as caretaker of this hotel, but Jack corrects her. His job as the caretaker, his job as her husband, and his job as Danny's father. When Wendy grabs his arm again, he warns her in a growl to take her hand off of him. He looks up to Danny and does his best Arnold, promising that he'll be back. But Danny doesn't smile at this. He tells his father to be careful, look out for her.
He's like, I've heard better impressions.
No, it wasn't great. Jack is positive that he'll be okay, and after one last glance at Wendy, he leaves the kitchen. Armed with his croquet mallet, he races up the stairs.
And I did appreciate that bit of dialogue where there is still this glimpse of, this isn't just a matter of me being the caretaker.
Yeah.
It's me taking care of both of you.
Yeah.
And he's right. If there's somebody in this hotel, he does need to go investigate it because they can't call out. They can't do anything.
Yeah.
I get both, because don't leave us alone.
For
but
sure.
also, like, you have to go look.
Mm-hmm.
In the second floor hallway, he finds the door to room 217 still standing open. He snatches the key from the lock and squeezes it in his hand, calling out that Danny didn't have any business being up here in the first place. He mutters, snooping around. Finally, Jack enters room 217. With his mallet at the ready, he crosses into the bedroom and finally into the bathroom. The sheer curtain is drawn, and while there's no one inside, there's the distinct sound of dripping water. Jack's breath is shaky when he reaches up and grabs the curtain. He pulls it aside, but there is no one there. He lets out a relieved sigh, but he turns when the medicine cabinet creaks open on its own. He looks at his reflection in the glass before going to investigate. He finds on the shelf inside a single tube of lipstick.
It's unfortunate because you can see the wheels turning in his mind, making an explanation for everything that's happened. But the reality of it is there's no way that Danny could even reach that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'd be scared as fuck.
Yes.
Like if the hotel hadn't taken me or what. But I'd be like, come on, man. Nobody else did that.
No.
Jack takes it and slides it into his pocket before heading back into the bedroom. The square grows dark when he notices the wet footprints on the carpet. He kneels down and feels it for himself, but it's at this moment that he hears the shower curtain moving. He peeks back into the bathroom to find that the tub is once again concealed by the closed curtain. Terrified, Jack flees room 217, dropping his croquet mallet as he goes.
It's scenes like this that are so, like, I feel Mick Garris is in just such an unenviable position because of how iconic this sequence is in Kubrick's film.
Yeah.
You may be adapting it straight from the novel as is, but all that comes to mind is thinking of that.
Yeah, that is true.
You know? It's so hard.
In the hallway, he presses himself into the wall and catches his breath. But when the doorknob to 217 begins rattling and turning on its own, Jack hides his eyes. He declares that he does not see that. Absolutely not. When he opens his eyes, the knob is still. It's interesting because he's doing what Danny does without realizing that that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Of closing his eyes and making it go away.
But is that him or is that Danny seeing through his eyes?
That's interesting. That's interesting.
He's like, checkmate, Steven.
He turns his anger back to Danny again, recalling that he talked to him and he still did this. He mutters, trespassing is what it is. He shakes aspirin out into his hand and pops them in his mouth, certain that that's what it comes down to.
More of his father's words.
Yeah. In the caretaker's apartment, Wendy is sitting on the couch with Danny as he reads his book, but they both look up when Jack comes in. Looking pretty agitated, he holds up the key and declares that there was nothing at all. He closes the book in Danny's lap and tosses it aside, and he says that it's time for them to have another one of their little chats about where he's supposed to go in this hotel and where he's not supposed to go in this hotel. Danny pleads that he really couldn't help it. Wendy tells Jack to leave him alone, but he chuckles bitterly. He says that it's just funny because his father never brought that couldn't help it stuff, and it's one of the few things that he was right about. He thought it was crap, and so does Jack. He points at Danny and shouts, "That's crap!" Wendy puts her arm around Danny, reminding Jack that he just had a terrible scare. But Jack says that he's not going to spank Danny or even lay a finger on him. He's not even going to shout. He just wants Danny to know that if he starts yelling, finds this pass key or any pass key in Danny's hand again, he is going to be in big, big trouble. And he asks if Danny understands. But Wendy settles Danny into her own lap and tells Jack to just listen to himself. He's threatening a 7-year-old boy and he needs to stop it. Danny cries that he doesn't want to go in the room. He doesn't want to go in any room. He wants to leave before something bad happens. But Jack wants Danny's solemn promise that he will never go into Mr. Ullman's office ever again. Wendy looks down at her son and asks him sincerely if he broke the CB. Danny's like, "Is it broken?" Jack scoffs. Is he saying it wasn't broken before he went in there? Danny tries to stammer out a reply, but Jack just mocks him. It was or it wasn't. Wendy suddenly decides that she wants to leave too. Danny begs him, but Jack stands and indicates the window. They're talking like it's just a snap, but there's 30 inches of snow outside. 30 inches of snow!
Yeah, that's wild.
That's half my height. That's terrifying.
I will be honest too. I know there, some scary shit happened, whatever. I would like for Wendy to be a little more angry. The way Jack's approaching this, he's coming in here. He's like, "I'm not going to hurt you, but the next time I'm going to fuck." It's like, dude, you need to chill the fuck out.
Mm-hmm. And it is kind of wild, especially with that history.
Yeah.
You're right.
Wendy counters that there's a snowmobile in the equipment shed big enough to seat 4, and there's only 3 of them, and Danny's small. Jack yells, "Let's cut and run. Let's leave the hotel open to the elements, to vandals." He screams that he's got to dump the boiler. Wendy implores Jack to look at his son. Danny is sniffling on her lap. She asks if he can't see the bruises. She screams, "Are you blind?" Danny begs them to stop shouting, and Jack shouts that they'll talk about it later. Wendy stands up and steps to him, asserting that they're going to talk about it now. What is he waiting on? For something worse to happen? Jack is like, you thought I did it, didn't you? He smacks his own forehead, accusing that was the first thing to come into her unforgiving, suspicious little mind. Wendy says that what she thought doesn't matter. She wants them to get in the snowmobile and go down to Sidewinder right now. But Jack invites his wife to look out the window where snow swirls beyond the glass. He screams, "Are you blind? There's zero visibility." Wendy reasons, if we went slow. Danny watches, tears running down his face, as Jack interrupts that they would die just as quick if he couldn't make the turn, if he missed it. Danny has suddenly had enough. He jumps to his feet and screams for them to stop it. He hates them both. They're stupid and he hates them both. He runs away sobbing. The door to his bedroom slams.
There are about 3 shots of him running away, which is I gotta be honest, the melodrama of this scene, I don't know that it vibes for me.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree.
Okay.
He was really upset. Wendy and Jack stand in silence, and Jack levels his voice when he says that they can't leave tonight. The plain, unpainted truth is that they would die out there. Wendy sits down on the couch and buries her face in her hands. She tearfully concedes. Okay, Jack. Okay. Outside, the overlook is covered in a layer of thick white snow. Jack stomps through the snow in the blustering wind and grunts as he forces the door to the shed open. Inside, he rips the tarp away from the snowmobile. He stands, staring down at it, his breath turning to fog in the cold air with every pant. Finally, we see it, the croquet mallet, set neatly on the snowmobile's seat with the white card lying next to it.
I'm going to be honest. That doesn't look like that can fit 4 people.
What is he talking about? That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I thought, why not the snow cat? Like,
Yeah,
why?
that's what I thought we were going to get.
Me too.
They're like, well, you do all have to sit on each other.
And you will be uncomfortable.
It's really up to you how
on
many
the
people...
handlebars, I guess.
And 2 of you might not fit.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
That's in the fine print. The score thrums lowly as Jack opens the card and reads the message, typed neatly in script. Mr. Torrance, if you desert your post, you will not be allowed back. The management.
This is so effective.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just how clean and proper it
Yeah.
is.
Mhm.
Suddenly, as a warm light shines down on Jack, it hits him. In the black and white past, the masquerade ball is in full swing. Couples dance on the floor in their expensive clothes, feathers adorning their hair, masks over some of their faces. We press up to the stage where a man stands behind the microphone, his face hidden behind a furry dog mask. He suddenly rips it off, revealing himself to be Horace M. Derwent, as he declares excitedly, "Unmask! Unmask!" Standing in the freezing shed, Jack smiles too. Suddenly, we see him sitting across the desk from Derwent, who coldly laments that there's no second chances for drunks who cut and run. He supposes that Jack will find some kind of job in California come spring, maybe as a sales clerk in a mall or at a car wash. That's what his wife and his whelp want, isn't it? To see him working that sort of job, properly humbled, to see him forget his dreams and remember only them. He stands and Jack stares up at him, still bundled in his coat. Derwent grins and invites Jack to seize his destiny. We pan down Derwent's smart black suit to find what he holds in his hand as he orders softly, "Unmask." Now, in the shed, Jack grips the croquet mallet as he grits his teeth. He repeats the word, "Unmask." Jack seethes, tears filling his eyes. The score is uneasy when we find Danny in his bedroom, sitting in his bed and reading. Wendy is watching a black and white movie in the living room, her breath quickening as the couple on screen peers into a grave. Jack suddenly bursts into the room. He tells Wendy to get her coat because he has to show her something. Wendy immediately calls for Danny, who's like, I'm reading, Mom.
Very casual.
That's the thing. I don't understand. And you know what? That's another thing with Kubrick. The passage of time was very clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
This, I assume it's the next morning, and the last thing that we heard Danny say was, I hate you,
Yeah.
and then run away 4 times.
Yeah.
So it's very strange to see him so casual.
Yeah.
She tells him to stay put then because she's going outside for a minute. She asks Jack what it is, but Jack just tells her to get her coat and he'll show her. And in the shed, he does. The snowmobile and its smashed and ruined engine. She asks him what happened, and Jack says that he last saw it the day before yesterday and it was just fine. Wendy puts together that it's smashed, just like the radio. She looks up at her husband and asks carefully, "You didn't do this, did you?" She reiterates that she's not accusing him, but Jack snaps immediately. "I never touched it, as God is his witness." Wendy watches him worriedly before deciding that someone else is here with them then. Jack is like, "I don't think so."
Why would you say that?
I know. I know. Well, not only that, come on. I was glad that she asked, but I'm like, you let's not pretend.
Yeah.
No.
Like, come on, man.
And especially now because you've been with Danny all day.
Yep.
And you maybe had your doubts about the CB.
Yeah.
But it had to be Jack this time.
He can't do this.
Yeah, there's no way.
But Wendy points out that there has to be someone. Danny is too little to have done this. It was someone stronger than Danny. Jack agrees that Danny doesn't have the physical strength, but they both know there's another side to Danny. He remembers when Danny was a baby. If his formula was late or he had a tummy ache, sometimes things had a way of tipping over. Glasses would break. Sometimes the toilet would flush itself for like 5 minutes at a time. Wendy counters that nothing like that has happened in years, but Jack argues that the broken CB radio wasn't years ago. It was last night. That we've not convicted Danny.
Yeah.
Wendy reminds Jack that Danny wants to get out of here. Jack relents. Maybe there's a part of him that wants to stay. Wendy says that maybe it's something else that does. She knows it sounds insane, but Danny thinks the hotel is channeling Danny's power and using him to cut off all of their ways out of here. Jack levels his gaze at Wendy, but says nothing until she's turning to leave. He says that it succeeded then. Unless one of the park rangers decides to stick his head in and see how they're doing, they're stuck. Wendy asks when he thinks that would be, but Jack doesn't know. He doesn't think before Christmas or even New Year's. Wendy sighs that she just doesn't believe this.
So you're acknowledging some special abilities that your son has. Literally last night, he said, "We call it The Shining thanks to Dick Halloran."
Yeah.
And the hotel does it too. Why are we not just bridging?
Yeah.
Like, they're frustrating.
It is. Because looking at my note, it's like he's acting funny and she just believes him.
Apparently.
I don't.
Wendy spots snowshoes on the table and proposes that maybe they could use those, but Jack dismisses this immediately. He can't even walk on those. We did see you walking on them.
Yeah.
You did fall a few times,
You did.
but you were running. Wendy cries out, "What other options do they have? They could learn as they go." Jack's like, sure, they could listen to the weather and wait for a time where it'll be 3 or 4 days without snow. Then, if the forecast is wrong and another storm comes in, he thinks the 3 of them might die somewhere between here and Sidewinder. Wendy pants. It's just like the Donners. Jack promises that the first park ranger that comes up here, she and Danny are gone. Desperate and defeated, Wendy throws her arms around her husband. Jack just stares as he hugs her back. Later, Danny is outside playing in the snow. Wendy steps out onto the balcony and alerts him that she's going to be washing windows and he needs to stay where she can see him. Danny yells back that he will.
They really forget anything that just happened.
I will agree. I know I've been trying to defend this as much as I can. This scene following that scene was kind of a mistake.
Somebody else did this. It wasn't Danny. Somebody else is here. No, they're not. What the fuck?
All right.
Now, go play out in the snow.
I'm going to wash windows.
Yeah. Be inside cleaning the windows.
I don't understand.
It's always followed, and I think maybe that's kind of why, as we go along, why it's like some of the things didn't work for me, because it does feel out of place when we're either super angry and then we forget. We're kind of angry, then we forget. We're sad and emotional with each other and doing whatever, then we forget. It's just like, I don't know. Why is it like that?
I don't know. The only way that it really works is if it is and it feels like this progression.
Yeah.
And we maintain what just happened every time.
Yeah.
Because that's twice in a row.
Yeah. Or I don't want to say mention it away somehow, but it does feel a bit odd that it is like that. There is no, well, how did we get over this? Or how did we deal with it?
Because as far as we know right now, she left from that conversation with Jack, and then we're there right now. Like, we don't know how much time has passed.
Yeah.
This could be a couple days later.
Yeah.
That's true, too. Wendy disappears from view, and Danny gets back to work, building a wall out of snow. We press in closer to him as the score grows ominous. Suddenly, frosty snow falls from one of the topiary animals. Wendy continues watching the windows, keeping a watchful eye on Danny below. He sings to himself. The thought-provoking lyrics. I like snow. It's such a beautiful thing. Yep.
Kid likes what he likes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And he didn't tell one lie. But with that dark score mounting again, ice falls from another one of the animals. Wendy hears something thud inside and calls out to Jack, asking if it's him. When he doesn't answer, she leaves the window and her view of Danny to go investigate. The hedge animals around Danny are now free of their freeze, and a low growling emanates. But Danny is oblivious, laying in the snow as the creatures seem to multiply around him. With Jack down in the cellar looking through the files and papers, Wendy is walking down the halls, nervously calling out for him. When she walks past Ullman's office, a croquet ball rolls out and knocks densely against the hallway wall. Wendy turns and sees this. She picks it up and walks into Ullman's office. As a growl rumbles from the lush green lion behind Danny, Wendy looks around the office, which has been left in a state of disarray. She asks if Jack is in here when the door behind her slams shut. When she turns, the other door squeals on its hinges and closes. Afraid, Wendy runs to the door and screams for Jack through the glass. She pleads with him to help her. It's after Danny. It's gonna get Danny. But Jack is down in the cellar, rifling through the papers with the rapt attention of a madman. Danny still secures his snowy fort, a small red flag with the letter D stabbed into it. He doesn't see that behind him, the animals have animated and are steadily creeping toward him with a low growl. It cuts to black, and the credits roll.
Just two things very quickly. The first, I understand why Kubrick did a hedge maze. Very, very much understand. Yeah. And number two, where the fuck is Tony?
He told him to leave him alone. He said, bet that.
That's wild. This is beyond anything I've ever seen.
Yes, yeah.
This is also a wild place to end episode 2 and then make people wait a few days.
For sure, yeah.
What the hell's going on? What the fuck?
Also, the VisFX guy, Boyd Sherman, said that they struggled a lot with the topiary.
No.
Yeah. Wow.
They had to make sure the animals could move at all of their joints and still keep the leaves looking full and realistic.
They look full.
Yeah.
He said that it was really, really hard. Again, though, T, when you were saying earlier, the scene with Jack and the topiary animals.
Yes.
And you were like, oh, I heard it was terrible and this was actually really good and effective. This is when I was like, oh, this is what everybody's talking about.
Yeah.
This is what they were talking about.
And it bummed me out because I feel like how effective that was.
For sure.
Yeah.
You could probably shoot it in a way that you don't even need to do that.
I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could. And it's funny because I read that Kubrick did change it to a hedge maze because he said that the technology wasn't there at the time to do this.
Yeah.
And in 1997, he was still correct.
Yes.
He was clearly still correct.
Yeah.
The only, saving grace is that it is used very sparingly. At least it's not like extended sequences of this because it does not age well. And I don't fucking know, man. I was probably 8 when this came out, so I don't know if it was good at the time. I don't
Maybe.
Can't even speak to that, but
I'm thinking of like, creative angles.
Yeah.
You can have an arm that's draped like a hedge and make
That's
it
true.
to where it's moving.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know that you can get creative with it because y'all just did it with Jack
Exactly.
earlier in this episode. So yeah.
And your VisFX guy is like, this is fucking hard.
Yeah. Maybe
made
listen
No
to him.
shit. Yeah.
The final episode opens the same way with the title Stephen King's The Shining, engulfed by a shining white light. The haunting chorus sings with the score as the opening credits roll. We join Danny again as he softly sings Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star to himself and builds his snow fort. The animated animals are creeping toward him. Wendy is still screaming in Ullman's office, pleading with Jack to do something because it's going to get Danny. But Jack is still looking at the papers in the basement, his face stubbly and his eyes hollow from the bags under them, when his wife's voice finally floats down to him. I will say about his stubble, none of the facial hair that Steven Weber has in this miniseries is real at all. No stubble is real because they shot everything out of order, so he had to bounce back and forth. And so because sometimes it's heavier, sometimes it's just a little bit. It is all fake.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Jack sighs, annoyed by the distraction. He grunts, "Yes, dear, coming, dear." He slams the documents down on the desk and stands up. But upstairs, Wendy has taken matters into her own hands. She throws the croquet ball through the office door, shattering the glass window. Reaching through, she opens it and runs out of the office. But immediately, she kind of hilariously slips on the aforementioned croquet ball and goes sprawling. As soon as she gets to her feet and starts running, Jack comes around the corner and grabs her by her shoulders, earning a scream from Wendy. His first concern is the broken glass strewn across the carpet. He asks her what she's been doing, but Wendy repeats that it's after Danny, and she leads her husband out the front doors of the Overlook.
I know these are extenuating circumstances.
Yeah.
But nobody is acting like Ullman and the gang are ever going to come back.
Yeah.
Find any of this stuff.
No shit.
Danny is still in his own little world, playing in the snow, and the topiary animals have gotten even closer. But when Jack and Wendy burst through the front doors of the hotel, Danny turns and calls to them excitedly. The topiary animals are gone. He invites them to come on over because it's good packing snow, which is funny that he's a snow expert.
So what's the point of that? What were they encroaching for? Nobody saw it. And they didn't even do anything.
They were going to get Danny.
Yeah, but they're gone. They just disappear.
Because Jack said that they don't move when you're looking at them.
So because their eyes are on him.
Yeah.
Like, we can't eat that kid.
Fuck it. We'll get him next time. But Jack waves at him and offers, "Maybe later, Doc." He stuffs his hands into his pockets and chuckles that Wendy is jumping at shadows. He knows she wants to get out of here, but unfortunately... But Wendy points to the animals, green and without an ounce of the frost and snow that covers literally everything else. She asks, "Are those shadows, Jack?" She asks why they aren't covered in snow, but Jack can only wipe his mouth with the back of his hand. Wendy wonders why the Rangers haven't come to check on them, but Jack tells her not to worry. One will come. Wendy says that she is worried, though. She is very worried about Danny, about all of them. Jack dismisses this and goes back inside, leaving Wendy alone on the porch. That night, when Jack and Wendy are in bed, Wendy is woken by the clattering of the old elevator in the lobby and the sound of a mingling, cheerful crowd. She switches on her lamp and tries to wake Jack up, but it's not until Danny comes running into the room, afraid, that Jack answers. He invites Danny into the bed and he climbs between his parents. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Jack dismisses that it's just the elevator. What do you mean?
I know.
Even if it is, why?
Yeah.
That's scary enough.
Yes.
That's not good enough for Wendy. What do you mean, just? Who's operating it? Danny's like, and what about the other stuff that sounds like a party?
He knows it's a party from jump, not voices, not music.
It's a party. Jack sighs that he doesn't hear anything like that. We press in on his face as he deduces that it's just a short circuit. That's the only thing that would make it start like that. But he volunteers to check it out. Wendy pleads with Jack not to leave them alone here, but Jack tells her not to be stupid. He's just doing his job. Wendy decides that they're going with him then, but Jack doesn't care. He tells her, suit yourself. Behind the defaced picture of Ullman and his glittery warm wishes for the staff's winter, the elevator ascends on its own behind the gold-adorned door. There's audible chattering. Once they enter the area, Wendy asks Jack if he can hear them now, but all Jack can hear is the old Otis side box with a case of the electrical hiccups. He says flatly that he'll take care of it. He goes to the panel for the key, and when he can't get the glass over it open, he punches it, shattering it.
How much glass did they plan on breaking?
I know. It's waiting for Stone Cold to walk out.
He'll help us.
Yeah.
Wendy tells him, don't, but he yells and pulls away from her when she reaches for him. He jabs his finger at her, reminding Wendy that this is his job. He's gonna do it. He slides the key in through the broken window and turns it. This calls the elevator back down, and he watches as the arrow at the top shows its progress back down to the lobby. When it arrives, Jack goes to open the doors, but frightened, Wendy grabs onto him to get him to stop. Jack turns and pushes Wendy down. She falls backwards and slides across the shiny lobby floor. Danny hurries to comfort his mother as Wendy looks at Jack in disbelief. He offers an apology, but he says again that this is his job. Wendy stands and steps to Jack, inviting him to take his job and stick it. Jack just turns back to the elevator, rolling his eyes as he pushes the door open.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, that was crazy. She should have threw a lamp at his ass or something.
Yeah, because this is the moment that things will change forever.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from that.
The car is stopped between the two floors, and when Jack peers in, he reports that there's nothing. It's empty. It's a short circuit, just like he said. But Wendy wants to look for herself. She reaches up into the car and pulls herself up while Danny warns her to watch out. Panting, she looks at Jack. She flings a handful of gold glitter onto him and Danny, asking what that is. She reaches back in and comes out with a glittering mask. She tosses it to Jack, wondering if that's a short circuit. She disappears and comes back again with silky underwear. She asks, what about this? Reasoning that it looks like somebody got their fuses blown anyway. Danny picks up the mask and looks it over as Wendy concludes that there is something that wants them to join that party. Doesn't Jack understand that?
The way the shot is framed, I didn't know if Danny was going for the mask or the underwear. And I was like, Danny! But
Danny, don't touch that!
this is, there's nothing, no doubt at all.
No, it is funny that they left underwear and the mask there. But again, like you're saying, where did this come from?
Yes, you were the last people in that elevator.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know it was empty.
Just the glitter was scary enough.
Yeah.
But when she's coming out with accessories,
Yeah.
like it's undeniable.
Yeah.
And love in an elevator, apparently.
Danny slips the mask over his eyes, and this catches Jack's eye. He asks what he's doing. Danny says that he's pretending to be somebody else so that it doesn't bother him when his mother yells or his father pushes. Jack kneels in front of his son, and Danny says sadly, being someone else, sometimes that's better. Jack pulls the mask off his eyes, and Wendy climbs down from the elevator. They both hold Danny and each other, but no one says anything else. This is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Was it just me or did the camera get a little, it looked different?
The camera was crying.
You mean as far as the focus is concerned?
Right.
Or, yeah, there's a few times that has happened.
All right.
Where it's like, you didn't go back.
It's because Jack is losing his focus.
all right.
Someone's losing their fucking focus.
I didn't know if it was intentional or not. I just
Yeah.
Here I did notice it a lot.
There's another time when they're standing outside and it's like, I know it's bright. cinematographer. But come on.
After a shot of the Snowden overlook in the light of day, we find Danny sneaking out of the caretaker's apartment and closing the door behind him. He creeps into the ballroom where he finds a key for a clock encased in glass. He slides the golden key into its lock and turns it, prompting the clock hands to tick immediately to 12. As the clock chimes, two lumberjacks slide on a track out of their identical houses. They work together to chop a log of wood before gliding backwards and disappearing into their little homes. A voice echoes, "Midnight, the stroke of midnight." And I will say there's something a lot more crude and sexual that is happening with this clock instead of lumberjacks chopping wood
Oh.
in the book.
Why?
I don't know, dude. I wish I could tell you.
Sometimes
I know.
Stephen King just does shit, man, and you're just I can't defend this. And you get why Kubrick is like, nope.
Yeah.
Maybe we take this part out.
Yeah.
Danny turns to see the partygoers attending Derwent's masquerade ball. They all look at him through their masks, and a thin scream echoes as they disappear. Danny looks back at the clock fearfully and asks if Tony is there. He pleads with him to come if he's here. The clock continues to chime, and its golden gears spin and grind. Suddenly, Danny's eyelids grow heavy and drift closed. The clock face spins, and we travel through it to one of the guest hallways. We drift down the vibrant green carpet, each room door we pass adorned with the skull and crossbones. A deep, distorted voice calls out for Danny, calls out for him to come out and take his medicine. This is what he gets for poking his nose in where it doesn't belong. As we rush down the halls and round corners, he demands for Danny to get out here, damn it. He's only making it worse for himself. Danny stands in the center of the hallway, looking very afraid and very small. But Tony's calm voice cuts through. You will remember what he forgot, Danny. You will remember what he forgot. We press in on Danny's frightened face until we see what he sees. Coming around the corner with the croquet mallet held out in front of him is his father. But Jack's bruised eyes have gone a milky white. His shirt is stained, his face mottled, his teeth dark and discolored. Still, he smiles brightly. There you are, Doc. Been looking for ya. Jack's grin turns sour as he opens his mouth and screams, holding up the croquet mallet. And suddenly, Danny jolts awake. He is safe, still standing in front of the ticking clock.
Big fan of every part of that sequence.
Yes.
I love these green lights, which are used to signify this rot and decay. And it's almost like setting the scene for what we're about to see.
Yeah, yeah.
And when we finally see Jack like this,
Yeah.
amazing work.
He looks incredible.
It makes me almost think of like Deadites, the eyes.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. A whisper calls out, "Red rum." And Danny turns to see it written on the wallpaper in blood. It oozes down the wall, disappearing for a moment, only to reappear with the letters having rearranged themselves. No longer red rum, but now, backwards, murder. Danny can't take anymore. He closes his eyes tight and in his mind begs, Dick, please come. But Dick is in an all-white ensemble, vibing in a diner where he calls up Otis Reddings in the midnight hour on the jukebox. He grooves back to his table, and at the request of his waitress, played by Shawnee Smith.
Shawnee Smith?
Yeah, it's Amanda.
He hip bumps her before settling back into his seat. Another alum from the stand?
Yeah.
But she refills his coffee, and Dick chuckles that you can keep your Prince. Give me that old school music any day. But his words are cut off when he's suddenly flung back into his seat. He spasms as Danny's pleas echo in his mind. The waitress grabs onto him and asks if he's all right. He says that he is, but he's immediately hit with another wave from Danny. Worried, the waitress asks if it's his heart. Should he lie down? But Dick is staring with wide eyes as he covers his mouth. He breathes. Oh my God. and he brings his napkin up to dab the blood from his nose as he rises from the table.
So he was right.
Yeah, that it would hit him all the...
Yeah.
I did want to say that behind Dick's table, there is a cameo from crime author Peter James and photographer Richard Peterson.
Hey.
They're just sitting at the table behind.
Okay.
Fair enough.
When Dick tries to walk away, his legs barely support him, and the waitress struggles to hold him up. A customer, played by Joyce Bulifant, comes over to help. She pleads with Dick to sit down and be quiet for a minute while she calls 911. But Dick counters, 911 ain't the answer, ma'am. I only wish it was. I only wish I was the one in trouble. He pulls away from the waitress and hurries out to his convertible. As he puts it in drive, he chastises himself. He should have said something. He never should have left him up there. Dick peels away from the diner and races directly to the Miami International Airport.
Yeah. He's a real one, man.
He's a man of his word.
He was serious.
Yeah.
Inside, a notification blinks red on a sign. Flight 303 Denver now boarding. Dick runs through the airport and right up to the airline gate agent, played by Rich Beale. He pleads with the agent to tell him that the plane is still here, and the agent says that it is, but only for about another 3 seconds. He points out the window and laments, "There it goes," as the plane slowly pulls away. With no other choice, Dick accepts this and asks what else he's got, but the agent doesn't have anything until tomorrow morning. He offers his apologies, but Dick counters, "You're not half as sorry as I am." He wonders, what do I do now? He is speeding in the book to the airport, and the only reason he misses this flight is because he gets pulled over.
Oh, no.
Because he's fucking racing to get there. But back at the Overlook, Jack presides over his precious papers in the cellar. He is literally rocking back and forth. He digs in his pocket and pulls out his aspirin, but when the bottle is empty, he chucks it across the room before giving voice to what he really needs, some whiskey. Despite the fact that he was talking to himself, a voice answers, "Yes, sir. Just step upstairs to the Colorado Lounge. Drinks on the house." A grin touches Jack's lips before he forces it away and declares that he doesn't drink anymore. Of course, he thinks about it sometimes, but he had to give it up because he's not himself when he drinks. He wonders, is anybody here? He finally concludes carefully, "I don't drink." The snow is falling hard outside of the Overlook Hotel. We get white text on screen. January 5th, the last day.
So they made it through the holidays completely. Christmas.
They did?
Yeah.
And New Year's.
Yeah.
Did they make that pheasant like he left in the...
Pheasant. In the book, she did.
Really?
Good.
Good.
We pan across the lacquered wooden bar of the Colorado Lounge. The room is dark, but as soon as Jack walks in, the lights and the jukebox come to life, illuminating the leather seats and the tables. Jack dismisses it as another short circuit. Still, he goes over to the jukebox. Peering through the glass, he apologizes for not having any quarters, as there's not much call for pocket change up here. But a coin rattles inside the jukebox on its own, and the red button glows. Jack is like, how handy. Another fortuitous short circuit. He punches in his choice, and In the Mood begins to play.
Quick question. I, of course, watched this miniseries. Did he actually, literally out of his mouth, say another fortuitous short circuit?
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is a problem.
He's being facetious.
No, I understand, but goddamn, dude. Again, some things look a lot better on the page than they are out of a mouth on screen.
He turns toward the bar and the lights come on behind it, shining on liquor bottles that were not there when the season ended and the Torrances arrived. Jack stares at the bottles with longing, absently bringing his hand to his mouth. He glances at the note left on the bar, the cursive letters inviting him. Help yourself. The management. Jack picks up the card and sighs bitterly. In the bedroom, Danny is sleeping in the bed with Wendy, but he suddenly wakes up. He looks at the snow falling outside of the window, but a vision clouds over it. Jack, raising a glass of alcohol to his lips and taking a satisfying drink. Danny sneaks out of the bed, leaving Wendy behind, sleeping.
Why?
No, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why they chose to do it like that either.
Yeah.
I feel like the remote viewing that we've seen him do previously is a lot more successful than this weird like icy frosty glass vision of him drinking. It's not good to me.
I and wake up your mom.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Because that's what she was asking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Specifically, yeah. He walks cautiously down the hallway toward Ullman's office, but he is scared when someone jumps out of a room. Wearing his snarling dog mask, Derwent growls at Danny. When a trembling Danny asks for him to let him by, he snaps. No one gets past Rover. Derwent stands and barks, warning, "I'm gonna eat you, Danny." He walks toward him and Danny backs away, terrified as Derwent continues that he's going to start with his toes and just work his way up. Danny turns and flees screaming, but when he turns back around, Derwent is gone. He peeks into the apartment where his mother still dozes on the bed, and when he looks back towards the hallway, Derwent pops back up, snarling. Danny runs into the apartment and slams the door. He squeezes his eyes shut and begs again for Dick's help. Dick is standing in the airport bookstore when he is struck once again by Danny's wave, his shine. His entire body jerks in spasms. The bookstore lady, played by Lois Hicks, is concerned, and she asks Dick if he's all right, but all Dick can hear is Danny's words. "Please come. It's my father. It's my daddy. Please come." Dick blots blood from his nose with his handkerchief, and he looks around worriedly as he catches his breath. He stumbles back into the airport and walks over to the announcement board. All of the other destinations are in a cool blue, but Denver is in yellow. He scans over the information and is relieved to see the words "on time." Still dabbing at his nose, he muses that it better be on time. For that little child's sake, you just better be. Our view of Dick dissolves into the white snow outside of the overlook. It's risen so high that it has taken over the stairs leading to the front door. Jack is still in the Colorado Lounge, where the music plays brightly from the jukebox. We pan over to find him singing along to Chattanooga Choo Choo. He holds a rocks glass of liquor in his hand, and just like in Danny's vision, he takes a sip, sucking in air at its intensity. He sighs in relief and saunters back over to the bar, singing to himself drunkenly. But when he tries to spin back around, he falls on his ass. He takes this with good nature, and he gets back to his feet, proclaiming, "Faker," before downing the rest of the glass. He licks the rim and does an impression of W.C. Fields before returning his glass to the bar and assuring himself that there's a lot more where that came from.
Timely impression. One thing I did really appreciate was when he's singing this song, he stops just before he says the word shine. And that's when he falls on the ground.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay.
But in the mirror behind the liquor bottles, he sees the ghostly partygoers dressed in their best suits and dresses, staring blankly at him through their reflection. Startled, Jack turns around, but he finds that no one is in the Colorado Lounge but him. He sits down on a bar stool and takes a deep breath. He is so lost in his own thoughts that he doesn't see a hand reaching out to touch his shoulder. He jumps when he's touched, but he turns to find Delbert Grady, played by Stanley Anderson, standing behind the bar in a smart white suit, his features gaunt and shadowed.
Stanley Anderson, he was in Armageddon in 98, Spider-Man in 02, and Red Dragon in 02 as well.
Red Dragon.
Yeah.
He looked very, very familiar to me.
Yeah.
He is a judge on an episode of Seinfeld.
That's what it is.
I knew it from. He asks, "May I pour you one more drink, sir?" Jack is like, "One?" He chuckles before asking what his name is. Grady introduces himself, and Jack reveals that just one is no longer in his vocabulary. He's got a lot of lost time to make up for because it's been a dry century. Grady understands. What he meant was, can he pour Jack one more before he goes on to the ballroom? But Jack doesn't understand why he would want to go to the ballroom when all his friends are here. But Grady educates him. Jack has got friends everywhere in the Overlook, if he may say so. But Jack says that as long as Grady keeps pouring, he can say anything he likes. Still, he wonders, why are we going into the ballroom? Grady looks at Jack, confused by his obliviousness. Jack is expected at the party. Jack indicates his empty glass and reasons that if that's the case, Grady better hose this baby down. Grady grins and pours, asserting that it's his pleasure. Jack takes the glass and his eyes roll back as he takes a sip before downing it completely.
I don't really believe that you're drunk.
Really?
You get your foot off of Steven Weber's neck.
Honda days.
That's your
it's
still?
like, yeah, still.
Too jolly.
Yeah, it's too nice, man.
When Wendy wakes up, she finds Danny staring at the snow swirling outside. She asks him where his father is, and Danny breaks the news to her. He's drunk. He says that Wendy doesn't need to tell him. He remembers what Jack sounds like when he's drunk. But Wendy says that it's not possible. There's no liquor up here. But Danny counters simply that there is now. Jazzy music begins to play loudly, and when Wendy asks what that is, Danny says that it's the band. They're here now, too. The party is in full swing in the ballroom. We glide past dancing couples and partygoers to find the band at the front of the room. The conductor is hunched over the band, performing Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy. He suddenly turns to face us, still bouncing his wand. The conductor, Gage Creed, played by Stephen King.
Swear to God.
I know.
It's like, I need them to know I'm the conductor. I'm in control here.
It's a little silly, but all right.
It's
Yeah.
real
It's
silly.
very silly.
As the singers croon into their microphone and Gage Creed is really getting into it, Jack enters the room with the grinning Grady. The partygoers turn to stare at him coldly, some in their masks, costumes, and expensive outfits. Everyone's face is just as shadowed and gaunt as Grady's. I mean, they're all clearly dead.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that for this ballroom scene, Bill Corso said that they filmed one version with them looking completely normal, one version with them with this kind of gaunt, shadowy look, which he called their Carnival of Souls look,
I love it.
and one with them rotting completely. And Corso said that he brought in extra artists to help him, including V. Neil.
Hey.
Okay.
And he said that they did it, but they were like, why the hell are we doing this? Making up all of these people two completely different ways to shoot the same thing twice. And he was like, well, maybe we'll get an Emmy out of it. And they did.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
They earned it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah.
We find Derwent howling behind his dog mask and standing with the Rita Hayworth lookalike, played by Lisa Thornhill. Cackling, he pulls off his mask, and when he leans in close to her, she stops him, insisting that there is someone she simply must meet. Derwent accepts this, advising her cheekily, "Bite him once in the thigh for me, darlin'." She walks away, giggling, and she walks right over to Jack, giving him a seductive hi. Jack returns the greeting. "Well, hello, beautiful." She giggles that he's the new caretaker, and Jack shrugs that that's what they tell him. The woman invites Jack to take care of her then. It's like, you can't use my wife's lines.
No.
Yeah.
But when she was saying it, he's like, I'll be up in a few minutes. But he's like, yes, ma'am, Rita Hayworth.
Yeah.
She presses herself close to him, and Jack looks dazed as he touches her red hair. He leans in, rubbing his face against hers, his eyes rolling back as she writhes and breathes heavily. But suddenly, in Jack's point of view, she smiles up at him, the skin around her full lips cracked. Jack pulls back, but she's normal now, smirking up at him as she admits, "I like you." Jack says that that's nice. She says that they can go upstairs if he'd like. She's supposed to be with Derwent, but as Jack can see, he found a friend.
After the reflection, he's like, I'm married.
Actually,
What an asshole.
I'm just, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot. They look over at Derwent, who is shoving his mask onto another man's head and forcing him down onto his knees as partygoers gather and laugh. Jack can't believe that it's really him, but Derwent is humiliating the man who has become Rover the Dog Man, played by Roger Baker, treating him like an actual dog for his and the partygoers' amusement as the man yelps and plays along. When Jack repeats that he can't believe it's really him, the woman asserts that of course it is. This is his party, his hotel, his friends. But sometimes he's just so boring.
So this is the same couple from that snap zoom from Kubrick's
Yes.
The Shining.
Yeah.
She brings her finger to Jack's chin and forces his gaze away from Derwent and onto herself, positing that even new caretakers know it's impolite to stare. She giggles and asks again what he thinks. Does he want to go upstairs, see the sights, ride the rides? Jack looks back to the mirrored wall behind him, and in the reflection, the woman he's talking to doesn't resemble Rita Hayworth at all. She's a mottled, decomposing corpse. When he looks back at the woman, she laughs, asking him what's the matter. Did he see something green? Jack says no, but he doesn't play with Horace Derwent's toys, and even new caretakers know better than that. The woman reels her hand back and slaps Jack across the face, spitting, "You bastard," before turning and stomping away in her heels. Jack brings his hand to his cheek with a small groan.
This is all crazy. Like, what's like? I mean, they're being mean on to dude as the dog.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I think if this is just there's got to be some kind of wake up. You're seeing this. I know the house or the hotel or whatever is you're the caretaker, but seeing this shit, you wouldn't be like, I.
And he is. He's just vibing.
Yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, what's happening? You know,
He's like starstruck by Derwent.
yeah,
True. That is true. He did say that.
Gage Creed is still giving his all with the band, and Jack raises an intrigued eyebrow at two dancing women before looking over to the bar, where Grady is pouring another partygoer a drink. I know, and I did not catch it because this was a lot.
No, I'm sure.
To get done. But Frank Darabont is he cameos somewhere here.
Okay.
And we love Frankie D.
Yeah.
Okay. I was sad that I didn't spot him. Jack calls out to Grady, and Grady returns his words with a smile. So Jack makes his way over to the bar, apologizing as he stumbles drunkenly into people on the dance floor. But we see that in the real ballroom right now at the Overlook, Jack is the only one there, bumping into invisible people and excusing himself with a silly grin.
This is so small, but it's probably top 5 moments of this miniseries for me.
I love it too. I totally agree.
I'll be honest, I don't know how to feel about it because if they're really coming awake or if this is like whatever we're ramping up, shouldn't they be there? Or I mean, I know this is in his head, I'm guessing, or this is an illusion.
This is for him. Yeah. It's for him.
I think for me, it's just that cutaway for us.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Because you are pretty immersed in the scene. There's so much going on in the music, and it's so crowded. And then, just that split second of, oh, this dude he's gone.
Well, if we already made the mask and the panties and the confetti and shit, I mean, why, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I just, because if it's ramping up, I was like, him being there, I was like, fuck, they're, coming back or something's happening. This ballroom is, and we heard the music.
Mm-hmm.
So him being alone, I was like, oh, well, I get it. Yeah, it was for him. But I'm like, damn, so is it can you not hurt us? Or
And that is something wild, because when you do think about Kubrick's, Wendy really didn't see anything until it like hits this crescendo at the end.
Yeah.
And she's seeing fucking everything.
Yeah.
But she's pulling masks and panties off of the elevator.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe it works very well in the moment and just existing and seeing it.
Yeah.
But maybe it is part of that thing that we were talking about, where it is this uneven kind of alternating thing where it's like, well, what level are we at?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
But in Jack's mind, he's navigated his way across the congested dance floor and finally arrives at the bar where Grady waits patiently. Wiping his mouth, Jack offers to tell him something profound. Love means never having to say you're sober. He smiles that Eric Livingston Seagull wrote that. Grady nods. If you say so, sir. And Jack doubles down that he does. Grady starts to pour Jack another whiskey. He offers water back on the side, but Jack says no, and no ice either. It's his fate to drink it straight. Holding the glass in his hand, he smirks that he's a poet and he don't know it. As he raises the drink to his lips, he admits that he's not much of a playwright, though. When he struggles to call Grady by his name, Grady supplies it for him, and Jack thanks him. He swallows his drink and slams the glass down onto the bar, realizing that he knows that name, Grady. He ventures, "Weren't you the caretaker here once?" But Grady chuckles that he doesn't believe so. Jack is the caretaker here. He's always been the caretaker. Chef's kiss.
Yeah.
He says that the same manager hired them both. Jack guesses, Ullman? But Grady looks at Jack slyly and clicks his tongue. Wrong answer. So Jack is like, who? Grady guesses that Jack might want to take that up with his son. Jack asks what Danny's got to do with this, and Grady explains that Jack's son understands a great deal about his delicate position here at the Overlook. But he thinks it's rather naughty of Danny not to bother to enlighten Jack. In fact, he's crossed Jack at almost every turn, hasn't he? Jack agrees that he has, and Grady decides that his son must be corrected. Jack's son and his wife both. They don't care for this lovely old place the way that Jack does, and Jack agrees that they don't. In fact, his wife, in quotes, wants him to leave. He scoffs and says that Wendy personifies the 3 B's: blonde, beautiful, and full of bull. He mutters, women, can't live with them, can't kill them. As Jack drains the rest of his glass, Grady leans in. Can't you, sir?
Jesus Christ.
I know.
This conversation goes real dark real fast. I'm real worried.
Yeah.
Jack's eyes dart uneasily, and he stammers when he answers Grady that if they could just leave, it's him the manager wants, isn't it? He's the one who knows how important it is to keep the Overlook nice, the way it is. Grady breaks the news to Jack that his son is trying to bring an outside party into it. Jack questions, an outside party? So Grady tells him, the cook, Halloran, the darky.
So the ghosts are racist too.
Yes!
Yeah, what the fuck was
I was
that?
like, God damn it. Like we can't fucking escape it.
No.
That's 2. 2?
Yeah.
Howling laughter draws Jack's attention back toward the dance floor, where Derwent, cackling bad dog, is spanking Rover the dog man as he scuttles around on all fours, whining. Grady continues that a certain scrapbook was left by the manager for him to find. He reasons that other materials could be put at Jack's disposal if... When he pauses, Jack presses, hungry for more. If... Grady concludes, if the matter of your son can be settled. Jack stares, his eyes vacant, but Grady adds that Jack's son has a great talent and the manager has special plans for him. His polite grin dissolves into a sneer, and he suddenly grabs Jack by the chin and forces his focus. He demands, you must deal with him firmly. His eyes glassy, Jack vows, I will. Suddenly, he is alone in the ballroom, asserting to no one but himself, Of course I will. He turns, realizing the harsh change in his surroundings, and finds the dog mask propped on the shelf next to the clock where Danny had his latest vision. Jack crosses the room and carefully picks it up, revealing that it's hiding a nearly empty bottle of Jack Daniels. Jack picks up the bottle and swallows the rest of it in one gulp. He sets it back down, realizing with his red-rimmed eyes that he has to. After all, it's his job. Grinning, he declares, I am the caretaker. Tears pool in Jack's blue eyes and threaten to spill, but Jack chokes out a humorless laugh before turning and exiting the ballroom, leaving the empty whiskey bottle and the dog mask behind. As the snow continues to pile up, Jack wanders into the dining room, wiping his mouth absently. When he knocks into an upturned chair and it goes clattering to the ground, he smacks another one down, aggravated. In the caretaker's apartment, Wendy sits with Danny in her lap. They hear Jack bellow, "Where'd you all go?" Danny's eyes widen in fear and Wendy's features tense in certainty. But in the Colorado lounge, there's a fresh, sealed bottle of whiskey waiting for Jack in front of the lit fireplace.
I will say that the frame of this fireplace are sculpted dogs, and I can only imagine that Derwent had something to do with that remodel.
I think that's a safe assumption. He stands over it, lamenting that all of a sudden everyone is too good to drink with Jack Torrance. He wonders if they know what he says to that. He grunts, punching the air in their absence. To hell with them. He bellows again. Where did they all go? But his eyes drop to the note left next to the whiskey bottle with the identical sentiment as before. Help yourself. The management. Annoyed, Jack asks if he could please have a glass. Drinking from the bottle is an old stew bum trick. Jack hoists himself up onto the bar, muttering that when there's a will, there's a way. He reaches out his hand, grasping for the rocks glasses on the shelf, but of course, he goes toppling over the bar. He lands hard on the ground, and he's dazed when he raises his head. Slurring, he asks where the juke is. He tells them to play some damn bebop. Finally, Jack loses consciousness, knocking his head against the floor as he slips into sleep. Meanwhile, Dick's plane has finally arrived in Denver. Inside the airport, he asks the car rental clerk, played by Gwendolyn Harston, how bad she thinks it's going to get. She guesses that it might be the worst storm in 10 years. That's what they're saying, but she thinks it's sort of fun. She loves winter storms. She eyes Dick in his summer yellow suit and points out that he's not exactly dressed for the weather, but Dick assures her that it'll be rectified. She hands over the paperwork, wondering if he's got far to go, and Dick tells her cryptically that it's farther than he'd like. He starts to walk away, but the clerk stops him, pressing her hand over his. She tells him that if he'd like her to, she could call ahead to the gas station at the Route 270 junction. They'll put chains on for him. Dick thanks her sincerely and says that that would be a blessing before leaving the counter. We cut to Dick, braving the treacherous, icy mountain roads in his blue rental car. He struggles to maintain control when Danny hits him again, begging him to please come. Dick shines back that he's on his way. He asks Danny to let up before he blows his brains out. I was scared because he's driving on these scary ass fucking roads.
This is not the time.
No.
Message received.
Yeah, I was happy though because I was like, man, something's gonna stop him.
Right.
Something's gonna whatever. Because she's like, it's the worst snowstorm or blizzard or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, something's gonna stop him again. Then he's going. It's like, oh no.
Yeah. He is a man of his word.
Yeah.
It just shows how much he cares about this little boy.
Yeah.
In her robe and slippers, Wendy leaves the apartment to go investigate, her jaw set and tight. She walks down the hall quietly and calls out to Jack when she reaches the lobby. Of course, he doesn't answer. Wendy moves quietly, crossing the large lobby and craning her neck at every creak. Ghostly whispers begin to mount along with the score, and fear creeps into Wendy's confused face. We watch as she slides open the dining room door, but finds it empty. Frank Sinatra's One for My Baby and One More for the Road begins to play lowly from deeper in the hotel. Wendy turns in the direction of the music and starts that way, reaching in her pocket and pulling out a kitchen knife she's concealed in a towel. She calls out for Jack, and when no one answers but old Blue Eyes, she goes forward, following the pulsing jukebox lights behind the frosted glass of the lounge. But she pauses, looking fearfully at the saloon-style doors, where Jack has perched Derwent's snarling dog mask. When Wendy picks it up, a voice echoes from nowhere. Unmask! Startled, Wendy drops the mask on the floor. She kicks it away and turns back toward the lounge, where the red glow from the jukebox is cast against her face. Finally, Wendy pushes the door open and enters the Colorado Lounge.
The more I'm thinking about what JP had said earlier, I would rather that she did not find that stuff in the elevator. Because
You can't let go.
I can't.
This moment would have meant more.
Yeah, because it's not as if you haven't seen some really weird things that this hotel has left behind for you to find.
Yeah.
It would have worked better, and I don't know, in conjunction with that moment with Jack all alone in the, what was it, the ballroom?
The ballroom, yeah.
I think that, you cut some of that out, and that makes both moments all the more impactful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it feels weird because it's like we just forget, period, certain things that happen, or we just act like it wasn't that big a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're playing in the snow or we're whatever. And, we're going somewhere else together and we're hugging. And it's just like, dude, we did see some hedge mazes come alive, or we did see something, or we heard something, or we found the stuff in the elevator. It's like there are weird things that happen. Why are we acting like this is all brand new? Just
moving past it.
Yeah.
And maybe I am a little upset because I really do love that moment with Jack in the ballroom, and then JP says one sentence and I'm like, God damn it.
It's all unraveling. Wendy takes a lingering look at the jukebox before staring in horror at the bar, where the sealed bottle of Jack Daniels still sits alongside the message, "Help yourself, the management." Suddenly, the needle scratches on the record and the music comes to a stop. Wendy turns her back to the bar, and in the brief moment, someone reaches for her and grabs her shoulder. Wendy shrieks and turns with her knife ready, but there is no one there. Jack cries from the floor behind the bar that he hurt his head. Wendy leans in, peering down to try to see him, but Jack launches himself from the floor and grabs Wendy by the throat. Terrified, she drops the knife in her attempt to fight back. Jack shakes her, choking her, demanding to know what she's been doing behind his back. What is she planning? How long has she been trying to keep him down? Was George Hatfield part of it? Did she hire him to slash Jack's tires to make him lose his job? Wendy fights for air, and Jack accuses that the worst thing she did was turn his own son against him.
That level of paranoia to think it goes all the way back.
Yes.
It's horrifying.
Yes.
Horrifying. Wendy fights as hard as she can, grasping out for his face, but Jack continues to squeeze her throat, asserting that he found out because he has friends and they told him. Suddenly, the door clatters and Danny is in the room, begging Jack to stop because he's hurting Wendy. Reflected in the mirror, Grady speaks up. Danny is interfering again. He's trying to keep Jack from doing his job. Wendy is able to twist around, and when Danny runs over and begs Jack to stop hurting her, Jack finally lets go. As Wendy slumps to the ground, desperate for air, Jack hoists himself over the counter. He snatches Danny up, hurling him to the side as he bellows, "Mind your business, you damn pup!" Danny hits the ground hard, and when he realizes what he's done, Jack looks down at him mournfully. He sobs, "Doc, oh my God." He doesn't see Wendy rising behind him. She grabs the full bottle of whiskey and raises it over her head. Danny pleads with her, "Mommy, no!" But just as Jack turns, she swings the bottle down and it crashes against Jack's head. It shatters, raining whiskey down upon him, and Jack immediately crumples to the floor in a heap. Wendy inspects him and he's unconscious, but still breathing. She crawls over to Danny, who is curled into the fetal position with his hands over his face. She croaks his name, her voice hoarse and nearly gone, but Danny refuses to listen. He tells her instead to leave him alone. He sobs that he just wants to go to sleep. But Wendy rips his hands away from his face, asserting in her weak voice that he can't and he needs to listen carefully. She tells him that it was not his daddy that was trying to hurt her, and she didn't want to hurt his daddy. It's not daddy. Danny sits up, understanding. It's the hotel. Wendy tells him that he's right. His face streaked with tears. Danny looks at his father and reminds Wendy, "Booze. I told you."
What?
Yeah. Wendy agrees that he did. And when they heard him this morning singing and talking to himself, Danny says that sometimes he wasn't only talking to himself, but Wendy knows she can hear them now too. Danny's eyes scan the room as he admits that he woke the hotel people up. It's all his fault. Wendy weeps that it's not Danny's fault. He's not the one that tried to hurt her. She realizes that they're getting strong now, aren't they? Danny says that they are. Pretty soon they won't be ghosts at all, and they won't even need his daddy. They'll throw him away like a paper cup or something. Wendy sniffles as she looks over at Jack, and when Danny crawls over to him, she warns him to watch out for the broken glass. Danny rubs his father's hair, sharing that his daddy is just sick, that's all. It's the hotel that made him sick, and Danny wishes that he was better. Wendy wishes he was too, and that's why Danny has to help her put him away somewhere and keep them safe. Danny wonders, where are they going to put him? The score marches as Wendy and Danny each drag Jack by one of his legs across the kitchen tile. With a lot of effort, they make it to the pantry. Wendy tells Danny to unbolt the door, and he's able to pull the bottom one open easily, but the top won't budge. With a grunt, he's finally able to throw the bolt open. Just as Wendy starts to pull Jack in, he starts to wake up.
Hey, I know this.
Well, yes.
Yes. Danny points this out, but his voice gets Jack's attention. He wonders, his voice thick and slurred. "Is that you, old Doc?" He tells Danny to scrunch down so he can get a look at him, but Danny pleads with him to just go to sleep. With Jack inside the pantry, Danny and Wendy hop over him to the door, but Jack reaches up and grabs a handful of Danny's pajama shirt. Cowboys, horses, and horseshoes warp in Jack's grip, but Wendy is able to pull her son free and slam the door. Jack throws his body against the heavy pantry door, and Danny and Wendy try as hard as they can to keep it shut so that Wendy can lock the stubborn top bolt. When she finally manages to get it secured and Jack continues banging on the door and threatening them, she places a reassuring hand on her son's shoulder and reminds him that this is not his daddy. Danny knows. He remembers. It's the hotel. But Jack is still banging on the thick door, demanding that they let him out. He laughs darkly that they better think about this because if he has to get out on his own, he's going to find them and he's going to bash their brains in.
I just wanted to hear it. I was waiting, and it's different, so I was like, okay, is he going to say it? Is he going to say it?
He has to.
He can't bash them right the fuck in, but he can bash them.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Wendy decides that it's time to go, and as she and Danny vacate the door, Jack booms at them to not even think about leaving him. He tells them to come back and open this door, but they're already gone. His face splotchy and red in his anger. Jack screams at Danny to mind his father. Finally, he goes quiet and stands, dazed, blood still running down his head from where Wendy hit him with the bottle. His voice low and menacing, he advises them to try the snow because he'll tell them one thing. The pantry goes dark with the light shining solely on Jack's face as it twists into a sick grin. "If I get out of here and find you, you're going to wish you had." He chuckles darkly. Steam is swirling around the boiler in the cellar, and the reading is inching toward 160 psi as it clangs loudly.
I'm going to be honest. I had already fucking forgot about the boiler.
Much like Jack.
Yes. Later in the kitchen, Wendy still winces from the pain in her throat as she fixes a tray with eggs and milk.
Look.
I was
Okay, I'm so glad that everybody else thought the same.
Yes.
I was surprised to see her.
Yeah.
I know they got to eat.
But
That was a wild cut.
yes, it was. It was. He made deviled eggs? What the fuck?
When she hears clanging from the pantry, she rounds the corner and cautiously calls out for Jack. In the pantry, Jack mocks her, calling his own name as he sits, hunched over a jar of peanut butter. Everyone's hungry.
Yes.
His eyes are hollow, and when Wendy asks if he's all right, he just mocks her again. I will say they talked about shifting the makeup for Steven Weber just slightly between the scenes, even adding really tiny prosthetics to make his eyes look more sunken and hollow. And he does look more haggard, more like they did a really phenomenal job in that aspect.
Yeah.
I think that was one thing that I noticed, especially in this shot, was just how worn down he is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wendy pauses before telling Jack that it's only temporary, and at least he's got plenty to eat in there. As Jack brings a peanut butter topped cracker to his lips, he offers his reply. You bitch.
Well, he shouldn't be saying that, but that was way too playful for what has gone on already.
Yeah.
At least you won't starve.
That's not what she did. With her head lowered, Wendy tells him that she's sorry before walking away. Outside the gas station, in the stark white and blustery wind of the snowstorm, gas station Howie, played by Sam Raimi, tells Dick that he's out of his mind.
What are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Sam, what's going on?
And
I love
again,
you. I know. He's here.
Yeah.
The stand.
Yeah.
Raising his voice over the howling wind, Howie says that Jack was up here at least once a week to gas the hotel truck, and he almost always had his son with him. He doesn't think he'd do anything to hurt him. But from behind the wheel of a snowcat, Dick just wants to know if he has enough gas to get up to the hotel and back down again. Howie says that he does, but he's not going to make it. Dick declares that he loves Howie. He's one cheery MFA. Howie's like, MFA? Dick enlightens him. Mighty fine American. Dick pulls away, driving the snowcat through the blizzard, and we press in on Howie, who counters. Yeah, well, you're one dead MFA. He shivers. Jack is still eating in the pantry. Which same, dude. What else am I going to do in here?
Yeah. Well, he was drinking and dancing. He was, he was tired.
He's going to sleep good tonight.
It makes me think of Homer in the parody.
Yeah, of course. He mutters that they better hope he never gets out of here. When he kicks his crackers away in frustration, Grady's voice speaks up, muffled from behind the thick door. He points out that Jack seems to be locked in. Jack jumps up to his feet and rushes to the door. Grady alerts him that he hasn't taken care of the business that they talked about, his wife and son. Jack promises that if Grady will let him out, he will. Grady doesn't like having to tell Jack this, but questions about his dedication have begun to be asked in certain quarters.
They're talking shit.
Yeah, the ghosts.
That's unbelievable.
Jack hangs his head and pleads with Grady to just let him out and he'll show him how wrong they are. He'll show all of them. Grady is like, you would bring us your son? Jack screams, yes. He stares up at the door, ominously, expectantly. Dick is trudging along in the snowcat. He passes a sign that reads, Overlook Hotel, 37 miles. Night has fallen along with the flurries of snow outside of the hotel. On the staticky TV in the apartment, the weatherman, played by Ron Allen, reports from the midst of the blizzard that it's the worst to Sauk, Colorado in the last 10 years. Because of course it is.
Of course.
Yeah.
Wendy is lying in bed with Danny and his stuffed puppy, Tony, in her arms. After she makes sure that he's deep asleep, she sits up with a determined expression. She takes a lingering look at her sleeping son before leaving her room, her fingers finding the soreness in her neck. She grabs her knife and switches off the TV before quietly leaving the apartment.
Why?
What, leave him?
Yeah.
There, in the book, it's like mind-boggling in any whatever in any iteration.
Yeah.
But in the book, there is more because you do get to understand or like read their thoughts and what they're thinking. There is such an agonizing, I don't want to leave him alone, but I have to protect him kind of a situation.
Okay.
Here it's just, she's like, he's asleep.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't come through that much that like I have to do this.
No.
Yeah.
It's just he's sleeping. I'm going to go get some more deviled eggs. She made a lot.
She did. She didn't expect.
No.
Wendy goes into the lobby, but she turns, brandishing the knife when she hears rhythmic thumping. It's the croquet ball bouncing down the stairs leading to the guest floors. Someone cries out, "Good shot!" Wendy looks around helpless. The elevator suddenly roars to life, ascending as a giggling woman muses. "Great party, isn't it?" Wendy points with her knife. She warns the voices to shut up. They can't hurt her. Without Danny and Jack to help them, they're nothing. She goes into the dining room, and when a chair falls from the table, she yelps in fear. But fear truly finds her when she rounds the corner to the pantry and finds it standing open. What do you do with that?
I'm gonna get my brain bashed in.
Yeah.
He was very clear.
It was. The threat was very, very clear.
I need to go find Danny. I need to get back over there.
You run back to your son.
Yes.
Her voice breaking, she pleads, "Oh God, no." But inside the pantry is nothing but the peanut butter that Jack was eating and the spray of crackers he kicked across the floor. Wendy breathes. "Danny." She races through the kitchen, but she stops when she sees a word written in red on the door. Red rum. She whispers it, remembering it, when the elevator car finally clatters upon its arrival in the lobby. Guests march out of it, dressed to the nines, but as they cross the lobby to the ballroom, they disappear into thin air. Wendy is approaching the message slowly, and when it disappears before her eyes, she runs her fingers along the door before pushing through it and going back into the lobby. Clutching the knife, she pleads with Jack to answer her. She pushes the saloon-style doors to the Colorado Lounge open, and as soon as she steps inside, the lights and jukebox brighten. She sees the word again, written in dripping red on the mirror behind the bar. Red rum. Wendy stares at this transfixed, and another guest's voice cries out, "Great party!" A burst of confetti and glitter rains down on Wendy as ghostly voices chatter and giggle and party horns echo. Wendy steps back into the lobby and threatens her invisible adversaries. They can play with her all they want, but they are never taking her son.
Well, you've left him all alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. It almost feels like we needed to have Danny out of the way for a second so
Right.
she can go do this and we can move along in the story.
Yeah, honestly.
Panting and looking around in every direction, Wendy crosses the lobby. When she sees the mysterious croquet ball, she picks it up. But when the clock strikes loudly, she drops it, startled. The lumberjacks in the clock display are chopping their log double time, and a ghostly woman cackles. A green light shines in through the ballroom as Derwent commands, "Unmask! It's midnight! All masks off!" The Undead Gage Creed band plays dutifully in their white suits, their faces slack and decomposing. Wendy screams at them to stop it. She covers her ears with both hands and begs God to just stop it. In her panic, she drops the knife, and that's when Jack makes his presence known, stepping into the lobby behind her with the croquet mallet in his hand. With his dark grin, he chuckles as Wendy turns to face him. "Kissin', kissin'. Oh, that's what I've been missing." He kisses at her. Wendy tries to compose herself and keep her voice level when she tells Jack that he scared her. But he reasons, of course he did. Wendy scares easy. That's why she wants to leave. Wendy drops her eyes to the knife on the floor between them, and Jack follows her gaze. Before she can grab it, he stomps down on it. Wendy backs away from him as he kicks the knife to the side and shares that she's better off without that. He wouldn't want to see his darling spouse cut herself. Wendy says her husband's name tearfully, but he thrusts the mallet at her. He says that she really thought she could leave him in there. No way, sweetheart, not here. Jack approaches, and when Wendy tries to make a run for it, he points the mallet at her again, and she stays put. He tells Wendy again that he has friends, good friends, not like her. She never really was his friend, was she?
I know they feel like you're friends because they let you out, but they only let you out after they told you. We've been talking a lot of shit about you.
Yeah.
Again.
Like a true friend.
Yeah.
Wendy cries as she protests that that's not true, but Jack swings the mallet, and Wendy has to launch herself backwards to keep from being hit. She falls to the floor and has to scramble away from him as he readies the mallet again. But this time, when he swings, he hits Wendy in the gut, knocking the air out of her. She rolls over and Jack towers over her, letting her know that now, by God, she's going to take her medicine. He grins, glancing at Wendy, then letting his eyes flit over to the apartment. First the whiner, then the whelp. Wendy coughs and blood oozes from her lips. Jack swings the mallet high over his head, yelling, "Yes, sirree, Bob." But when he brings it back down, Wendy rolls out of the way. Jack shakes his head in comic disapproval, and when Wendy tries to run from the room, one of the chairs takes off, running her over like a car. Wendy rolls over it and lands in a heap at the foot of the stairs. Jack is like, "And you thought nothing here could hurt you, sweetheart." He pretends to hit himself in the head with the mallet. Boink! Wrong! Wendy cowers on the ground, and when Jack approaches, looming over her with the mallet, she screams at the top of her lungs for Danny to run and hide. At the sound of her frantic voice, Danny's eyes snap open. Jack offers for them to just end this right now, sweetheart. Right now. He asks her, "What do you say?" Wendy shrinks against the stairs and looks up fearfully at her husband as it fades to black.
Well, technically, he threw the chair at her.
Yeah, it wasn't really the hotel.
Yeah, the hotel didn't.
Well,
I know it hurt her, but he did that.
And in all honesty, Danny already said earlier, he's like, look, Halloran told me that nothing could hurt us here, but he was wrong.
Yeah.
So we already know that. This part, I feel like, is the beginning of what I feel Steven Weber is kind of putting on a clinic as far as his performance is concerned and trying to convey this level of madness. I just feel like I don't know if it's just me, but I do not think the lines are meeting the moment.
Okay.
It is all working for me.
Oh, okay.
I like all of it. I think he's doing a really great job. And I don't know, maybe because a lot of this is lifted directly from the page. Mm-hmm. It is just cool to kind of see it brought to life. But I think he's doing great. She's doing great.
Yes.
Yeah. I really love Wendy and the actress that's playing Wendy.
Yeah.
But I don't know. He's still. I will give that he is doing what he's supposed to do. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I feel like, and maybe it is again still that trying to divorce yourself from
Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, but it's like I need you to be more angry. I need more anger.
And I feel like, I don't know, maybe that is part of it. Maybe I think I want to give him some leniency because I don't like what is being written. And so I'm watching him perform it and I'm like, I feel like you're giving it your all.
Yeah.
It's just like some of these lines, again, I understand what Stephen King is trying to do here, but not everything works exactly from the page on screen.
Right.
And I don't think he understands that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
He was saying on the commentary that ABC told them that they could not show domestic violence in this miniseries because it was too uncomfortable. But he fought and stood his ground because he said that's the point. You're supposed to be uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to see these things and feel good about them. But with all the horrors that are happening in this hotel, this is the one that's actually happening to people every day.
Yeah.
And so Some of what they shot had to be cut down, but they finally relented and let this in. And I'll be honest, this scene here, some stuff that happens later, him throwing Danny to the ground in the lounge.
Yeah.
I was surprised, looking at this through the lens of this being, what did you say, 7 p.m. on ABC? Like,
Yeah.
I was surprised some of the lengths that they took this because it is harrowing.
It is.
And I feel like it honestly should be the most, or at least inspire the most visceral reactions from the audience.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this stuff is way more impactful than honestly anything that I've seen so far.
Yes. As steam gathers into a thick fog around the boiler, Danny fully gets dressed and is in the bed, lacing his shoes. Wendy is still begging him to run and hide, but Jack cackles. It's not funny, but the thought of her screaming at him to run and hide, and him waking up from that and then getting fully dressed
Yeah.
and lacing his shoes to tickle me a little bit.
No urgency.
No.
Yeah.
Jack shouts with her for Danny to run and hide because Daddy's mad at Mommy. Daddy finally got tired of listening to her faithless, hateful, spiteful, cowardly nagging, and he decided to take her to school. Wendy sobs as Jack fixes her with his cold gaze and yells again for Danny to go run and hide. Wendy tells him again to run, but Jack repeats that he's going to take Wendy to school. He says that sometimes it's just necessary, the way he took George Hatfield to school when he caught him slashing his tires. He swings the mallet at Wendy, barely missing her face, the same way he took Danny to school when he tried to destroy his papers, tried to destroy his play. Jack's voice rises and tears fill his eyes as he shouts this, but Wendy whispers in protest. That's not what he was trying to do. But Jack goes, "Shut up, bitch." I was, again, in uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
He is right. Like, it's for as much as they could do. I feel like it is very unflinching. It's very upsetting. Like, it's a lot.
I was surprised.
Yeah. Wendy implores Jack to listen to himself. He's not well. Lowering his voice, Jack concedes that maybe she's right. Hell, he knows she's right. But as Wendy eyes the knife that Jack kicked across the floor, he tells her not to worry. He'll be better soon. Wendy lurches for the knife, but before she can reach it, Jack brings the mallet down on her leg. Wendy yelps, snapping back from the pain. She cradles her leg and sobs, forgetting the knife. Jack follows and stands over her. He concludes that he'll be better when she's dead, when her miserable quacking tongue is finally just a rotting piece of meat inside her head. When Wendy reaches for the knife, he stomps down on it again and kicks it away. He whines for her to stop with the knife already. It's just so old.
He has the nerve to have an
I
attitude.
know.
Wendy starts to drag herself away, and Jack brings the mallet down, and it clangs against the floor next to her. She pulls herself along the shiny lobby floor, finally grabbing onto the croquet ball and bracing against it to find her footing. She's through the half door leading behind the desk, and when Jack grabs onto it, she slams the top down, hitting his hand. He cries out in pain and warns in horrible clarity, "I'll kill you for that." Wendy holds the croquet ball behind her back as Jack bashes his way through the half door. He tells her, in the end, it'll all work out for the best. You'll see. He walks toward her as Wendy steps backwards, informing her that this doesn't have to be painful. He doesn't want it to be. With a yell, Wendy throws the croquet ball and nails Jack right in the forehead. The score goes crazy as Jack holds his head and sinks down to his knees. Wendy flees the room, and when we find Jack, he is face down on the floor, blood pooling beneath his head.
She fucked him up.
She did.
First the arm, then that. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
And remember, that was a Denver croquet ball.
Yes. It's bigger. He raises his head and bright blood drips from his face as he shouts, "You killed me, you bitch!" He grabs the mallet and struggles back to his feet.
That's second bitch. That's
Yeah.
the second one.
I think maybe 3.
Yeah.
I think maybe 3.
Did they just all like back end the B words?
They're like,
Yeah.
look, anybody who can't hang is left.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Put them all in. Wendy is limping down the hall. She glances backwards in time to see Jack stumble around the corner. When she faces forward again, Derwent is standing there in his mask. He rips it away and grins, his teeth rotted and his face dead and mottled, the skin broken and decomposing. Still, he smiles brightly when he asks, "Great party, isn't it?" Wendy screams and Derwent bursts into confetti, disappearing. Wendy gets her head back into the game when Jack comes staggering, swinging the mallet. He tells her sorrowfully to look at what she did to him. Just look! He swings the mallet so hard that he falls, but he keeps coming. Wendy pulls herself along the wall, inching closer and closer to their apartment. When she reaches the open door, she pauses, and as Jack prepares himself to swing again, she kicks him in the balls and darts into the room. Jack is only momentarily subdued, but it's enough time for Wendy to run into the apartment and lock the door behind her. Trickles of blood run from Wendy's nose and lips. She pants, trying to catch her breath as Jack immediately begins to pound on the door, demanding to be let in. He warns that she's only making this worse for herself. But Wendy turns from the door and limps through the apartment in search of her son. She hurries into the bedroom to find that the bed is empty and Danny is gone. In the hallway, Jack warns that it's the last chance. When Wendy still doesn't open the door, he decides they'll do it the hard way. He begins to swing the croquet mallet against the door, rattling it against its lock. He calls out for Doc and levels with him. He's having a little problem with Danny's mother. Would he care to help his dad out? Huh?
This hotel has really turned him into quite a snarky asshole.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Dick is still making his way through the storm in the snowcat. He hops out when he sees a sign completely covered by the falling snow. He wipes the snow away with his sleeve and reads it. Overlook, with an arrow. Dick looks thoughtfully at the road ahead before hurrying back to the snowcat. But back inside the Overlook, Wendy is searching all over the apartment for Danny, under beds and in cabinets, as Jack continues to beat the door with the mallet. Suddenly, Grady appears next to him. His hands clasped in front of him. He guesses that a few more hits should do it, sir. His face still streaked with blood from his multiple head injuries. Jack nods. He holds the mallet out to Grady and asks if he'd like to take a swing or two. But Grady laments that this is Jack's job, and Jack's alone. Jack wonders, who says? He smirks. The manager? His voice dipping low, he invites Grady to tell the manager to watch this. As Grady promised, it only takes a few more swings to break the door from the lock. He sticks his head inside the jagged hole he's made in the door, and we press up to Jack Torrance's twisted face as he speaks. Boo.
This is very unfortunate. It's difficult because you're inviting comparisons.
Yeah.
And it's just nowhere near as impactful.
Mm-hmm.
It's already a difficult enough task ahead of you. You don't have to make problems for yourself.
I was like, there's no fucking way. They're not.
No.
They can't.
Because again, there are some things you wait for, and like, I'm not familiar with the book, so watching it, I am like, okay, I remember the old Shining, the movie, Kubrick, but this, I was like, I don't know what to expect. I'm just kind of going through it, recognizing things from that movie. And again, like you said, it's hard. You're not trying to make the comparisons.
Right.
But when this happens, it's like, oh, okay, so how is this going to play out? And then that's really all we get.
Mm-hmm. And I know that was an ad lib from Jack Nicholson.
Right.
Here's Johnny.
Yeah.
But then you start to think and you're like, well, wasn't Johnny Carson? I think he was on NBC. What if ABC was like, you can't do that?
Okay.
I'm not going to lie. I would be surprised if Stephen King would be okay with that, even if they were allowed to do it.
Yeah. And I think Johnny Carson was retired by then. I don't know. I can't remember now.
David Letterman.
Yeah.
Mick Garris said on the commentary that he, Stephen King, and Steven Weber all came up with long lists of what their "Here's Johnny" line was going to be. They obviously ended up going with "Boo."
Boo.
Which is the shortest thing on all of their long lists, and Mick Garris attributed it to...
Oh, God.
I hate to call him to the carpet. with Steven Weber on to dates.
Oh. So this is all Steven Weber's fault.
No. John Paul was like, ready.
But I mean, that's poetic if the actor himself came up with it, just like in Kubrick's.
True.
Yeah.
See, it's good, right?
No,
Yeah.
we didn't say that.
No, yeah.
Wendy runs into the bathroom and slams the door. Jack screams as he rips the front door the rest of the way open. He announces, "Here comes Papa Bear." Did you like that one better?
Nope.
No. Yeah.
I like that even worse than Boo.
Well, because we've never established any kind of
Papa Bear.
Yeah.
No, there's not been a bear situation.
Yeah, no.
He immediately starts to bash the bathroom door in, but Wendy thinks quickly. She runs to the medicine cabinet, knocking clattering bottles down with her trembling hands until she finally finds what she's looking for: shaving razors. Jack has busted a hole in the door and is reaching in to disengage the lock when Wendy steps forward, risking it all. She drags the razor across the back of Jack's hand, filleting the skin.
Ruined.
Oh.
That hurt looking
It's
at that.
Fucking rough. They said that they had to fight to get a lot of this in, but they had to cut him hitting Wendy with the mallet in the lobby. They had to take that out, and they had to take out her slashing him again with the razor. There were 2, and they only let them keep 1. Jack cries out in pain and pulls his hand out of the bathroom, but he thrusts it back in to grab Wendy and slam her into the door, knocking the razor out of her hand and onto the floor. But in the midst of all the chaos, Grady calls out calmly, "Mr. Torrance." Jack turns, completely engrossed. He lets go of Wendy, who rushes as far away from the door as she can get. But Grady is leaning over the lamp, ominously lighting his features when he alerts Jack that Halloran's coming, and he better take care of this immediately, doesn't he think? Jack nods, smiling as he raises the mallet. No problem. He looks back at Wendy through the broken door and tells her in a gruff voice to stay close. He'll be back. On his way out of the room, he knocks over a lamp and smashes in the TV. Mercifully alone, Wendy spies the windows above the tub. She opens one to find an entire wall of snow barricading her inside. She hits the snow, causing some of it to spill into the tub, but there's no tunneling out. After there's no sign of Jack, Wendy comes out of the bathroom and limps out of the apartment, calling out for Danny in a desperate whisper. I wondered how much of this was like to show her trying to get out, or how much of it was kind of like oop, you thought, because of them climbing out the window in Kubrick's.
Okay.
Dick Snowcat finally pulls onto the Overlook's property, but the topiary animals are waiting for him. They stand a bright green against the white snow, grunting and growling as they turn toward the incoming vehicle. So these were puppets.
Okay.
In this shot. They're
Yeah.
not CG when they are like moving when he's coming in. And it works a lot better.
Yeah.
See, and that's when it's starting to piss me off.
I know.
Because a lot of moments could have been salvaged if you just stuck with that.
Yeah. But Dick drives past them and right up to the front of the hotel. He gets out and looks up to the towering building. He tells it, "Hello, you old bitch. You're just as ugly in wintertime as you are in summertime." And he runs right to the front door.
That's 3.
In the book, he has to fight the topiary animals before he gets inside.
That's hilarious.
Like-
Yes, yeah, that's a little funny.
It's like, you're just leaves. What am I doing?
Yeah, I know.
He has this old Zippo that he's had forever, and he opens it and sloshes the fluid on his arm. And when he finally lights it, he lights his arm on fire and thrusts it into the lion that's gonna eat him.
Oh, okay.
And it burns it down, and then he's able to go inside. So like it was like, you know, a couple fights before the final boss, but in this they're like, just get him inside.
We
can't do that.
Yeah.
Once in the lobby, he lets the door slam shut behind him. Dick shouts, calling for Danny, asking where he is. In response, the elevator comes to life, clattering on its track as it descends. Wendy staggers into view, bloody and injured. She says Dick's name, and Dick is surprised by the state of her. But they're interrupted when the door to the elevator opens and Jack steps out, a grin on his bloody face as he yells, "Congratulations, Dick! You're a Publishers Clearinghouse winner!"
Sorry, just what happens next? I don't understand. I don't understand Halloran's reaction time, because was he like, I am?
Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah.
Why do you allow this to happen?
I don't know.
You've been warned psychically by this little boy.
Yes.
It's the hotel. It's my dad. And you're like, did I really just win Publishers Clearing?
Right. It's like, did you get some of my mail?
That's crazy. Yeah.
He steps toward Dick with the mallet clenched in his hands. Wendy begs Jack, no, but Jack announces to Dick, "Here's your prize." Jack swings and the mallet connects right with the side of Dick Halloran's head. He collapses to the floor. Wendy rushes over, and as Dick tries to pull himself forward, Jack advises, "I don't think so." He hits him again with the mallet right in the back of the head. With Dick forgotten, Jack advances on Wendy, singing to her, "Come along and be my party doll, and I'll make love to you." Wendy stares at him, dazed. Jack asks if she remembers that night on their honeymoon. He sang that song to her in bed, and she laughed so hard. He thought she was going to wet her pants. Not that she was wearing any pants at the time. But Wendy isn't laughing now. She begs him in an exhausted whisper to just put the mallet down. Just don't hurt them anymore, please. But Jack reminds her that she's the one doing the hurting. Starting to cry, he says that she's the one making it hard. All he wants is for her and Danny to be a part of this. Wendy backs up, and when she hits a bench, she falls back onto it, staring up at Jack helplessly as he raises the mallet high. She asks him in a shaking whisper to wait. She's begging him, but her begs aren't what stops Jack from swinging. It's Derwent, standing behind the front desk next to Grady, stroking his dog mask as if it were a real animal. He reminds Jack, "Torrance, your son." Jack asks what about him?
No, they're really having second thoughts now.
Yeah.
This is why we were all talking shit about you.
Yeah.
Derwent reveals that they regard his son of the highest importance, and time has grown regrettably short. Jack's wide eyes scan the room, asking what the hell Derwent's talking about. Halloran is dead, and they're not expecting any more party crashers. Wendy follows Jack's eyes to behind the front desk, but to her, there is no one standing there. When Jack asserts that they have all the time in the world, Grady counters that he would do better to just listen. Jack promises that he is listening. Wendy slowly crawls backwards as Derwent, his face suddenly stark white with his eyes and nose dark like a skull, tells Jack that he believes Danny is on the 3rd floor. Then Jack can finish discussing this matter with his wife, and then they'll all sit down together and toast Jack's accomplishment, his wife and son included. Jack smiles at this. "Yes, sir."
You got it, boss.
Yeah.
You got it, boss. He looks down at Wendy and warns her that he'll be back. Don't make him have to hunt her down. Jack turns and leaves again, and Wendy eyes the emptiness behind the front desk. Jack wags his finger at her before getting onto the elevator and closing the door behind him. So Derwent's face. They used a UV makeup for Derwent and ramped up the UV light to make his face look like a skull, but it ended up being too purple, so they had to color correct it in post. But this was practically done.
Okay.
That's okay. There was something about it that felt a little fabricated and like done in post.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was kind of surreal, but in a way that wasn't completely off-putting.
Yeah. I will say too, Grady is not as gaunt and made up in this scene, and they said that they wanted to kind of show that they are becoming stronger, like Danny said. They're less ghost and more becoming real.
Okay.
But we give him a skull face.
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah.
Well, because something like that kind of happens in the book.
Again, Stephen.
That's usually my get out of jail free card, but it's not anymore.
No, the bars are closing.
They're closing. With Jack gone, Wendy drags herself desperately across the floor to Dick, who lies motionless and face down on the lobby floor. Wendy lowers her head and sobs mournfully. But up on the third floor hallway, Jack is looking for Danny. He says that Danny has done something wrong and he needs to come out and take his medicine like a man. He swings the mallet into a vase, shattering it. He keeps swinging, destroying decor, bashing the walls, the doors. He quotes his own father, "Soonest begun is soonest done." Danny is hiding in the small corner between the ice machine and the hall. The blows from his father's croquet mallet reverberate like thunder as they come closer and closer, and Jack screams his name. Danny peeks into the hallway and goes back into hiding, but as soon as he does, he hears the pleading man from the presidential suite, begging for them to stop. He can feel it. One of the faux waiters appears in his crisp white jacket, cocking the shotgun with a crazy look in his eyes. He asks, "What about this?" and fires. He cackles wildly as Danny covers his face, and when Danny looks again, the waiter disappears into smoke. Danny runs away, but Jack is still screaming for him, destroying the halls and commanding for him to come out and take his medicine. There is no haste in Danny's dazed walk up to the presidential suite. Tony calls out to him in a reassuring voice, inviting him to come and see what was forgotten. Danny opens the door and falls into an endless black abyss. This looks crazy.
Yeah.
It was so wild that I gasped and started laughing because I don't even know what to do. This is the last thing I expected to see.
He's like tumbling. Like,
Yeah.
It looks fucking wild.
And he falls forever.
He does.
It looks like if he, you remember when dude climbed into the medicine cabinet in house?
Yes. Tony tells him to come and see. And as we watch Danny flutter and become smaller and smaller, flipping over himself, his voice is calm when he responds that he can't. It's too dark. Out of the darkness, we see the boiler in the cellar, lost in a cloud of steam. Tony tells Danny to look. Even Derwent forgot. Instead of numbers on the PSI gauge, there are red skulls, and the needle is inching toward a red area with the large black skull. Danny realizes it's the boiler. His daddy forgot to dump the boiler. I did like that when Danny is like having his vision earlier, all the room doors had skulls and crossbones on them. And now this PSI meter, it doesn't have, like, it's just a way for his child's mind to comprehend, like, this is bad. It's danger.
Yeah.
We pan out to find Tony standing in front of the boiler. He tells Danny that he's right and it's going to blow any time now. And when it does, everything. Jack is still going nuts in the third floor hallway, screaming as he beats the walls and the doors. Danny wakes up on the floor in front of the presidential suite and looks around with worry at the booming of the mallet getting closer and closer. When Jack screams his name, he hides behind a chair in the corner. But Jack can see him plainly when he steps into view, nearly unrecognizable with his bloody streaked face, his bared teeth and gaunt features. He jokes, "Well, Danny, fancy meeting you here. How you doing, Doc?" Danny replies sadly, "I'm okay, Daddy." His voice low, Jack warns his son that he's got to punish him a little now, but he knows that, doesn't he? As soon as they get that out of the way, they can all be friends again. Jack tells his father that they don't want him here. They don't want his mommy either. They only want Danny. Jack screams that that's a lie. He swings the mallet and knocks a hole into the wall. In the lobby, Wendy rolls Dick over. She slaps his cheeks, begging him to wake up for the love of God. Miraculously, Dick stirs and his eyes bulge. Wendy is elevating his head and Dick begs her to lay him down. It's going to explode. But Wendy counters that he's got to get up. Jack is trying to kill her son. This is finally enough to get Dick to stand up.
Everybody calm
Look,
down.
look, okay, I've been fighting for my fucking life. There's a lot of please calm, Dick.
Yes,
a lot
yes.
of Dick, it's up. Dick is, yeah, I'm doing my best.
I would have just called him Halloran. I don't know what.
Oh,
Could have done that. But,
edit it that way.
it's too late.
Right. Halloran.
Yes, it's my voice.
Mr. Black.
Yes. One thing I wanted to say about this moment,
Yes.
and I'm certain that it will be unpopular, but it was at this moment that I really started to think, about 95% of all the changes that Kubrick made, I completely understand them.
Yeah.
And as much as I love Dick Halloran as a character, that includes killing Dick Halloran.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the importance of that moment, there's a line in the book, I swear that it's in the book. Our weeks are always very busy, and I was writing my script for The Void as I was listening to The Shining.
Okay.
But I remember something in there about all mothers shining and this bond between mother and son being so crucial.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a moment would hold such dramatic weight if Halloran comes into the hotel and Jack kills him. It's this beacon of light and hope snuffed out completely by the ultimate evil of this fucking hotel. And it's way more dramatic. It's heartbreaking in its misdirection because you think he will come to save them.
Yeah.
Because that's what he said he would do.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't and he can't, then that is Wendy's arc that we have set up already to be the one and only one who can save Danny. And it is heartbreaking to lose Halloran, but I think that narratively it makes more sense.
It's definitely more tragic.
Yeah,
and I get why
yeah.
it does make sense. I just don't want him to die.
No, of course not.
I just selfishly don't want him to die.
No, I agree though. I do like him. But I think even right here, it's like he probably has a concussion, dude, and you're just like, hey, get up.
You're just pulling him.
Yeah, hey,
have to.
shaking his head.
Yeah.
I know, I get it, but I mean, he
You
got
can't.
fucked up.
And that's the other thing as well, is if he were to have killed Halloran, that moment of Halloran, who has The Shining,
Yeah.
not seeing this coming?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's been getting blasted for since fucking Florida, dude. Give him a break.
Well, he doesn't like. You're right though. Even thinking about that, can you not use your shine?
Yeah, what's that? I
Like
know
what?
that I know Danny's way more powerful in this ability.
Yeah.
But you have had this ability since you were a child.
Yes. Yeah. And he's worked here for how long?
Long enough?
He should know.
Yeah. What this hotel is capable of, he already warned him.
Right. Well, you know.
And again, I do want to say
You know.
that's all. I think Dick Halloran is an incredible character, and he means so much to Danny as a character.
Yeah. Yeah.
But maybe even losing him might be more impactful. And you have the shine. You know that no one has ever truly lost.
Yeah.
I get it. I just like.
And honestly, for what they give Dick to do, he might as well be dead.
What do you
Lifeless,
mean?
huh?
Yeah, all right. Flaccid.
like kelp.
Like kelp. I just feel
That was
like
a line from the book.
it is. Them waking him up and then he just is like a part of the party now.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't really do anything that is worth his character.
I don't know. I think that I don't think that. Oh, I don't know.
So kind of like when one of your buddies jumps into your game, but he's not leveled up. So
Right.
it's like, oh, I
he's
guess
leveled up.
You're
He's
like,
leveled
he's
up.
here.
Yeah, he's here.
I don't see Danny driving a snowcat out of here.
I
and
can see
Wendy's
Wendy
like
doing
got
it.
a broken back.
Kubrick got her to do it.
Up in the third floor hallway, Jack corrects his son through gritted teeth, his features painted red from the gash in his forehead. It's me they want. Me. And now he's going to show Danny who's the boss around here. He closes the gap between them and looks down at Danny, still cowering behind the chair. He commands in a whisper, "Now." Danny stands up obediently, and Jack invites him to pull a few of his fancy tricks now. He gasps mockingly, "All out of tricks, aren't you?" He grins with his bloody teeth and tells Danny, don't try to look so innocent, because he knows what he's been up to. He didn't fall off the hay truck yesterday, you know. He knows that Danny called Halloran, but it didn't work. He lets loose a deranged laugh, announcing that he laid him out just as pretty. Danny just stares up at him as Jack announces that now it's time for Danny to take his medicine and for him to do his fatherly duty, little as he might like it. But Danny shakes his head and asserts calmly, "You're not my daddy." Jack smiles widely with an edge of an accent kissing his words. Such a smart little boy it is, or thinks it is. He questions, "Who else would I be?" So Danny tells him he's just another Halloween mask. The hotel needs him because Danny won't let it into his head anymore. The smile drops from Jack's twisted face as Danny vows, "You don't scare me." Jack bares his teeth in another horrible grin as he leans down to face Danny. He promises, with blood dripping from his mouth, "Oh, but I will. I'll scare you plenty, you damned little pup." He screams and goes wild, bashing a picture, the walls, shattering the lamp, which actually did belong to the hotel, with his croquet mallet.
Ugh.
You know, I was worried about some of this.
Yeah, Mick Garris told him to, and then they paid for the lamp.
You don't know how long that lamp's been there?
Yeah, no shit.
Or the story of it?
I know. He continues to scream and break everything within swinging distance as Danny cowers with his hands over his head. Finally, Jack drops to his knees and cries out desperately that he's going to be the caretaker here. They promised. Danny stands bravely and tells his father that they promise, but they lie. They made Jack drink again. That was the only way he could believe the lie and the only way he'd hurt them. Jack struggles within himself, screaming as he finally regains control of his body. He drops the mallet and it clatters to the carpet. He looks up at his son as if seeing him for the first time and asks, "Dan?" Finally recognizing Jack as his father again, Danny rushes to him and throws his arms around him. Jack holds Danny tight, sobbing deliriously. He cries that he didn't mean to hurt either of them, and Danny knows this. Jack weeps that he's so sorry. He's just so sorry. But his face twists into something sinister as he loses control again, repeating himself in a darker tone. "So sorry." He smiles evilly, repeating this again and again. He pulls Danny out of the hug so that he can look at him when he tells him who sorry is for. Sorry is for wimps, for people who aren't of managerial timber. He picks up Danny and roars these last words, and Danny stares at him in fear as Jack chuckles. But his father fights for control again, and Danny scampers back away from him. Himself again, Jack pleads for his son to run away, quick, and remember how much he loves him. Danny refuses, but Jack grabs the mallet and raises it against his will, begging him, for God's sakes. But Danny tells Jack that he knows what he forgot, what even Derwent forgot. Jack asks, "What could a worthless little pup like you know?" And Danny answers that my daddy hasn't done the boiler pressure today. Jack's sinister smile falters as he realizes that that's right. He wails, "No!" Wielding the mallet, he sprints down the hall, away from Danny. In the lobby, Wendy and Dick hear Jack screaming as the elevator descends, and when Dick asks if that was Jack, Wendy mutters no. Jack's gone. Danny is suddenly on the stairs, calling out to them and alerting them that they have to get out of here. The boiler's gonna explode. Wendy wraps her arms around her son, but Dick is appalled. He asks if Jack didn't dump it, and Danny says that he didn't. Today, he forgot. They all did. Dick tells them to get some warm clothes because they got to get out of here, and damn quick. They hurry toward the apartment.
I've been vibing with the performances for the most part in this film, but this scene felt like a rehearsal that accidentally made it in.
Oh, no.
And I rewatched it and I was like, huh.
The basement is filled with hissing steam and the PSI gauge is pushing 180. Dramatic music swells as the glass on the gauge shatters. When Jack bursts into the basement, Grady and Derwent are both waiting for him. Derwent demands that he dump it. There's still time. Jack hurries past them without another word. He goes to the boiler and yelps in pain as he grips the handle with his bare hands. He twists it and it squeaks as the steam hisses louder.
I do feel like this is a hell of a design flaw.
Yeah.
So how, and this is just me. So we haunt, but we can't haunt too much because we need to keep our human alive or whatever to
can't haunt
to
too
dump
much.
this. I mean, I don't understand.
No, absolutely. And I what I was thinking at first is I was like, okay, well, they're making it his job.
Yeah.
And they can't interfere. Well, we get in about 5 seconds, completely negates that.
Yeah.
But then they can open doors. They can fucking bring wasps back to life.
Yes.
Or whatever happened.
Yeah. What? Yeah. We
Back
still don't
there.
know.
I'm not sure. So it really doesn't make any sense that this wasn't in their realm of responsibility or ability to do.
Yeah, because they also take care of the hotel.
Yes.
It seems, or something.
They have enough to have. They hired a band for the party.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, no
I think the more, again, and I don't mean to keep doing this, I get not fucking with the boiler at all and ending this in the snow.
Yeah.
I'm starting to understand that.
Why?
Yes.
Yeah.
The boiler is a metaphor. The boiler is all the
I get
darkness, and the boiler's your heart. You
I
know
get
the
it.
boiler.
No,
You're
yeah,
the fucking boiler.
I get it, but again, it is that though. So if I do take over this family, the ghosts are able to just do the boiler whenever they want, or do
So,
I
like,
still need?
the ghost didn't account for Ullman being a cheap piece of shit.
I really can't
We're
believe
learning.
he hasn't
We're
replaced
learning
this.
as we go.
Yeah.
All right. Wendy and Danny are bundled up in their coats, and Wendy is tying his shoes in the apartment when Dick rushes in and tells them to hurry up. If the boiler explodes, they'll be able to bury the three of them all together in the same shoebox. Danny runs into his father's office, and Dick pleads with him to hurry up, Doc, whatever it is. Hurry up. Danny snatches his father's play, The Little School, off of his desk and runs with Dick. As the boiler dumps, Jack hears his son's voice echo in his mind. Daddy, stop. Grady asks, what is it? And Jack answers, strained, that it's nothing. As they run into the lobby, Danny stops and closes his eyes. He calls his father again. Wendy tries to hurry Danny along, but when he doesn't budge, Dick tells her to leave him alone. Danny shines, telling his father that he can stop them. It's up to him. Derwent snaps at Jack to stop daydreaming. He needs to go upstairs and take care of them. If they get away, they'll bring back outsiders. But Jack says no. That's not right. It's us. It's up to us, Doc. Danny opens his eyes and tears roll down his face as he agrees. Yeah, us. He presses his gloved hand to his lips and blows a kiss, adding tearfully, kissin', kissin'. Standing in the steaming cellar, Jack lets out an emotional, shuddering sigh and brings his own hand to his cheek with the caught kiss. That's what I've been missing. He warns Danny that they'll try to use him if they can't use Jack anymore. A tear rolls down his face as he tells his son gently to be ready. Clutching the plate to his chest, his face slick with tears, Danny replies out loud in the lobby that he will. He turns to his mother and says that they've got to go right now. Jack is turning the handle back the other way with all his strength. Derwent asks what he's doing. Is he crazy? Jack admits that he was, but he's better now. Derwent orders Grady to stop him, but when Grady tries to grab him, his hands go right through. As the PSI gauge twitches closer to 200, Derwent tells Grady to hurry. Grady tries to grab the handle, but his hands move right through it. As they hurry outside, Danny warns his father with his mind to stop them. They're getting stronger. To prove this, Grady shoves Jack out of the way and takes hold of the handle. Jack weakly pleads with Danny not to let them. This I will give you. I'm gonna give you this one.
Yeah.
This didn't really work for me.
Because I was like, oh, you can.
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Danny goes tense on the porch and screams that they're not real. They're a false face. He tells them to get out of his head. Jack moves through Grady with a grin and grabs the handle back, turning it his way. He turns to them. Gentlemen, I think the party's over. They stumble down the snow-covered stairs, Dick holding on to Wendy when she loses her footing and falls. But they all flee when a topiary animal comes to life and starts toward them, growling. The party is interrupted by the chiming clock in the ballroom. The partygoers and entertainers scream in horror. Jack braces himself against the boiler, and Grady and Derwent stare in surprise until the boiler finally explodes. Fire bursts through the floors. Glass shatters. The topiary animals burst into flames with high-pitched screams. Inside the snowcat now, Danny points out that they're all burning up, but Dick tells them to hold on as he starts to drive. Inside, the ghosts flee from the ballroom as the chandelier crashes to the ground and the liquor bottles behind the bar pop one by one. Both Derwent's beloved dog mask and Jack's bloodthirsty croquet mallet lie on carpets, engulfed in flames. The signs for the Gage Creed band ignite. As the snowcat pulls away, the flaming croquet ball bounces out of the shattered front doors. Flames explode down the hallways, ruining everything in their path, and the leafy animals continue to squeal as they combust. Danny looks out the back window of the snowcat as the fire rages the Overlook Hotel. Blinking tears, he says, "Goodbye, Daddy. I love you."
So I will say, as far as all the changes that were made from the novel to Kubrick's version, I do still stand by what I said. But I also feel like a lot of these emotional moments are very successful for me and give a more powerful arc for Jack Torrance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I can understand Stephen King watching Kubrick's version and not having those moments, being a little upset.
Yeah.
Because I do think that they are very important for the story that he was trying to tell.
Right, right.
And they do work.
Definitely. There is in the book this really like chilling moment where they're leaving. They get in the snowcat and they're leaving, and Dick stops at the equipment shed to get blankets because he's afraid they're gonna like freeze to death out here. And so he's getting the blankets, and the hotel starts to get into his head.
Oh shit!
And it's like everything was fine until that fucking kid showed up, and like it's like he's thinking all these dark thoughts, and he's in there for a while, and he's able to shake it off, and he comes back out, and Danny and Wendy are like, "What happened? What took you so long?" And he's like, "Nothing. We need to go." But it's this moment of, oh fuck, is Dick gonna kill them?
Yeah.
Oh my
okay.
God.
But yeah,
Okay.
it's dark. And then we're getting to the ending right now, which obviously was different in Kubrick's version, and in the book it's different as well because there's quite a bit of a time jump here. But in the book, it's like 9 months in the future. And they go to visit Dick at the restaurant he's working at now. He like reserves him a spot, and he visits with Wendy, and he's fishing with Danny, and Danny starts crying for his dad because he tries not to in front of Wendy. And he's like, when you need to cry, you go in your room, you get under your blankets, and you cry until there's nothing else in there. And he's like, you remember your father and blah blah blah. And if you ever need anything, you call me, and you know that I'll come for you. Like I'll come running. And it ends on just this really like strong emotional moment between Dick and Danny, and then Wendy comes over and joins them, and it's they're little found family at this point because Wendy's moving to I'm trying to remember what her job was, but she's starting a new position and she's taking Danny with her, and it's just like this new beginning of Danny learning, he's learned what he has and what's happened, and them kind of wrestling with grief and trauma, and it's a very sweet ending for Danny and Dick.
Okay.
I feel like each version has its merits.
For sure.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, I do understand.
Yeah, I didn't mind this so much. It is on the more emotional side. But it did, and it made me think, I don't know if it was supposed to, but at the beginning when his mom, when Wendy asked him, "Do you want me to fix your plane?" And he tells her, no, I want my dad to fix it. He'll come and fix it. And right here, he's like telling his dad, look, dude, we can fix this or we can do this.
Right.
And he does. And I was like, damn, I was like, okay. I was like, all right, I'll give you that. All right.
It's just so sad because we see these really dark moments of Jack, especially once the hotel like gets its claws into him. But Danny loves him so much. Like, and it's in the novel too. Like, there are moments like that where, no, my daddy will fix it. Or if Wendy asks him what's wrong, he's like, nothing. And then when Jack asks him, he's like, well, and even Wendy's like feels little pangs of jealousy because she's like, he never would have told me that. He'll only tell his dad. So it's like, it's very fucking sad. But there is this moment of Jack getting to redeem himself in the only way that he can in saving them from the hotel and from himself.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot. It's a lot.
And I know we said it a couple times before, but this, again, only makes you want to give a standing ovation to Mike Flanagan for
being
Dr.
able,
Sleep.
oh my God, yeah.
Because there are elements of this that end up in that ending that are honestly, you don't realize how brilliant they are until you go through all the versions.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
10 years later, we drift through the audience of a graduation at Stovington Preparatory School. As graduating students walk the stage, we find Wendy sitting in the audience next to an empty seat. Outside, Dick, his beard whiter now, pulls up in his convertible. He snatches his cane from the back seat and hustles up to the school as a hopeful score swells. Inside, he scans the crowded audience until Wendy waves to him. He slides down the aisle and sits down next to her, where they greet each other warmly with hugs and kisses on the cheek. When he asks how she's doing, she smiles that she's fine now that he's here. She didn't think he was going to make it. Dick admits that he's getting a little old for this traffic, but he changes the subject and asks how Wendy, the art gallery owner, is. She says that she made it through the first year with plenty of help from... She smiles up at the stage. Dick decides that that's good. He hits her with a really important question. Any new man in your life? Wendy says no. The only man in her life is right up there. She looks up at the stage wistfully with tears standing in her eyes. As another student gets their diploma, Wendy confesses that she's going to cry, but Dick assures her, that makes two of us, Wendy girl. Finally, the principal, played by Billy McBride, calls for Daniel Anthony Torrance. Older Danny, played by Will Horniff, stands in his yellow graduation garb and circle-rimmed glasses. He walks over. He's Tony.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That I liked a lot.
Yes. Yeah. The announcer boasts that Danny is graduating with high honors. Everyone cheers for him, but none harder than Wendy. Dick focuses on Danny and shines to him. Way to go, Doc. Danny replies back in his head. I love you guys. Beaming, Wendy asks if Dick heard that, and he says that he sure did. He's still a pistol. Danny turns to sit back down with his diploma, but someone stops him with a gentle, hey, Doc. Danny turns to find his father, standing on stage, clean, healthy, and dressed smartly in a suit. He tells him proudly, good job, Doc. Danny is stopped in his tracks at the middle of the stage, earning everyone's stares. Wendy asks what Danny's looking at. Why did he stop? But Dick assures her, don't worry, precious. All's well that ends well. Jack tells Danny sincerely that he loves him. He presses his fingers to his lips and blows his son a kiss. Weeping, Danny catches it and clutches it to his cheek, closing his eyes and relishing the moment as tears roll down his face. He tells his father, that's what I've been missing. Jack Torrance waves goodbye to his son before disappearing, and Danny finally takes his seat.
So again, we talk about emotionally resonant moments.
Yeah.
This is a very beautiful moment.
Happy ending.
In a way, yeah.
In a way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm like choked up reliving it. It's very sweet, and it is so nice after everything that we've seen Jack going through and how we saw him looking at the end to see him like this.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it touches your heart. Mick Garris was talking about on the commentary that Will Horniff could not cry. Like, he couldn't cry for this scene. And so Mick Garris is like, well, why don't you think about something sad? And he was like, well, my mom works a lot and she has to work really hard, and that's sad. And he's like, well, is there anything that like will make you cry? Like any losses or like failures? And he's like, no. And so Mick Garris was like, well, he's like, sometimes you can just think about something really sad. And he shared the story of how he lost his brother a few years before.
Oh.
And in talking about it, he started crying. And so Will Horniff is listening to him and he starts crying. And he's like, can we roll right now? And so him in this shot waving goodbye to his father, he's literally crying
Oh.
because of his conversation with Mick Garris.
Yeah.
I will say, and I said 95% of Kubrick, I do think that the film maybe could have benefited from a moment like this.
Yeah.
I know there was supposed to be another scene in a hospital, but imagine if Jack Torrance is standing in the doorway.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of something.
Yeah, because
like,
it ends,
fuck.
you know.
Yes, it does.
We return to the rubble that remains of the once towering Overlook Hotel. Hushed whispers overlap each other as the crows caw and the wind howls. We pan over the bits of structure that are still standing, past the burned playhouse, where the swings sway forward and back on their own. The sign out front is slanted, but still standing, boasting, Overlook Hotel. Nearby, a sign is erected. Colorado Phoenix Incorporated starts rebuilding this summer. The Overlook Hotel. Greatness should not be allowed to die. We glide over this to see the ghost of the Overlook Hotel, shimmering and wavering in its memory. We hear the knock of a croquet ball as someone cries out, "Good shot."
Phoenix like rising from the ashes.
A remodeled ending? Okay.
It cuts to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of the Shining miniseries?
I did enjoy a lot of this. I will be honest. I one last time, I'm sure I'll say it again, so it won't be, that's not true. But it's hard to not compare.
Yes.
Of course, because you know what came before, and then when you do try to separate it, there are times, like you were saying and like we discussed throughout the show, that it's hard. You know what I mean? You're just like, you look for those. Even I said it a couple of times. I was looking or waiting for things to see if they were in the book or if it was just part of the movie that Kubrick did.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, a lot of this I did enjoy. And again, Steven Weber, I'm sorry. I know you seem like a very nice dude, whatever. I don't, you know what I mean? But I think that there were times for me that it was just like, you're too nice, man, or you don't seem like, I don't see you doing this. And I know it was with Nicholson, it's like, oh, you're mad already. But to me, it kind of kept me more in that, fuck, I'm constantly in danger.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Here it was just like, are you okay now? Oh, okay, no, yeah, we're playing in the snow. Oh, you're mad at me again. Oh, no, you're fine. We're having ice cream or some shit. It was, you know what I mean? It was.
Well,
yeah, right.
You know?
Yeah. But I did enjoy this, I guess, telling of the story with it being so close to the book.
Mm-hmm.
Kubrick's is just great. That's just, it's going to be hard to beat. But I will be honest, I did enjoy this. I got more enjoyment out of this than negativity. Some of the stuff doesn't work, you know what I mean, for me. And some of the stuff, there is kind of questions, you know what I mean, like we had and pointed out. But other than that, I mean, I think they did a good job.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. I mean, it kind of coming into it, I really expected it, especially from the word of mouth that I've heard my entire life.
Yeah.
Of it just not to be very good.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that there are a lot of things that you can take away from it and appreciate as a more faithful adaptation.
Yeah.
And it's like we had said at the beginning, it all really depends on what you're looking for when it comes to the film or miniseries version of this story.
Right.
If you are looking for something more faithful, then look no further. This is it.
Yeah.
And it is pretty cool. And I can imagine for people who fell in love with that story so much to finally see a version of it that more accurately reflects what was written on the page.
Yeah.
I think that there are positives to that, and I think there are definitely negatives to that. Because there are some things that you kind of don't realize maybe don't work as well until you see them on the screen.
Yeah.
And there are things that maybe you read them and you're like, that's fucking awesome. And then you see it and you're like, maybe Kubrick had some good ideas.
Yeah.
You know?
Some understanding.
Exactly. And there is a complete difference between a novel and what works in a novel and a film or a miniseries and what works there. It's two different mediums. It can be the same story, but sometimes things maybe are changed for the better.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is best to change them. But I don't know. I think that this is a very interesting exercise.
Yeah.
And I think that Mick Garris did the best that he could with both the restrictions from ABC and honestly Stephen King kind of breathing down his neck because he's very and has every right to be hands-on to say, look, the first time I did this, I wasn't able to be, and it was made in a way that was not to my liking.
Right.
And so I do want to have a little more say in what goes on here because of how personal this story is.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, I get that 100%, but I just think that it's so difficult, and especially when it comes to how much I love Kubrick's version.
Yeah.
You watch this and you start to really understand some of the changes that were made that maybe were a little questionable before, but you're like, you know what? Actually, I can kind of justify these.
Yeah.
You know? So I am a little torn. It's not anything that, because I have seen people say like this is one of the worst things ever made. I don't get that at all.
No.
I think that there are some really impactful moments, and I think especially with family dynamics and emotional moments.
Yeah.
Those work best for me. I think the horror, I think Kubrick nailed it way better than this had any chance to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heavy on the had any chance to part. Like there are lengths through this medium that we just can't go to.
Yeah.
But as somebody who has read a few times at this point and loves the novel, it is really cool, like you were saying, T, to be able to see it faithfully done. I think that we're able to address more of the themes that I think that Stephen King was trying to address in the novel. I think that Kubrick's version is a horror masterpiece. It's so excellent. Like we were even talking about the addition of I guess they're twins in Kubrick's, they're sisters in the novel, and they're not portrayed.
No.
And neither are they here. They're just things that he did. The elevator of blood. You know what I mean? Like there are things that are so indelibly connected to, you hear The Shining, you see that carpet. That's blue in the novel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was him. And I think that it does hurt it to try to do side-by-side comparisons. That's why I didn't even really, like, there are moments obviously when he's like, boo, when you're like, oh, that was,
yeah.
I wouldn't have recommended to do that, but you know, I wasn't there. I was 8 years old. I don't think that it's fair to compare the two versions. I just don't. I don't think, like T said, that this ever had a chance to be at that level. It just couldn't. You can't do that on TV at 7 p.m. You can beat your wife and child, but you can't do that. Which again, some of it is hard to watch, but I think that if you're looking through it through the lens of the statement that King was trying to make, I think that it is a conversation worth having, because the Shining, the hotel, it's all allegorical. There's a lot of themes coming into play here. There's a lot, and there is this like looming shadow of generational trauma that I think is kind of overlooked in discussions about this film. And in the book, it's a lot more of Wendy and her own mother, and really Jack and his father. And now the sins, for lack of a better term, that Jack has committed, Danny has to carry for the rest of his life now. So I mean, there's just a lot of really heavy fucking themes of addiction, of the violence within the home, of toxic relationships, of, like I said, generational trauma. And then you're adding fucking ghosts and this, you know, horrid history of this hotel. And like, there's just so much happening here that I don't fully think. I would love a fucking 10 episode fucking miniseries on HBO from like Mike Flanagan.
I was going to say.
There's no way to do this, as silly as it sounds, in 4 hours, 4.5 hours. There's not.
And Kubrick had like 2.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. And so now I think like you were saying, there is a better understanding of some of the decisions that Kubrick made, that it's like, I wonder why he didn't. Well, this is why he didn't. You know, you can't, there are just, I think maybe aspects that if you can't do them properly, you should just leave them on the shelf and not try to tackle them. And I don't know. I did hear that this was terrible. I've heard a couple people say that they love it. I've heard the majority of people say that it's fucking awful and they hate it and it never should have been made and you should have ended it with Kubrick. But also some people say Kubrick's fucking sucks. It's just like, you know what I mean? So it's like, what's going on?
I will say this version of The Shining, again, I'm going based solely off the movies.
Right.
Kubrick's, this one, and Dr. Sleep.
Yeah.
So for me, this one does a really good job of the emotional and the family and us getting, like you said, going through it with Wendy and Jack and getting a little more time with them, with Danny, kind of seeing how they spend and what's happening to them. I think for me, the one thing, and you said it earlier, that it didn't have a chance. The Overlook Hotel is a character.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what he added, the blood, the Grady twins, the carpet, the whatever, the fireplace, the stairwell, or like the stairs going up when they're going up there, Jack and Wendy with the bat and all that. That turned for me, that Overlook is a character. That Overlook is like, that's like you said, babe, that is what you think, because he was able to turn everything that was there into the Overlook to a breathing, living thing.
And it's scary as hell.
It is. Yeah. Here, I think it focuses more on the ghosts and the people. Yeah, the Overlook looks cool. I don't believe this thing is that scary.
I think that's a thing about it, is you're like, well, it's really cool that you were able to film in the Stanley Hotel and utilize it.
Right.
But again, you're right. If you're wanting to make it a character, you remember those hallways.
Oh, yeah.
You remember everything, every detail.
Yeah.
Something else, though, that I was thinking, and you put it in my mind, the score of this film is okay, but there's no way you're competing with Wendy Carlos and Rachel Elkin.
Yeah.
It's just you can't do it.
I asked your sister too, because there's a couple of times, and I was like, is it me, or does it sound like the beginning of Exorcist, and then right when it's going to hit, it cuts off to something else, so it's like, it's different.
Right.
It's just different.
It's not.
Yeah,
we're not doing it.
Yeah.
No, it's similar. It's similar. But I think that everybody did the best that they could, especially when you know you're going to be compared to Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall.
Yeah.
Like, it's a kind of a difficult, like, kudos to them for being brave enough to fucking step up to the plate. And I think that they did a good job. I know that you are Honda dazing over there, and that's fine. But I think Steven Weber, especially learning more with All Things Considered of shooting out of order and having such big shoes, so to speak, to fill, because I know that Stephen King didn't like people saying that, but it's true. It's just true.
It is.
Yeah.
You think Jack Torrance and you think Jack Nicholson, and to be like, you want to try to do what he did? Like, that's fucking sucks.
Yeah.
That sucks. But I think he did a really good job. I believe moments of his remorse and his regret for the things that he's done, and his inability with the, influence of the hotel to not be able to resist it. It's such a tragedy. It's so sad. And I don't know. His portrayal is very different than Jack Nicholson's. I do really enjoy Jack Nicholson's, but I enjoy this too in a completely different way, because this feels like a real man who is just trying to do better and he fucking can't. And it's incredibly tragic. We can kind of slide into ratings too. I think I just have a lot to say about the story itself, and seeing that story being reflected more faithfully is something that I did really take enjoyment out of. There were a couple moments of like when shit's happening and Jack's like, what do you mean? It's like, dude, like, that's fucking funny, and it's frustrating. And there's a couple, there's those fucking topiary, you know what I mean? Like, but for every drawback that there is, there are that ending is so incredibly touching. makeup on the fucking woman in
Yeah.
217, Jack's makeup, and like, I mean, there are so many things, and I don't know how the hell like we were talking off mic, unless they pitched that boy down a well. I don't know how they did him falling into that abyss.
They Timmy O'Tooled him.
Yeah.
There's some things that just look really, really cool, and even the kind of like black comedy silliness of Stephen King as Gage Creed turning toward us and fucking conducting us. Like, there is this like kind of, you know, comic bent that this is like funny, but it's also like, something about it unsettles you, you know?
Yeah.
I think that this is a cool adaptation. I don't really, unless you are being like, this better be as good as Kubrick's, I don't understand the hate for it.
Yeah.
I really don't. It's not the best thing I've ever seen, but what the hell? Calm down. This one is a little difficult to rate. I think that I kind of had the added enjoyment of reading it in tandem of working on it, because it's cool reading exact phrases and then seeing them in the movie.
Yeah.
It's like, obviously, I was going to say you guys really did your homework, but it's fucking Stephen King doing both. So, I mean, take that flower away, I guess. But, you know, like I said, I think that this does not get the fair shake that it deserves, because the overwhelming hate for this is truly kind of appalling to me. But on the other hand, it's not the best thing I've ever seen. It's not, I even maybe prefer the Stand miniseries, and that had a lot of fucking problems.
We talked about each and every one of them.
We did.
Yes.
On
Yeah.
PMTV and our Patreon.
Mhm.
Yes.
But, you know, I have to put a number on it, unfortunately, because those are the rules that we set 5 years ago for some fucking reason. And on a scale, with all things considered, on a scale from 1 to 10, bombastically bursting boilers, I am going to give the Shining miniseries, I'm still calculating in my brain, we're going to go with 7.5 bombastically bursting boilers. I'm giving a little bit more because that ending really did touch me, and I just really love the story of The Shining. And I will now open up the floor to you.
No, I get it, and I did have a lot of fun watching this. There were times that, I'll be honest, that I laughed that I shouldn't have laughed, and there was times when I was just watching it and scratching my head. I mean, I will say it's not the worst thing I've ever watched. It's not the best thing I ever watched. But you know what I mean? It's good. And again, I don't know the book, so I'm just watching this as a miniseries / movie.
Right.
Because we're covering them all three. So I mean, I do, I guess, understand both sides of it, because I didn't mind this, but also there were times when I was like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Or what do you... Because
That's honest.
It is, like, again, like I said, we leave him alone when he's asleep because I need to go over here to start this next fucking encounter so that so-and-so can come out, and then the lights will come on and I know where I'm going or whatever. But it is too many of those.
Mm-hmm.
And there's too many of... I know they did it out of order, but I do feel like it's still too many. Oh, well, we need you to be here, and we need you to forget about that, and we need to act this way, even though something stressful and traumatic happened 2 minutes ago,
Mm-hmm.
but you guys are cool, right? And it's like, it didn't really feel like ramping up to me. It felt like he's super pissed this one time, then we forget about it and it's over here. Now he's a little annoyed here, then again it happened so much to me that again, like I said, to me it didn't feel like ramping up. It just felt weird. It felt odd at times. Again, Steven Weber, I'm sure you're a really nice guy, you know what I mean? I hope you're having good holidays, Honda days, whatever.
Yes. Whatever you celebrate,
you know, happy holidays. But I would have liked maybe if we would have got him, and I know this is just me personal, whatever, maybe if we would have made him I don't even want to say deteriorate, or maybe just change his skin or something, turning into a ghoul himself because they're sucking the energy out of him or something.
And so they start to look better and he starts to look worse.
Then maybe it'd be like, oh, okay, they are feeding on you.
Uh-huh.
But he's fine in 1 second, and then the next he's got a beard and he's whatever. And
he just looks a little tired.
He just needs a nap.
Yeah.
But I mean, with all that said, I did have fun. This wasn't the worst thing I ever watched. It's, it is.
I love that that's been a repeated pro. This is not the worst thing I ever watched.
That's how people say.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. But I even would suggest watch it. It is 4.5 hours, but I mean, watch it if you've seen the Kubrick one. You know what I mean? And you love that. It is kind of fun to compare. You know what I mean? It is kind of fun to watch it and be like, oh shit, that's different. I do like that instead. Oh, and again, we had a really good conversation about talking about it and bringing it up. Hey, this didn't work, and you know what? That did have me thinking or whatever. So I mean, it's fun to have those conversations. You know what I mean? But for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, bombastically bursting boilers, I'm going to give The Shining miniseries a 6.5 out of 10. I didn't mind some of the stuff. The topiaries when they're alive, not so much.
No.
You know what I mean? Them forgetting something bad that happened, 2 minutes ago, not so much.
Right.
But I mean, again, the emotional weight of it, you know what I mean? Getting to spend more time with Jack and seeing him. I would have loved maybe a little bit of that in Kubrick. Maybe he found, you know what I mean?
Why not?
A box, something, and then it's like, oh shit, some dust hits him, and all of a sudden he's mad, or he's changed or something, because he's just mad immediately.
Yes. I will agree. I think that is my favorite aspect of this is each emotional beat.
Yeah.
And I think that they all work so well for me. And it does give you this extra character development.
Yeah.
That maybe isn't exactly there in Kubrick's version, but is present in the novel.
Yeah.
So I really applaud that. And I do think that each choice that was made here may not work for me, maybe works better for the miniseries than it would in another medium.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate them sticking to their guns and saying, look, we are adapting this novel. Mm-hmm. Sometimes word for word.
Yeah.
For better or worse.
Yeah, you got to respect that.
Yeah. I really don't know what more I could say that isn't already what I've said. I just feel like there are some things that simply do not work for me at all. Mm-hmm. I don't need to hear the phrase damned little pup one more time in my entire life.
I know.
I can't.
Changing your contact name?
I've earned it, I guess. I also cannot believe that the first episode of this miniseries, this 4.5 hour miniseries, culminated with a bunch of wasps.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like, I cannot believe this is happening.
Yeah.
But again, the entire culmination of it, that's a big finale.
Yes.
The Overlook Hotel exploding into a ball of fire, and then these beautiful moments between father and son.
Yeah.
That hotel at the end was a miniature, by the way. I forgot to mention that.
That is great
Yeah.
work.
I know. It was really good, right?
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not so much the hedge animals.
You know?
No.
You take the good, you take the
Right.
bad.
You know, it's like 50-50. Not forecasting my score.
Not at all.
No. But you see stuff like that and you're like, okay, I do get the hedge maze.
Yeah.
And that's very creative as well.
Yeah.
You know, to not have to feel like you are so pinned to this source material. I have to do it like this. No, you don't. Because maybe in the future, somebody else will.
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know. I think that there's you take the good, you take the bad, etc. But for me, out of 10 bombastically bursting boilers, I am going to give The Shining miniseries 6 bombastically bursting boilers out of 10. I feel like there is more here to like than there isn't.
Right.
But I do feel as though after watching this, it just makes me want to watch Kubrick's film.
That's fair.
I will agree with that.
Yay, episode 300! Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate the Shining miniseries and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stirhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. You'll also get access to that Stan miniseries. And if you're looking for Podmortem or Stirhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, you owe it to yourself and those around you not to let the darkness inside overstay its welcome. If you don't let out some steam, it's only a matter of time before it all reaches a boiling point. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, C.B., Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J., Jason Kyle, OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Triss Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy,
Ori81 Bariqua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Jason X Rules, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, KCL, Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M, Ghastly Granddad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M, Brandon C, Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz,
Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jaden Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joe Miller Apologist, Jalen Perry, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Nosferatu Dude, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Jillian Mumford, Evil Chris, Rex Term Raul, Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Just Give Me One Wish Like Ray J, Skin Deep, Christian Salvatierra, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped, a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley, Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Mesquites, Jennifer Hager, Knox Nocturnal, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, and Pear Bear. Thank you so much.
Thank each and every one of you.
Thank you all for 300 episodes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And with y'all by our side, it's a great party, isn't it?
Aw,
Yeah.
it certainly is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Aw. Here's the 300 more.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Until next time.